The deal made by Bradley Solar Limited. It's the decision of Basingstoke and Edinburgh Council to use an application for planning permission installation of renewable LED energy generating station comprising ground-mounted photovoltaic solar arrays, battery-based electricity storage containers, a substation, converter transport station, site accesses, internal access tracks, security measures, access gates, southern ancillary infrastructure, landscaping and biodiversity enhancements, including a proposed forest school, associated car parking and nature area. I heard someone complaining that their hotel room was rather cold. My hotel room was freezing, with the result that I decided to minimise my time in the bathroom. Got myself shaving. Thought I was going to bleed to death. One way she said I was being melodramatic and that I should go to the inquiry rather than A&E. So here I am. The truth of the matter is, before I left to go to the inquiry, I found a supply of really cheap big razors at home. Instead of throwing them out, I thought, they'll come in handy. So forgive my appearance. Can I give you the usual reminders? If you've got a mobile phone, you either switch it off or put it on to its silent setting. There is an attendance list, as there was yesterday, which I think is on the desk from Mr. Anstis. So if you could please sign that and make sure it comes back to me. And we'll take the usual adjournments mid-morning, mid-afternoon, and for lunch. I've got 2 points that I just wanted to raise with the parties. First of all, so that the parties know that the case officer has changed. It's now Leanne Palmer. I expect her and Leanne will be in touch to let you know. Looking at the site visit route, I don't know if this is the most up to date, but the one sent through yesterday. I don't know if you've all got that in front of you. It has the location plan for the site, and it has identified where the properties are. Those who requested site visits. Looking at that, what occurs to me is, in terms of an accompanied site visit, there are the 4 properties which are around the vicinity of Field 1, and there are 4 viewpoints, 5, 4, 10, and 6. So it might be worthwhile doing those as accompanied site visits because they could be done fairly quickly with people accompanying me. And then I would do the rest, which is the majority of the site visit, taking in the other viewpoints unaccompanied. But I'll leave you to think about that. If anyone thinks, no, there's a need for me to be accompanied on some of the other viewpoints.
So there is one property still missing at number 9, which is Minchens farmhouse itself.
Okay, so that's down side viewpoint number 9. Okay, that kind of was made.
And there has been a specific request for it to be accompanied. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I thought the 4 were grouped together, but okay, there's another one down number 9. In terms of logistics, then for that, is it walkable from property number 9 to get up to the other properties? At Field 1. So we need to drive from. Okay, I'll need to get more thought back then and think about the logistics of that. Okay. Do we not have all of the requests to view? Or would I like to do some more? Yes.
I'm just on this interesting time. Is this to be
that's still to be arranged. It depends on how we get through the evidence. At the moment, I'm thinking that I would do another company site visit on Thursday. But if I need to do the company visits, I could do those on Thursday as well, if that suits. We're probably going to be in a better position to judge that at the start of next week, it seems to me. I don't know if there's a view on that.
Offer to provide parking for park to the parking. Of the parking.
Council able to coordinate the site visits and to look into the logistics of
Absolutely.
get around.
That's once Mr. Wakefield and Mr. Grant finished giving their evidence, we can get our heads together with the Rule 6 party and come up with a suggestion for agreed accompanied and unaccompanied parts. And obviously you can decide if we've got that wrong.
Thanks. And could you liaise with Mr. Anstey? What you just raised, would that be feasible? Right. Could you liaise with Mr. Anstis on the point you just raised in terms of logistics and parking? And we'll relay messages back to you in case you're not at the inquiry every day. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else on the site visit anyone wanted to raise at this point?
No, sir, not from us.
Okay, so just one pictures. Simon Manfey sent through a document last night to you, sir, and he then threw it to, I don't know if you've had a chance to notice that. But he will be submitting a further document later, probably today, which refers to the photo montages that the appellant submitted. He can raise that at the site, at the company site inspection, and point out what he's referring to.
Well, no, because the accompanied site visit is not an opportunity for further.
And just in terms of identifying which fees he's referring to.
Okay, and that gives me problems in that the company site visit is purely for need to view the site. People can point out factual matters and matters of fact. They feel pertinent, but strikes me that whenever that happens, people take the opportunity to give them more evidence. You understand? I'd rather avoid that. What's the nature of the document, sorry?
It's a comment on the photo montages just to look at the accuracy of the position. So it's only just in terms of that, just a point of fact.
It would be better if that came before the inquiry rather than that becomes a bit of an ambush.
Okay, it'll be with you today.
Well, let me just get views from others on this, perhaps. First, Mr.
Well, sir, obviously we haven't produced the photo montages. I would suggest if the Rule 6 party liaise with the appellant about any concerns, perhaps they can check if they are. Mr. Grant may be able to help with that.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I think thank you to Mr. Duper for that. It would be helpful to understand what the concerns are presented, particularly before Mr. Crack gives his evidence in case there's anything that he needs to address in examination in chief.
That's in the interest of fairness, so that everyone knows where the other parties are coming from. When could he get that information to?
I spoke to him this morning. He's hoping to have that.
And just to confirm, what he's concerned about is the accuracy of viewpoints.
Yes, exactly that.
Okay, yeah, we just want to have that to give the panel a chance to respond, and then come the site visit, I'll have the information from both parties.
That's perfect. Thank
you. Okay, does anyone else have any procedural housekeeping matters to wish to raise? Start with you, Mr. Ansted.
We've been issued today with the version of the conditions that has only the appellant and LPA agreed a text on it without the track changes. I understand that the appellant will be interviewing Paul Minchens on that document. I just asked for you, sir, to have the copy of the track changes because you don't have the tabulated version yet. If you can have the track changes version with you as well, because Mr. Mason will be referring to those track changes. So we have one document which has been presented this morning, which is only the LPA and appellant agreed conditions on it. It's just removed those track changes that the Rule 6 party put on it. But you've already received the version that we submitted that does have those track changes. And during the cross-examination, it'll just be helpful to have that version as well to hand. Because in his response, he will probably be referring to the track changes as well. Because you don't yet have the tabulated form which clarifies all three.
Okay. When the normal course of events would be then, behind the scenes, as it were, the parties would work diligently to come up with other conditions. Then we would have an actual dedicated condition session. We would consider that. It's perfectly reasonable if someone refers to a condition in the evidence, but I want to avoid having a discussion on the condition schedule as part of Mr. Minchens' agreed evidence.
That's what we want to avoid.
So he is going to refer to the conditions. Actually.
I understand he's going to be cross-examined on the conditions as they are currently presented. But the document that's going to be used is purely going to extract the Rule 6 party comment. So in his reply, he may well refer to the Rule 6 party.
I'd like to just hear other comments on this. Can I come to you first?
So yes, if I can assist, there's some points that I'd like to put to Mr. Machin, because obviously he takes an issue over what's proposed in terms of planting, etc. So forgive me, I probably caused the confusion in this respect. You are awaiting a table, but that's not yet finalised, which will set out what's agreed, where the differences are, and what the appellant's comments are, but that's not quite ready. So I wanted a clean version of the conditions as proposed by the appellant and the local authority agreed between us, simply to try and make the matter more simple, but I think unfortunately that's fallen short of the mark. But that's simply the purpose of it, not to have a conditions discussion more generally.
I think so. The problem with it is it's not a clean version, it's an extracted version, therefore not representative of the condition. But I think it's a helpful document.
But it is where we're at. And if the question's going to be asked, I suppose the person's wage, and then I should see the condition. Yeah, when will that come forward? Is that expected stage?
So I was going to wait until I finished with Mr. Wakefield to raise it, but I have a copy for you now. My own friend and Mr. Anstice have both seen it. But this will be updated very shortly. So it's purely for the purpose of putting the position as agreed between the appellant and the local planning authority to Mr. Minchens. We'll get that.
Okay. It's also an evolving document, but it's been handed up, so we'll give it library document and day, and be superseded by other library document in due course. So this would be ID.
It would be ID 9, I believe. That was it.
I think that ID.
Good.
Yeah.
Any further housekeeping or procedural matters? Can I come to you then, Mr. Defoe? Have you any housekeeping?
No, so you set us 2 tasks last night for the site visit and timetable online. And just to say that they've both been done. Obviously, the site visit itinerary will be updated in due course, but they're online.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Officer Smith, have you any housekeeping or procedural matters?
No, thank you, Senator, at this stage.
In that case, would you like to make your further questions to this please?
Yes, thank you very much. And a very good morning, Mr. Wakefield.
Morning.
Can we please, first of all, turn to page 23 of your group of evidence, section 6, appraisal of landscape effects.
Reference in?
Page 23, section 6. And under 6.2, the heading overall landscape characteristics, I think you've got 7 bullet points there to summarise what you say is the local landscape character particular to the site and I guess its immediate context.
Yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, having regard to those, that the majority of those characteristics will remain with the scheme in place. So first of all, gently undulating subtle landform dissected by a network of minor tributary valleys, that's not going to change.
I agree, yeah.
Second, generally unspoiled, quiet and rural character and sense of remoteness in parts of the site. We've heard your evidence on that, and I I'm going to assume you take some issue with that, but let me ask you,
Disagree with them. Yeah.
let me ask you this. The overriding character of the site in its immediate context will still be one of a rural character.
Can you just put that again? Can you say the site and the concept?
Yeah, the site in its context will still have a rural character with the solar farm in place.
No, I don't think I agree with that. If it's going to change the character quite considerably.
Right, so your view, when one is walking through the landscape, they would perceive the character as, well, if it's not rural, what is it? Urban?
It's not urban. It has the actual nature of the, particularly during construction in year zero, when you can see the solar farm fully, it will look very industrial in its nature. It is with. I agree that the site is set within a rural context. The site itself will have elements which don't necessarily be rural in character in terms of the actual, the substation, battery storage, the containers within the site, the actual solar panels themselves. They don't feel things that you would normally expect to see in a rural quiet rural character would be agricultural buildings, green open fields, woodland, those kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, you've highlighted some of the elements in terms of substation, etc. But those are smaller elements of the overall scheme. There are a great deal of solar farms in the open countryside.
There is, yeah.
And they're appreciated as being in open countryside.
Yes, that's
yeah. And one walking around and experiencing this area will still appreciate the rural character around the site, walking through the site.
But that rural character is being diminished by the proximity to those industrial elements, panels, the battery storage, the substation, all those elements. When you're walking through the landscape, your appreciation of the landscape takes into consideration what what you see and how you appreciate that. So there's a definite change, isn't there, from having a field as exists at the moment, which is used for agriculture, compared to that where it's being used for in an industrial process of gaining solar energy.
Of course, that's right. And you spoke particularly about year zero and construction phase, but thereafter there will still be a rural character to the appeal site and its surrounding context, not least because with sheep grazing, the appeal site will still be an agricultural use, won't it?
There will be elements of agricultural use like that, if that's what's happening underneath the panels. I think what I'm trying to say is that not denying that there is it is in the open countryside in an agricultural setting, but there is a distinctive change in that rural appearance.
Now, the moderate intervisibility across the area, the vegetation and low-lying nature of the landscape contains for distance views. We've heard what you've had to say about views, and there will be some views that are curtailed. But within the site, there are also going to be some views that do remain open. So I'm thinking, for example, field one, we're looking to the west, that view, moderate intervisibility, that's going to remain open.
Yes, in that direction.
Yeah, and certainly walking alongside the site, for example, through Bramley Wood, what you don't have at the moment is moderate intervisibility.
No, you get gaps in the hedge where you can see out across, for instance, into field 6. So, for instance, you can see across to Little Holden Copse and the other copse. There is a degree of moderate intervisibility from that public footpath network. But when I agree with you, when you're in Holden Wood, it is a narrower view.
Yeah. I mean, and we appreciate, of course, that's outside the red line, but what we have in this area is a whole range of experiences because of the nature of the woodland that exists, the copses, etc., and where the footpaths go, in that it's not an entirely, or not an entire landscape of moderate intervisibility. There are variations and changes as you move around.
Yes, that's correct. But I think that the point I want to emphasise is that intervisibility across the actual site itself is moderate. You do get views between 300 and 3/4 of a kilometre across the site. And those views are going to be curtailed quite considerably, and in places to only 5 metres. So, for instance, field 2, when you're on the new path, walking along, the effect of the mitigation is to completely shorten that view to what was a 300-metre view down to essentially a 5-metre view, because the depth of the planting and then the solar farm and the proximity to the path means that that view is completely changed within the as you appreciate the control and you walk along the paths through the site.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the importance of these in due course. But as we've agreed, there's a variety of experiences as one walks around the landscape at the moment to appreciate the site in its immediate context. And not all of that is moderate intervisibility. Some of it is more close, some of it is moderate intervisibility, and some of that will change.
I think probably 80% of the site is probably moderate intervisibility. There's a few places where it's less than that, but majority, I would suggest. I haven't technically looked at what the percentage is, but that's my kind of gut reaction to, because there's only a small section basically through Bramley Driftwood where that intervisibility is cut down, particularly as you walk through the site on the bullet footpath network.
Relatively large-scale open arable fields with mixture of quality and size of hedgerows. Now, obviously, the fields won't be in arable use anymore. They will be used for grazing sheep, which is something that one might expect to find in a rural area.
Yes, I can't disagree with that point.
We mentioned the construction phase in year 0. Year 15, again, that rural character with the mitigation will be stronger than it is, of course, at year 0 construction phase.
Stronger in what sense? It'll be stronger in.
There will be a stronger rural character at year 15 when the mitigation planting is taken hold than at year 1 construction.
Yeah, I've accepted in my assessment that the mitigation will help to screen the solar farm, but I think what it does is it changes that appreciation of the openness of the agricultural landscape, changes it into a much more enclosed landscape.
Yeah, and that openness, obviously, that's going to change by the introduction of solar panels to it. But we go back to the point, they are low-lying development.
Yeah, I mean, they're up to 3 metres, so it depends. I mean, if you're right adjacent to them, you normal versus 1.5 to 1.6 metres in height, then they're twice the height of a person, so it's not an insignificant height.
No, but low-lying, we'd agreed that. And of course, this isn't a green belt where openness of the landscape is protected.
No, I agree with you on that point. I think that's in terms of the, I think there is still, I think the character being open is something, is part of the character that, it cannot be dismissed in terms of, even though it's not green belt, I still think that it's a factor in terms of your consideration of the character.
The number of visible woodlands within and in the context of the site, including woody copse, downwind copse, Bramley Driftwood, and park copse, that's one of your overall landscape characteristics. That's not going to change. Those woodlands will all remain.
Yes, that's correct. But just to qualify that, those ancient woodlands, the visibility towards those ancient woodland changes, and those woodlands have been around for centuries, and the appreciation of them has been so. I think the implications of the mitigation and the additional woodland blocks means that appreciation diminishes, because, as we had the discussion yesterday, the openness of the fields over time, the fact that those woodlands, even though they remain, I feel like their significance could be diminished by the fact of additional planting, meaning that you can't recognise them as clearly within the landscape. They become consumed by more woodland rather than appreciating them as an identity in their own right.
Well, I mean, there's a few points there, isn't there? As you said, they've been around for years. They'll be around in 40 years when the site's decommissioned.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying that those woodlands are going to be removed.
No, and it rather depends upon where you're viewing them from, whether or not this feels like has any impact on them whatsoever.
Yeah, but I think there's quite a lot of locations where you do appreciate those woodlands as you're going along Bramley Road, along the public footpath network from Field 1, Field 2, as you're passing through Bramley Fresh Wood, the views roughly where you've got EE on the views across to Little Holden Copse, for instance, across Field 6 exists at the moment. So yeah, there's quite a number of places where you do appreciate those woodland blocks.
And what is appreciated at the moment when we're moving around sites is, of course, and we are conflating, we were talking about landscape characteristics here and you've gone into visual again. So let me bring you back to landscape characteristics. As a characteristic of the landscape character, that will not change. Woodlands.
Those woodlands remain, yes, I agree.
Yeah. And there will be, of course, additional planting, which can enhance green links between woodlands.
They could, but that isn't particularly characteristic if you look at the two character areas in terms of the site itself. Particularly, it's got this open character, and by putting these additional woodland blocks in, you're changing that character of the landscape.
You've made that point, but in every single photo viewpoint that you've provided us with, what we see is trees and hedgerow, correct? There's a single viewpoint where you don't see trees and hedgerow in this landscape.
Yes, but those woodlands are mainly outside of the site area where you're putting solar panels. So Bramley Fresh Wood is outside the site, Davenport Copse is outside of the site.
Yeah.
Little Holden Copse is that's outside of the site. The woodlands on the edge of the site have woodlands.
Can I be very clear? The point is, you set that out as part of the overall landscape character. That is a characteristic you have selected.
Of the wider context, yes.
Yes, that is a characteristic that this scheme is not going to change.
Agreed, yes.
Intrusion caused by electricity pylons in field 2, that's your penultimate characteristic. Again, that's going to remain. Pylons aren't going anywhere. And a network of public rights of way crossing the majority of the area, including Render Park Way, St James Way, the pilgrimage route. But they're all going to stay physically, not going to be impacted, and in fact, additional route given to the Render Park Way.
I agree that the public rights of way are going to remain. I don't agree that they're not going to be impacted. I believe they will be.
That's why I use the word not physically impacted. I understand what you say about the visual perspective, and we're going to have an impact. The landscape character and the network of footways, they will be physically unaffected by this. And there is no reason why, post decommissioning, the site would not return to agricultural use.
I believe that's what you're saying, Sam. So yeah.
Yeah, we need planning permission for anything else. And so it's right, isn't it, that we can agree most of the fabric of the landscape, those elements that contribute to character, trees, the copses, the hedgerows, watercourses, ponds, no adverse effect of those at all arising from the scheme.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think the 2 points we talked about earlier about the spoiled, quiet, rural character, sense of remoteness, and other invisibility, do not remain across the site. The other factors, I would agree that they're keeping the woodland, keeping the footpaths.
Yes, you have to listen to the question, Mr. Wakefield. I put it to you that the fabric of the landscape, not the perceptual qualities that you alighted upon, the fabric of the landscape will not be changed by the appeal scheme.
Yes, okay.
Okay. And in fact, there will be some enhancements of the fabric of the landscape. There will be new hedgerow reinstated along a historic boundary in Field 1. There will be additional tree planting, additional woodland planting, additional hedgerow planting. Those all contribute to the character of the landscape.
I think some of those things may well do. So, for instance, replacement of kind of historic hedgerow. But I don't necessarily think that just because you're putting additional planting and additional trees, then there's necessarily a enhancement to the character, because as we've already discussed, the character is made up of lots of lots of elements that you appreciate within the landscape, and there is a crossover between landscape effects and landscape visual criteria, because you don't just appreciate the landscape or go within the landscape and go, well, I'm just now appreciating the landscape character, and then I'm going to separately appreciate landscape visual effects. I think the two there is a cross reference across the two elements that needs to be taken into consideration when you're talking about character.
I want to have a think about significance of effects then, please, if we may. And you have assessed effects in respect of visual matters. We're going to look at visual and landscape, but we can see it most clearly set out in your table where you have construction phase year 0 and year 15.
Yeah, whereabouts are we at?
So that's page 38. Just by way of example, for the way in which you've had a look at impacts in construction short term and long term.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's a gradual change from year 0 to year 15. It's suddenly, there's not suddenly a big change in year 15. It's all about the planting growth up during that time and beginning to form a mitigation role. But can we agree that the most important impact for this inspector to have regard to in his decision taking is those year 15 impacts onwards?
Well, I think it's important that the inspector considers what the construction and the short-term impacts. I think I would agree that the residual impacts are important because that's what's going to be around for a long period of time. But I wouldn't underestimate the short-term before mitigation establishes. They maybe many years before it completely establishes that you're still seeing the tops of the solar panels, which could, it's not an insignificant amount of time that it takes for that mitigation to establish itself.
Yeah, but the reason why we looked at the year 15 is the last stage essentially of our GLBIA process, where we have to understand the effects of the mitigation that have been put in.
Yeah.
But what will then be the impact for the remainder and in fact the majority of the scheme?
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying ignore the early impacts, you provided evidence on that. It's about what is the most important impacts in decision taking, and can we agree they are the year 15 impacts onwards?
I think it just needs to be a balanced approach between the short and the long term impact.
Because I have you down as saying the residual impacts are the most important. And those are once the mitigation planting has taken hold post year 15.
I think what I was trying to say was that, consideration of those short-term impacts, which could be, 5 years or more before we mitigation establishes, is not an insignificant amount of time that needs to be taken into consideration, except that the residual impacts, and that's why you put mitigation in to reduce those impacts. And I think, as you'll see in the table, I've acknowledged the fact that mitigation is reducing some of the impacts in certain places, and also in my assessment identifying locations where I don't think there is impact, or the impacts are only minor. So I think the inspector can see from that table clearly how those impacts over time change from my perspective, and it's clear where I see the residual impacts being most severe.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at what you regard as significant.
Yeah.
For reference, the appellant regards any impact that is major to moderate as significant for decision taking. That's what Mr. Kratt says in his proof of 727. Your appendix 7, I think, in your methodology on page 53, I think has the same threshold.
It can either be major or moderate.
Well, that's not what that says. That says major moderate, doesn't it?
If you look at Libya, you've got 4 categories you can choose from.
Well, I don't want to look at the other, I want to look at your methodology.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm saying my methodology is it can either be major or moderate to have a significant effect. Libya sets out the 4 criteria: major, moderate, minor, major. It's for others sets out their methodology to determine where that impact is.
Because this is the only place that you explain for this assessment, significant landscape effects would be major, moderate, adverse, and significant in decision making.
Yes.
That's the only place that you actually tell us what is significant.
Yes.
And obviously it's in your visual effects section, rather than determining landscape effects. But I assume you apply the same threshold across landscape
Yes.
and visual matters, which would make sense. But what that doesn't say is major or moderate. It says major / moderate.
No,
We
it
can
doesn't.
see, forgive me, I'm still asking a question. We can see when you provided your judgments that what you do is you provide, for example, on page 40, just picking up an example, a minor, adverse, negligible. Now, I don't think what you're saying on page 40 with viewpoint 18 is that that is minor, adverse, or negligible. I think you're saying it's something that falls on the threshold between the two.
The significance is if it's either moderate or major and it's significant. That's how Glibia sets out the categories: major, moderate, minor, negligible. I'm not saying it has to be major / moderate to be. There are 4 categories that set out in Glibia, and then you choose which of those categories. And I'm trying to make clear how I said use the methodology. If it's in moderate or major category, then I see it as significant.
So major or moderate. And what I'm trying to get to, forgive me, we got this methodology only on Friday.
Yes.
We'd never seen it before then, and it appeared for the first time, and we have to try and interpret it as best we can. And when we see major / moderate, that is commonly used to denote an effect that falls between the two.
I disagree. I've always taken them as separate elements, major and moderate. And Glibia sets out those 4 categories I've already explained. I can find the reference if it's helpful.
Well, what? Just let's concentrate on your methodology. Major / moderate. What that doesn't say, first of all, let's just be clear, is major or moderate.
Well, I can't make it any more clear that that's how I interpret it.
And when you use that oblique sign in your own judgments, page 40, for example, viewpoint 18, are you saying minor, adverse, or negligible? I can't make my mind up. Or are you saying it's minor, adverse, to negligible, an impact that falls somewhere between?
Well, sometimes you don't necessarily, you're trying to do an assessment of something which is sort of post 15 years in terms of what you think the impacts are, and sometimes you do because you're not. It may be it goes across categories, and that's what you think it's somewhere between those two categories.
So he's saying that over a period of time, it could move from minor adverse to become negligible, something.
Well, you're trying to make an assumption of something that you can't see in terms of that you don't know what's going to happen to the hedgerow. You don't know how hedgerows are going to grow up in that scene, and you make an assessment depending on sort of distance from the site to come to a kind of conclusion on where you think appropriate. And if you think it's borderline, then you might put it into 2 different categories.
But do you mean that after 15 years, it might end up being either minor, adverse, or negligible?
Yeah, it could be.
And you also use the mixed phraseology. If I can actually turn to page 29 of your proof of evidence at 6.48.
Sorry, just going to get reference 29.
29. Well, actually 6.47. What you've got there is you've got medium oblique low sensitivity and medium oblique high sensitivity. Now, again, I don't think what you're saying is it's medium or low. Can't make my mind up. I think you're saying it falls somewhere between the two.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Yes or no? Is that what you're doing? Yes. And so we commonly understand, don't we, when an oblique is used in that way, that it means an impact falling somewhere between the two. It's not in either category, it exists in the space in between. And that's exactly how you've used it in paragraph 6.47.
I think I've made it clear what I think is significant. It's either major or moderate.
So why didn't you say that in your methodology?
I think it would have been clearer if I'd put all. I agree, but that's how I've always interpreted major and moderate.
Well, let's have a look then at the impacts that you do find.
Yeah.
At 15 years, in visual terms, page 38 onwards of your proof of evidence,
Yeah.
there is no impact greater than moderate.
That's true. Yeah.
Now, if the inspector sides with the appellant and thinks that an impact over major to moderate is where the level of significance lies,
Yeah.
then in your case, there will be significant impacts. 15 years.
If that's how the inspector interprets it, but what I'm saying is I think those moderate adverse impacts, residual impacts are significant.
I just want to ask, in terms of your finding that moderate adverse impacts are significant, you also didn't do planning balance, but is that we get which is included in planning balance?
Yes, I do.
So just forgive me, it's just a couple of points to check. Yeah, so that's, sorry, year 15 on the visuals. So essentially, we can see then nothing above moderate, and I'm going to leave that largely to the inspector to go and have an impact on this side view. Because we can sit here and talk about visuals, it's not necessarily helpful to do so in that vacuum. Likewise, landscape character effects, please. And essentially, we've got two areas that we're looking at here. And it's character areas 4 and 6.
Yeah.
And again, this is something that you addressed on your page 29, where you set out your judgments. And you refer back to the appellant's analysis in the LBIA.
Yeah.
Now, that is the original LBIA that was submitted alongside the scheme in the beginning.
Yeah.
There is, of course, the addendum ES chapter at board document 85, page 22, which sets out slightly different judgments.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you use the original LBIA when talking about what the appellant says, it's fine, but it's right for the inspector to know that those judgments were brought down by the additional modifications made post appeal.
Yes.
Now, when you talk about the LCAs here, that is LCA 4 and 6.
Yeah.
What we're not talking about is the impact on the character area as a whole.
No.
We're talking about the impact of the scheme on the site of that part which sits within the character area, if I can put it like that. So the impact that we're talking about, and you set it out, is either on the site area itself, and then beyond the boundaries for certain distances, depending upon where it's perceived from. But what you don't suggest is that there will be an adverse effect of any significance on the character area 4 or 6 as a whole.
Not on the wider area, no, just on the site and the local one.
Yeah. Now, the first point is, in respect of LCA 6, in which the majority of the site sits, or excluding field 1, you regard that as being of lower sensitivity than LCA 4?
Yeah, I think, yes.
Yeah. And in your assessment, there will only ever be, at worst, a moderate impact on LCA 6. That's at 6.52.
Yeah, that's correct.
So again, if the inspector considers that the threshold for significance is higher than moderate adverse, which might be thought to be a common approach, then that wouldn't be a significant effect at any stage of the lifetime of the scheme.
I've identified it as significant, but as you say, if the inspector thinks otherwise, then.
So, but the worst case scenario for LCA 6 or that part of the site which lies within it is a moderate adverse impact.
Yeah.
What you don't provide then is after 15 years with additional mitigation planting where that effect goes. So you stop at moderate adverse, which you've accepted is year 1 or year 0.
I think year 1. I think that's my residual impact, not the year 1.
Where do you say it's your residual impact?
I don't say either, do I?
No.
But I think my view is that was the residual impact.
Same with LCA 4, you've not provided a 0 or 15 for that. You provide a single impact.
Yeah.
So the inspectors to assume that that's your residual impact, that's your evidence.
Yeah.
In respect of LCA 4, the effect on field 1,
Yeah.
what you say is that will be a moderate to major adverse.
Yeah.
At 648 impact. But of course, that's within the red line itself. That's what you're talking about there.
And the close proximity to the site.
But what you then go on to look at is within 350 metres of the site at 649, the effect would be moderate to slight adverse.
Yeah.
And on your methodology, even with your lower threshold of moderate, that wouldn't be a significant impact, would it?
Yeah, beyond, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then beyond that distance, even further again, is negligible. So we know that by the time we get to 350 metres beyond the site boundary, that we're not looking at a significant impact.
Yeah.
So what we're looking at then, on just dealing with your methodology, if moderate is the right threshold for a significant impact, is that for the lifetime of the scheme, the impacts will be significant in landscape character terms within the red line, essentially. Those areas occupied by panels.
And within, close proximity to the site. The 350 metres I talked about.
Well, no, not the site as a whole. That's field 1, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah, but field 1, you've got the Silchester Brook, haven't you, which is particularly characterful, and the route up to Three Ashes, that's part of the character of that's the same side role.
Yeah. So for field 1, within that sort of wider proximity, you say of the 350 landscape character, obviously, then that's going to be a significant impact. But again, the landscape character impacts are very localised to the scheme, aren't they?
Yes, I've accepted that within the site and within 350 metres.
And there will be no significant impacts in the wider character areas beyond the site boundaries.
Well, I think we've said it's up to 350 metres, then beyond that, then the impacts are less, yeah.
The turn up, please, if you will, Mr. Kratt's appendices figure 4.
Chancellor.
So no, they're the original appendices.
What's the plan for what's the
It's figure 4, it's a landscape character areas. You can see there are 2 main character areas, of course, covering character area. There are also parts of other landscape character areas just coming in from the northwest. We can see there's LCA 5 North Silchester, and also the CL1 Crazy Open Clay Lowland. But we're not concerned with those, so we're not going to be any noticeable impacts there. So we can see that we're dealing with LCA 4 and LCA 6. And Mr. Kratt is right, isn't he, that the direct change of the scheme, direct impact of the scheme on LCA 4 is less than 1 field.
It is 1 field, yeah.
well, it's less than one field, isn't it? Because what we're going to have is we're going to have solar panels on the eastern side of the field, and then that would be bounded by a hedgerow along the historic line of the hedgerow, and then it would be open, remain open to the west.
Yes, agreed, yeah.
Yeah, so direct impacts, he puts that in his evidence at 0.4% of the LCA4.
Well, yeah, I think this idea that you just use a very small percentage for a very large character area is really very good, because what the impact is on that locality and the site and its immediate locality.
But it's context, isn't it? It's context for how this scheme fits, not just within the red line of the scheme in its immediate context,
Yeah.
but in the character area as a whole.
Yeah,
And it's important to understand where it fits in the broader picture of the character areas.
but character, even though you've got distinctive character area, you know, if you were to always assume, well, it's only a small bit in a very big bit, then it doesn't matter. It isn't appropriate. I think the importance of each site and its local context are the more important elements, because that's how people will experience that part of the character area, and you know, those distinctive features of the Silchester Brook, you know, are typical, and the open character we already talked about. So yeah, but even though it's a small area, it still has impact.
But forgive me, Mr. Wakefield, I didn't say it didn't matter.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it's important to understand the context that within the character areas that we're looking at, the appeal scheme forms a very small proportion.
But you could say that about any site within a large character area.
Not all character areas are large.
Well, majority are relatively large compared to a development site. You don't get many development sites the same size of the character area. Character areas are usually quite large swathes of landscape.
No, but you can get very large developments that have an impact over a large portion of a character area, because they might be perceived from lots of different points within that character area. I mean, the most obvious is a wind farm, for example. That can have a wide, long distance effect over a character area. That's not the sort of development we've got here.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a wind farm that you can see from long distance, no.
The characteristics for both LCAs, and it's called document 1.27, you want to go there.
Yeah.
We've got the extract set out in the four documents.
CD 127.
127, sorry, yes. And it begins on page 53 with character area for Yorkshire.
Sorry, from my other page again.
Yeah, page 53. So what we've got here is we've got 4, 5 and 6, so you should be able to flick through and see them. LCA 6 starts on page 63. And we see a plan. And they follow essentially the same format, where they give you location, boundaries, voltage, influence, overall landscape character, the key characteristics, many of which you've extracted in your brief.
Yeah, sure.
Key issues, and then they give guidance both in respect to landscape guidelines for landscape management, and then build development as well.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And we can see here that the key characteristics for both LCAs talk about the mixed woodland and farmland character of the area.
That's describing the whole of the character area.
Yes.
Yeah.
They talk about levels of enclosure, and again, you've extracted that to say moderate indivisibility is one of the characteristics we see pop up here, as well as detracting influences that may be present, such as settlement, expansion, electricity pylon. They both get mentioned.
Yeah, just remind me what page you're on and which characteristics you're looking at.
This is the generality as between 4 and 6.
Yeah, fine.
It addresses all of those matters.
Yeah.
And they also speak of conserving and enhancing hedgerows and woodland planting, don't they? You can see that in the land management guidelines for both LCA 4 and LCA 6. So certainly you'll reference page 56 and page 66. And then we've got key issues for both. And one of the points that you pick out for character area 4, page 55, is the final bullet point, prospects of further energy generation development, including solar farms.
Yes.
And you draw attention to that in your proof on page 25. So a couple of points on that. This document does not say that solar development is prohibited in LCA 4.
No, it doesn't.
It would not be in accordance with local or national policy if it did.
No, great.
And it's not the purpose of the landscape character assessment to say what sort of development would be appropriate or inappropriate. It's there to provide guidelines as to character and guidelines as to how new development can be sensibly managed.
Yes.
This site, as we've already agreed, forms a single field or 0.4% of this landscape character area where this is a concern.
That's what you're telling me, yes.
Yeah. Well, do you disagree? Do you have any basis to disagree?
I don't want to go over the same point I made earlier, but it's not only the impact on the wider character, it's the vicinity of the site itself, which is important.
But what are we looking at here? We're looking at the wider character.
We are, yes.
Concerns. You've extracted this as part of your group to make a point that solar farms shouldn't be in this character area. So I'm putting it to you. First of all, it doesn't say that.
No, I didn't say that in my brief. What I said was that it was a key issue that had been identified, a sensitivity that needed to be considered. I didn't say anything. It's not acceptable.
The guidelines, when we look at them, under built development, page 57, have about halfway down the sentence, avoid visual intrusion from development of energy generation sites such as solar farms.
Sorry, where's that reference to?
It's page 57, under the heading built development, about halfway down. Avoid visual intrusion from development of energy generation such as solar farms.
57. Landscape management guidelines are in.
Yes,
the fourth.
We'll go on with it.
under built development.
Yeah, avoid visual intrusion from developments of energy generation sites such as solar farms. So obviously it's something.
I haven't asked the question.
Oh, sorry.
First of all,
What's the question?
we have to understand that guideline in the context of national policy,
Yeah.
which appreciates that it's inevitable that solar farms are going to give rise to landscape and visual impacts.
Yes.
And the inspector will have to consider that guideline against your impacts, which there are no more than moderate impacts at year 15.
Yes.
This document hasn't been subject to any examination as part of the evidence base for the next local plan.
I agree, but I think it's the most up to date, isn't it? 2021, rather than the older. And I can't remember the date of the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, much older. I think it also had a one, whether it's 2001 or 2011, forgive me, I can't quite recall.
Yeah.
But in any event, this will be subject to scrutiny examination as part of the local plan evidence base. And it was in fact a document that was available to the council when it determined the application that's the subject of this appeal, wasn't it?
Yes, but I think the LBIA referred to the old guidance, so I don't know whether I think or could, because this guidance hadn't come out then.
Well, it was May 2021 this is dated, and the scheme was reviewed by members in April 2022.
Okay, so what's available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your evidence doesn't deal with the landscape guidelines, land management guidelines for either LCA 4 or 6, does it?
I haven't referred to those yet.
No. Are they material for this inspector?
Yes.
Did he have regard to them?
Yes.
But you provided no evidence to assist in his understanding of them. Won't find that in your brief.
No.
The land management approaches for both LCAs view additional planting as a good thing, don't they? Both for trees, woodlands and hedgerow.
They generally tend to. Most people within the guidelines, are looking to increase biodiversity and additional planting in. But I think each site has to be taken in its own consideration, because you've just got landscape guidelines for a larger landscape character area. They may be appropriate in certain parts of that character area, but may not be appropriate everywhere across that character area.
I'll take your point that it's a generality, that's all landscape character appraisals are, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, this is a guideline that it's important for this inspector to have regard to in his decision taking. And not only does it encourage new planting, but it's agreed between the parties in the statement of common ground as what's proposed here in respect to mitigation is in accordance with those guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guidelines, inevitably are going to say biodiversity is good, inevitably they're going to say planting is good, but you've got to consider those management guidelines in relation to other impacts which we've already discussed. And then you weigh up whether that's just because it's in a management guideline doesn't mean you go, right, we're going to plant everywhere, because if you did that, you wouldn't have any open fields, you wouldn't have the kind of character of the landscape. So they've got to be considered. They're a guide, aren't they? They're not a you shall.
But they're nonetheless material. You haven't referred to them. But what we do agree, as I said, statement of common ground, point 11 between it, the planting proposed as part of the proposed developments is in accordance with management guidelines set out in the Basingstoke landscape character assessment.
Yeah.
So we are in accordance with the guidelines set out there in the planting proposed.
I'm not disputing that. I think I made my point.
And in respect of LCA 6, page 65, one of the key issues we can see there, 7th bullet point, is extensive hedgerow removal in the past, the general decline, the condition of hedgerows and trees, frequent stag-headed trees, particularly within more open and parallel landscape and play areas to the north.
Where which bullet points?
7, bullet point 7 on page 65 under key issues. You see that?
Yes, I see that. I think interestingly, if you look at the historic plans that we referred to yesterday, there was a number of new hedgerows, and I think in field 1 you can post them to short back one of those hedgerows. I think in field 2 you've got a very kind of alien, in my view, hedgerow boundary which is in a sort of V shape, and then the historic field boundaries that were in field 2 aren't being replaced. They're being with solar panels. So I think there's some.
Well, they're not being covered with solar panels. The solar panels are to the east of the historic hedgerow boundary.
No, I can refer to the historic plan again, but in Crossfield 2, there used to be a series of different. That big field was broken up into a series of fields. Yes. So that they're not being replaced. What is being replaced is. And that, if I was advising, I would suggest rather than that V-shaped planting, it would have been better putting back, where historically where that hedgerow was located across that field.
Well, I can take that up with Mr. Crack, but let's just deal with this. This key issue for this landscape character area regards that extensive hedgerow removal and general decline in condition of hedgerows and trees as a bad thing.
Yes.
And that directly informed then the landscape guidelines land management.
Yes.
In things such as bullet point 3 to conserve, enhance and restore riparian woodland, the stock of individual field and riverbank trees, plots and bands of tree cover at the edge of the area that's green development associated. Looking a bit further down, encourage landowners to maintain appropriate management regimes using traditional farming techniques to conserve and enhance key landscape features throughout the character area, such as relatively small scale patterns with the valley, hedgerows and hedgerow trees, ditches, ditchline willows, meadows, and other wetland. Encourage sustainable and multi-purpose woodlands and the use of locally appropriate species such as willow, alder, and oak. Ensure consistent management and restocking of hedgerows to enhance the hedgerow network.
Yes, I think I agree with saying all those things, but I think what it's saying is the management of the kind of existing character. So where you've got existing woodland and where you've had lost hedgerows. I think yesterday, when we looked at the kind of character of the site itself isn't woodland. So putting back woodland isn't necessarily restoring. The landscape management is referring to this idea of replacing these lost hedgerows, which I agree is a good thing, and also enhancing existing hedgerows. It's not, and looking at how you manage existing woodland to make sure that it's sustainable in the long term and that appropriate treatment of that woodland happens. I don't think it's saying you need to plant woodland blocks within, for instance, in this site as a key management requirement. It's about managing the existing landscape and trying to put back some elements that previously that were there, that were lost.
Yeah. So we can agree this at least, for the reinstatement of the hedgerow field one, that's a benefit, that's a good thing.
Yes, I'm obviously behind that.
Yeah, and that's despite the fact that that will curtail views, as you set out in your evidence, to the east.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's overall a beneficial effect, notwithstanding the fact that these will be curtailed.
I think there's a balance, isn't it, between, I don't think you can necessarily say that it is, an overall balance is, you put the hedgerow back in, so therefore it's overall positive. There is, as I've already highlighted, there is both positive elements of the mitigation and the consequences of that mitigation.
Mr. Pratt's page 32 of his evidence, please. 32.
Sorry, which is
Mr. Pratt's approved.
right. What payment?
It's page 32, it's paragraph 6.1.6, and he sets out the 9 elements of the landscape strategy.
Yes.
Now we'll come to your unintended consequence in a minute. If we're back. So 6.1.6
Yeah.
is the following 9 elements essentially in the landscape strategy, and we've agreed that that is in accordance with the landscape character area assessment, the guidelines set out therein. And it's a strategy.
Sorry, but this strategy then you're saying definitely complies with the.
This is a strategy that has informed both schemes, as Mr.
Yes.
Pratt says, sets out there, and it's that strategy that's agreed to be in accordance with the landscape character assessment. So it meets the guidelines essentially.
I don't know whether I agree with that, because the discussion we've just had about woodland and the idea of woodland bridge connectivity isn't something that is necessarily historically hasn't been there. You're putting back something which is new. I've accepted that the hedgerows, that is restoration of historic hedgerows, and improvements to the existing hedgerows is a kind of key element. But
Do you regard the provision of a woodland bridge connectivity in respect to enhance the green structure as a bad thing? Is that negative in your view?
well, I don't think it. I think it's what's been given is it's been given a very positive element, but I think it also has these negative consequences which you've already talked about. And just because people think just because you plant trees that it's all good, it changes character, and it changes your appreciation of the landscape. So I think it needs to be balanced. There needs to be a balanced view across. Each site has to be considered of whether that's appropriate or not. And my feeling is that the reason those woodland bridges are being put in is the main reason is to help screen the proposal, which then has the negative impacts of appreciation about wider landscape from a visual perspective. So just planting trees isn't necessarily good.
I did say I was going to come back to your unintended consequences, because that's about views, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That's the point. Your point is that actually where you might now get this moderate invisibility, post mitigation, some of those views will be foreshortened, and that's a bad thing. That's what you say. That's an unintended consequence. While recognising, of course, that that's a consequence of reinstating the hedgerow in field 1, which we might otherwise regard as a positive thing.
I mean, it depends. I mean, it doesn't
depend.
depend, because those hedgerows, what you just put working from on that, those hedgerows, the characteristic of well-trimmed, mature hedgerows can be, they're not 3 metre high hedgerows, there could be, you can reinstate that hedgerow and it can be, a metre to metre, 1.2 metres and still see it across the landscape. So just putting a hedgerow in doesn't necessarily mean you are blocking that physically. You could potentially have both benefits of reinstating a hedgerow and also ensuring that median intervisibility remains across the landscape.
Straightforwardly, the point is that hedgerow could be reinstated without any need to plan in
That's
any
true,
event
yeah.
and grown up to block that
Yeah,
view.
that's true.
And that's the nature of landscape, isn't it? That it changes over time.
Yes.
New elements are introduced, new woodland, new hedgerows that might curtail views. It might be taken away, as we can see with the line of the trees in respect to the north of the substation. They've been taken away, and all of a sudden there's a view. The trees will grow up, and the view of the substation will be less. And that's the nature of landscape,
Yeah,
it changes
agree.
over time. And the point is that the changes that are introduced here are another phase, essentially in the evolution of landscape character, but one which the council accepts is in accordance with the guidelines. That's the statement of common ground between us, these character areas.
Yes.
And as to the proposed mitigation, it's no part of your case subject to the conditions that the council have sought to impose.
Yeah.
That what is proposed can't be successfully achieved.
No, I don't.
So let's have a look at the foreshortening of views and this unintended consequences point. Neither of the landscape character assessments here say that additional planting should be avoided or identify specific views that should be kept open.
Yeah.
There are no promoted viewpoints over the site.
No.
You haven't produced any literature which identifies views over the appeal site as important, specifically the appeal site, have you?
No, that's correct.
This is a scheme that will not block any identified important view, is it?
Not that is designated in policy or within, but I think it's important, as you spoke of earlier, to consider how people appreciate the landscape, and particularly as we've already talked about the long distance walking routes that pass through the site and how people navigate, particularly if they're unfamiliar with a particular area, by existing features within the landscape, and that these views across to these woodland, these ancient woodlands, have been there for centuries, hundreds of years, and so that is going to change over time. So even though they're not identified, and it would be impossible for the whole of the landscape to identify important views across the landscape. They tend to be important views. Neighbourhood plans tend to identify them around settlements where in close proximity to where there is could potentially be harm. That you wouldn't expect a neighbourhood plan to identify important views across a wider landscape character area, for instance.
There's a hierarchy of views.
Yes, there is. Yeah, I agree.
There are a number of promoted views in important places.
Yeah.
There are also views that one might have to important features, such as the Roman town.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course, if you planted a woodland in front of that, looking some crucial view, that could be regarded as harmful. It's important to understand the nature of the view that you're affecting, isn't it?
Yes, I agree. It's on a scale.
And there are no important identified views in this site that would be materially affected.
I've already said yes.
Yeah. And as to the view to the ancient woodland, well, the benefit here, of course, there being no direct impact on the footpaths, is someone gets to walk through the ancient woodland on the footpath as they exist already, through the Brownlee Cliff woodland, don't they?
Yeah, but your appreciation of the woodland isn't just when you're in it. It's seeing it, on the horizon as you walk to it. That's your next point of call along your route.
What's better than a view of the woodland? Being in it.
No, well, I disagree. I disagree on that point because I enjoy looking at landscape across open fields in woodland in the distance, as well as I appreciate the change. I like the change. The appreciation of 1 minute you're open with longer views, and then your it changes as you go into the woodland, the views narrow, and then you open up again and look out again. That's how people appreciate the landscape. They don't want to be walking constantly through a wood. It can feel very dark, dank, disorientating. You want a mixture of variety across as you walk across the landscape.
And these are points that are going to be picked up on the site visit
Yes.
and will be incorporated into the industrial plan. But I would say the thing is one person's appreciation is another person's.
Yeah.
Eyesore perhaps. I just think a lot of this is down to site visit.
There's just one more point, and again, it's more to flag it for your cyclists. But one of the views that you've been saying about that will be detailed is viewpoint 2 to the east.
Yeah.
And at the moment, of course, we know that pylons are a significant characteristic of that feeding frame by woodland.
Yeah.
So the inspector will have to have regard to the value of that as it presently is. Now, dealing with the footpaths and some factual matters, we can agree it's important in respect of those routes to understand the context for those routes, their length, their purpose.
Yes.
Brenda Parker Way. Now, you said yesterday in evidence that's a national trail. It's not, is it?
It's a recognised long distance route, I believe.
Yeah, but it's not a national trail. It's an important distinction, isn't it?
Yeah, there is. If I mistakenly said that, then
Yeah. It's wrong. There are no national trails that go through this site. It's a route that is 125 kilometres or 78 miles in Old Money
yes,
between Andover in the west and Aldershot in the east.
yeah,
And I think about 750 metres of it goes through the site.
yes,
Yeah, so 750 metres of a 125 kilometre. I'll leave you to do the maths on that. It's a tiny proportion of the overall walk, isn't it?
yeah. But I think one of the important things is when you're walking a long distance route is your memory of walking through that route and what are the significant elements along that route are. So when you work in an urban character, then you experience that. When you're walking across a rural, and I think the impact of the solar farm in this is it will be a very distinctive element that you remember on that route, and maybe has negative elements to your appreciation of the landscape and the historic landscape that we've already discussed in relation to the site. And I also think that the nature of long distance routes means that you've got more people walking the routes that are not just locals, doing dog walking and walking smaller circular routes. You've got people that are walking a longer route. So it increases the amount of people that are walking along those routes than if it was just a local public right of way.
I appreciate all of those points. You've made them already.
Yeah.
That is the point of the national route is to promote it. But you say this will become a distinctive element in the route, because otherwise, actually, on a route of 125 kilometres, there is nothing to mark the site out as special, and it's not promoted as such in the Brenda Parker Way literature, is it?
No.
The route taken goes through a variety of townscapes and landscapes, including the North Wessex Downs A and B,
Yes.
which we would regard, of course, as a valued landscape. It's designated specifically for its landscape beauty, and it's a place where people travel to specifically to observe the landscape and appreciate it. So we know about that walk, that it travels through both urban and rural areas, and walkers are exposed to a whole range of experiences and views, both modern development and valued landscapes.
Yes.
Now, the Silchester Trail, that's up to 8 miles.
Yes.
The star of that show is the Roman town of Silchester,
Yes.
Villa Atrabatum.
Well pronounced.
I hope so. I've been practicing. Views of the appeal site will have absolutely no impact on that destination. We've agreed that in common ground between the council and the appellant.
I think that's fair. I think the only point I made to qualify that is that when you're on the Silchester Trail, you're appreciating the historic landscape as well as the Roman fort. So, the ancient woodland is part of that route. So it's that idea that as you travel along the route, you establish a series of kind of memories as you're walking along that route. So you establish that you walk past the Roman settlement, you appreciate you're in a historic landscape, and then you appreciate you're walking through different characters of that landscape, and your memories of that route and what you experience along it become kind of embedded in your sort of psyche, your experience and the appreciation of that as a route. So you don't just ignore, there's a continuum of things that you remember along that route, and you don't stop remembering because you've moved on and you're looking at a different view.
I appreciate that, but as I've said, the star of the show is really Cavella Acubatum. And we've agreed that the appeal site is not within the setting of that monument.
Agreed, yeah.
There is some distance on foot, isn't there, when one leaves the appeal site until they arrive at the Roman
Yeah,
town?
I'm not saying you can see these things at the same time. I'm making this point about memory and how you appreciate the landscape as
And the appeal site features only as an alternative route back to Bramley. It's not the main promoted route between Bramley and Silchester, is it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And what the inspector will see from the literature that was handed out yesterday is there is nothing on the appeal site itself that's singled out for mention.
No, I think it's obviously signposted through the site, and there is features which people will appreciate as they walk along that way.
Yeah. What people are told is that they'll see an ancient woodland and some bluebells. And if you've been there at that time of year, then that's obvious and lovely. But there's nothing on the appeal site itself. In fact, what the route tells us is that it has an ancient woodland, and then now a National Grid electricity substation dominates the wood. That's what's singled out for mention in the vicinity.
Yeah,
of the
but I
appeal
think
site.
that if you're going to appreciate an ancient woodland with bluebells in it, you don't necessarily want to be walking past solar panels before you appreciate that bluebell wood.
So it's your evidence to this inquiry that seeing solar panels will diminish your experience or enjoyment of bluebells in an ancient woodland.
It will change the character because your approach, don't as a person, as if you decide you're going on a rural walk and you want to appreciate bluebells in an ancient woodland, then what you see before you get there is all part of that same experience of that 8-mile trail as you're walking around a circular route. It becomes part of your experience.
I'll leave the inspector to make his mind up about that. The St James Walk, then, please, is one of our last points of all. Now, the detail for this is included actually in Mr. Hans's proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Do you have access to that? The Pilgrim Ride. I believe it's Appendix 2.
Just want to check that mine's clean and then offer it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
Well, first of all, just to orient ourselves, we'll see on page 4 an overview. The St James Way is approximately 68.5 miles or 110 miles long.
Yeah.
It's a route that runs between Southampton and Reading.
Yeah.
Not a national trail.
Yeah.
The focus of this walk, reading through the literature, is on the buildings, isn't it?
They're often a destination, but to get to those buildings, you need to walk along a route which has been identified as a pilgrimage route.
Yeah. But we will see, won't we, as we go through and Mr. Anston has currently highlighted some things. Page 22, for example. We've at the bottom, again, the Roman city. And then we've got the church. And when we turn through this, we can see very much the focus is on buildings that one might experience along this wall.
Yeah, I think they're just elements along, they're like full stops in the punctuation of the text is the context of the landscape. That's the bit that joins all the buildings together.
But the churches, I mean, we know the purpose of this route is to recreate a pilgrimage. The churches are very particularly important.
They are, but like I say, they're the sort of full stops on a journey. This route obviously continues through northern Spain, and that is majority of the routes are not through built areas. The majority of the routes are through landscape.
Well, it's true, again, we've got a whole range of experiences that walkers on this route will be exposed to that will include both the built and the natural environment.
I would suggest, though, probably, again, 80% of it is going to be along rural footpaths.
Well, let's just help me with this. Page 24.
Yeah.
This is the route from Silchester to Bramley where that's addressed. Again, there's no mention of the appeal site, any particular viewpoints or points of reference for the appeal site is there.
No, there's not.
It's not singled out for special mention here.
No.
The only mention is of Bramley Frithwood again and the substation. We see that.
Yeah.
But the same points apply as do the Brendan Parkway and other routes. In that users of this route experience a whole range of different landscapes, and we can see on page 47 a really stark example of that. Page 47, the Eastleigh Southampton route.
Yeah.
Where one crosses a railway line to reach the M27 motorway, having passed Southampton Airport.
Yeah.
This scheme, again, will impact on a tiny proportion of that overall route.
I think I just go back to the point that,
Yes or no? Impacts on a tiny proportion of that overall route.
yes, it's only for, yes, agree, it's only for a small section.
Yeah, and that doesn't make the development proposed here unacceptable, does it?
I think it does have a negative impact on this appreciation of this pilgrimage route because, as I've already outlined, the memories of those elements as you pass through the landscape become quite important, particularly if you're on foot. That's why you're doing it to experience the landscape, and even small things you notice as you're walking through the route. Having done lots of long distance walks, you can even one field of maize that you have to pass through. You remember that field of maize you passed through because it was so high, for instance. It'd be a very small element on a long route, but it can become quite a big element of your experience of walking that route.
And Southampton Airport, the motorway, how are those experiences going to impact on the walker?
Well, they're part of the mix as you walk along the route.
In the same way that the appeal site is part of the mix.
Yes.
Yeah. And this has been designated, this route, with the M23 Southampton Airport already in situ.
Yes, I mean, I think, you appreciate when you're walking on this route, when you're in an urban area or close to an urban area, that you're going to experience urban elements. I think the difference here is that we're in a very much a rural context with small villages. You've just passed, Silchester, the Roman town, you're passing through a historic landscape, you've got ancient woodlands. You then appear in a field where there's a large solar farm, and then you pass on to a village and so forth. So I think it's just when you're in that experience within an urban area.
The nature of the plan, I think you addressed this in your proof of evidence, paragraph 2.7. Yeah, 2.7 to 2.10.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, in respect of any viewpoints which the neighbourhood plan relates, you don't consider that they are significant.
That's correct. Yeah.
And additionally, it's not part of your case or the council's case that the scheme would give rise to any coalescence.
No.
If you those are my questions.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Then I'll see if there are any further questions.
So I've just got one point of re-examination, which will hopefully, that's worth taking about 1.5 minutes.
So,
Yeah, we go back to landscape, effects, impact on landscape, character, and you were taken to your proof.
Yeah.
Where you deal with effects on landscape character at 6.41.
Yeah.
Through, I think, to 6.53, just to orientate ourselves.
Yeah, that's all.
You've got that, yeah. And I just want to ask you about your assessment of LCA 4, which starts at 6.48 and over on to 6.49, just to make sure I've understood both what you said and what was being put to you. The first sentence, the LVIA, what are you referring to there?
I'm referring to the appellant's.
Assesses the overall landscape effect on LCA 4 for the site as moderate and adverse.
Yes,
So whose assessment is that?
that's the appellant's.
Okay, my assessment is that they would be moderate to major adverse.
Yeah, that's my assessment.
The next sentence is the one I want to ask you about. It then goes on to state, you start with,
Yeah.
What goes on to state?
The LVIA.
Okay, so it then goes on to state within 350 metres of the site, the effects would be moderate to slight adverse impacts.
Yes.
And that beyond this distance would be small to negligible.
Yes.
So whose assessment is that?
That's the appellant's LVIA.
I think, I may be wrong, but I think it was put to you as your assessment. Is that your assessment?
No, that's the LVIA assessment.
Okay, and then the next sentence, my assessment is that within 350 metres of the site, there would be moderate adverse, and agree beyond this distance, there would be minor adverse to negligible.
Yeah, that's my assessment.
Thank you, that was the only point of clarification.
Just after 11 o'clock, let's take a short break. Come back. Ask, is that good for everyone? Enough time? Francis, is that good? You're with us, enough time to set up? If we come back at 11:15, is that good? You're with us, enough time to set up? Okay. Let's adjourn from 11:15. Thank you.
Yes, you are released. But not totally. I may take the afternoon. send one person slightly with anticipated. That's a problem. That'll be Mr. Wakefield or the Green or the company.
Okay, and just one short please.
And does anyone know if anyone else was intending or hoping to come along on this site visit? The company wants to come along. Okay, that's manageable. Okay, I will try and keep numbers to it because we're actually going to look at the properties, but that's 5 so far, I think. So, okay, I'll review that next week, but I did need an idea. I've just been given a cup of coffee. I've used the council facilities. Purely for medicinal purposes, given my brush with death this morning. I haven't really got your razor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted a cup of coffee, but I thought I'd better come and take it.
So you may regret accepting it once you tried it. But
Okay, I'm precious. The razor might be more survivable, is that what you're saying? Okay, we're going to move on and our new witness on landscape is Mr. Minchens from the residents group.
So, sorry to interrupt, just before we do, can I just indicate a document that's going to be coming to you this afternoon? It's being printed at the moment. The photo montages that were handed out yesterday, there is viewpoint H, which is from the southern edge on the public right of way in field 2. And upon examination and inspection, it turned out that the modellers had left off the planting proposed in field 1. So what you would see was the mitigation planting in field 2, but it essentially had been missed off the montage in field 1. So we'll be printing the middle frame, which is essentially where you have the view through field 2 to field 1 to incorporate that mitigation planting. I've already indicated to my many friends in the Strandsticks that that's coming. Mr. Minchens has seen it. So I won't be asking Mr. Minchens any questions on this because we don't have a document yet. And of course, if Mr. Defoe wants to call back Mr. Wakefield to talk to it, then that's fine too. But I don't have any questions on it. It's simply just to look that.
Okay, and just on that point, Simon actually has his comment, waiting through comment on that. Do you want to see? He has that comment on the other existing photo montages. That's been sent through to you.
Okay, so can you
Actually,
let Mr. Matthew know of this one?
yes, here we go.
Okay. Are you wishing to ask questions?
This, I'll not on the latest one now because you don't see. But on the originally issued one, photo montage, yes.
Mr. Smith?
so it's always slightly frustrating when a couple of months ago your witnesses give me evidence. I appreciate that there was a mistake. These things happen, and we'll try and deal with it when it comes in. I've seen the A4 version, but it's a bit difficult, really. I suspect we won't call Mr. Wakefield as soon as and we'll ask for you if you find it useful.
Yep. Thanks, Francis.
So, you are Paul Minchens, a retired chartered landscape architect with 40 years' experience as a member of the Institute.
That's correct.
And with your wife, also a chartered landscape architect, who started her own practice in 1992 in Leeds.
Yes.
Wide portfolio, including restoration and aftercare of quarry sites. And we're a consultee to central government through the Department of Environment, Transport and Regions, and then advise on creating policy guidance notes, MPGs. Acting also for Countryside Commission, English Nature, Now Natural England, National Trust and Local Authority.
So that's all correct.
You also live locally, and you know this quite well.
I certainly do. I've been to the site since 1989. Back in 1989, it was commissioned by English Heritage to look at the particular aspect of Camega. And it was only at that point that I really became very familiar with all the hinterland and the area. Not only that, my wife had a horse stabled neighbouring up to the Ashes. So we know the area intimately and they know that one of it.
Thank you. Could you read out the summary of your brief?
primary locational requirement for this proposal stated as being proximate to Bramley substation. Although not before the inquiry, as part of the appellant's search for suitable and available sites, they dismissed those with best and most versatile agricultural land. Therefore, there appears to be an inconsistency by incorporating the PL site fields 1 and 2, given that these are entirely best and most versatile. And field 1 has the additional consideration of in situ archaeology. There is no information as to what extent the team of experts endorsing this site assisted the site selection process, where the sites with the least potential for environmental harm are identified in a wide area, thereby applying the consideration of avoidance. This large-scale proposal would consume a considerable swathe of countryside between settlements, which would fundamentally change the rural character of the baseline landscape to an industrial character. The strategy has been to make the site best fit, justifying selection on the basis of visual containment, and introducing a planting around the periphery of the existing field boundaries. This approach, promoted as enhancement, is essentially mitigation, a different consideration. Essentially, this is designed to hide the development. The appellant's generic list of site characteristics include well-vegetated roadside and established field boundaries, with tree belts and woodland. This description reflects the strong intact structure, sense of place, and harmony of elements of the baseline landscape. This is a landscape in good condition, with open agricultural fields used for food production. The potential for enhancement starts with baseline character to establish to what extent the landscape is lacking. This site isn't bereft of character, such as large-scale impoverished landscapes, with enhancement opportunities for restoration. Fruitful planting is explicitly and repeatedly referred to as screening, but never remove the subliminal perception of the development's existence. There would always be facets acting as visual harbingers of the development. The quiet enjoyment of the countryside would be replaced by thinly disguised sea of solar arrays, security fencing, and CCTV cameras. This would fundamentally change the experience and immediacy of users of the extensive footpath system and the adjacent rural lanes. It would totally and irrevocably transform the available open views across fields in stark contrast to a more obscure and oppressive scene. Regardless of the effectiveness of this planting, a development that might be rendered acceptable because of screening is a most dubious proposition. It is essential to demonstrate these proposals are practically achievable. The management plan is more about aspirations and objectives, but lacking in substance. The enhancement proposals are predicated entirely on successful vegetation establishment and assumes it would be effective in all seasons. The effects of climate change are unprecedented. Hotter, drier summers are likely to impact tree establishment, and there is considerably more to establishment than simply the simple approach outlined. While floor establishment on anything other than an impoverished substrate is difficult, yet promoted on fertile soil. Photographs are used in a landscape and visual impact assessment to help illustrate the visual effects of development. It also measures the components of the landscape character. The appellant's LVIA photographs, whether by choice or directed by others, include substantial gaps in their distribution. I supplement these with my own reviews. There are no interviews, so the local planning authority encouraged from the appellant consistent with Landscape Institute guidelines. However, static snapshots are no substitute for the sensory experience of the landscape by moving through it sequentially. Footpaths and lanes link with the nearby nationally important Caliga Attribatum, whose enduring presence makes a significant contribution to the historic associations permeating the local landscape and the context of this site. Setting of heritage assets is usually, but not exclusively, equated with a visual consideration. The Heritage Report refers to assets that would be harmed without mitigation. As with the LPIA, there are no interviews to assist the appraisal and the mitigation anticipated. The existing soils are a primary component of the landscape that includes about 53% of best and most versatile soils. These are an irreplaceable, finite resource that this development could potentially impact detrimentally, as indeed also the in situ archaeology. Ground compaction is one of the most important considerations relating to the integrity of the soil profile. Independent soil expert is alert to this. A fundamental omission is the glaring lack of particulars of the construction period and how the plant, that is machinery, would distribute components, noting that every square metre of the soils would be trucked across incessantly. This should be an integral part of the submission in the form of a method statement. Nor is there a flow diagram to support the approximate 30-week construction phase. The implications of delay, inclement weather, resulting in increased soil moisture with potential for damage through compaction, plus subsequent consequent surface runoff. Although cumulative impact has been considered, it has not contemplated the effect of combining the existing energy-related development of pylons and the substation with the proposed large-scale energy-related solar arrays, which would compound the impact of the extant development. Setting aside displacement of arable production, which is part of the landscape character, can the harm to the landscape and visual community in the planning balance be compensated by the mitigation package? The fundamental question is whether it is appropriate to endorse this business model of screening the development in the countryside under the guise of enhancement. The implications are far-reaching and profound.
Thank you. Before I come to your own proof information, could I ask that you look at the proof of Mr. Wakefield, landscape expert for the authority, and we'll just deal with a few issues that came up yesterday and this morning. So could we first deal with some items that came up yesterday? Wakefield identified field 1 as being of a higher quality character and sensitivity than the other fields within the site. Do you agree?
Sorry, I'm just getting that's the way it goes through. Paragraph you refer me to.
No, it's just in the order evidence given yesterday.
Oh, I see, right.
So Mr. Wakefield identified field 1
Yes.
as being of a higher quality character and sensitivity than the other fields within the site.
I certainly endorse that.
Do you agree? Yes. And with reference to his proof at 8.41. This way you consider the possibility of an alternative scheme.
Yes, I see.
Yes, Mr. Wakefield confirmed in his oral evidence that in his opinion there should be no panels placed in field 1. Do you agree with that?
I couldn't disagree enough.
And the scheme before the inspector does have panels in field 1. Do you agree?
Yes.
And there is no alternative scheme before the inquiry which does not have panels in field 1.
Yeah, that's certainly the case.
So in your opinion, if even if field 1 was the only part of the site that had unacceptable harm from the proposal, the whole scheme would be unacceptable in landscape impact.
Well, it should fail.
Thank you. The inspector asked Mr. Wakefield if the recreational value of the site was dependent on the network of footpaths and cycleways that make up the PRWs in and around the site. In your view, is there additional recreational value further afield too in terms of a wider public enjoyment?
there's been an awful lot of emphasis as to what one can see. Footpaths out of the lanes, the all integral part of our component, but it's just not the visible aspect. The hinterland has got quite a historical component. All the residents are very familiar with the area, and notwithstanding the fact that they may or may not walk it, that sort of underplays the actual emphasis and value of this landscape. So in terms of the footpaths, that's only one component, but the whole historical network that all aggregates to actually elevate this sort of sensitivity.
Thank you. The inspector asked Mr. Wakefield if the proposal would degrade the experience along the whole route of the long distance roads, and Mr. Wakefield felt it would. Do you agree with that?
I think in terms of long distance routes, really depends whether or not you're walking from the whole length or just in sections. I think that's starting point. Inevitably, a sequential experience of landscape, you take and memorise, and it's almost like a mind map of what you've been through. Yes, in terms of that long distance route, go through urban areas, but it's equally possible to walk the short lengths of that route. The one I'm thinking about is the pilgrimage route, because it links in this area between two Grade 1 listed churches, 12th century. There's one at the Wall, the Khalifa Wall, and the one in Bradley. And just that experience alone, that sequence of going through the landscape, it would be more a development on this site. There's a suggestion that no, you see it, no, you don't. It's not as easy as that. One would be aware of the development significantly, certainly in the first 15 years or so. But even now, when mitigation, if it is successful, there's an acknowledgement that the impact would be reduced. And that's agreed, I think, generally, that it would be so successful as to be totally oblivious. So I think in terms of the long distance footpath, whether one walks a short length or a long length, it's important to realise that one's perception of that route will be coloured by what one sees on the various stages throughout.
And then would it be degraded?
Yes, certainly, in my opinion.
Thank you. So we also heard of the true impact of the panels from those cars and on and near the site, and I wanted some visualisation help, in particular to the views from the top of field 2 looking south, backside of the panels. When Mr. Wakefield was speaking, he described it being 3 metres high in shadow. So on year 0, before any mitigation, I think the inspector needs no help with that. But partway through the growth of the screening proposed, could you describe the impact then?
This is from. Are you looking specifically at a particular view?
It was only the example used by Mr. Wakefield, looking south from the road or from the proposed permitted path, looking south off the back end.
This is a very long way.
Exactly, yeah, looking for it's field 2 from there.
Right, okay. So at the moment, if you walk the very part of the way, certainly that's the site in the north east corner of field 2. You've got an open view within the site. I remember Mr. Wakefield commenting about the disparity between the level of the road, slightly lower, and looking at the back side of those panels, continuing along that footpath, it goes along the margin of the ditch between fields 1 and 2. During the first 15 years, and this is generality of what we're talking about, there would be views of the back panels, quite significantly so. So the reliance for the appellant is that over time, that view would be restricted or occluded. That won't be always the case because there's so many factors that will still allow views or an influence that what the development is there. So it would be totally different once the solar panels are in place, commenting what the existing situation is.
Thank you.
I mean, we can, one could go through every facet of what you might see from what particular location, whether it's the top, side, elevation, behind. I think the point is we're looking at a utilitarian structure. It's not characteristic of this area, certainly. It is development. It hasn't got the sort of expectation we might normally see in the countryside, and it would be quite jarring compared to what the existing view is.
Thank you. And when the screening is matured, do you agree with Mr. Wakefield in his evidence yesterday, referring perhaps to his Appendix 5 and 6? Just find those. His Appendix 5 and 6.
That I don't have in front of me, and I would have to go to the box behind me.
Remind you, he was talking about coning, and there was a plan.
Right, I remember that. Yes, sorry. I do remember those cones, yes.
So he said that there would be coning, which refers to the limited view
Yeah.
created by the screening itself.
Yes, so it's a more blinkered effect. Yes.
This is quite different from the current view.
I think this is where I differ significantly with the appellant. Bearing in mind that, way back when I was doing my February postgrad, we used to look at views and consider examples like Repton, Capability Brown. They were opponents of visitors looking at particular focal points in the landscape. In other words, we've got lots of opportunity to see the character, as indeed we do have on this particular site at the moment. So it's contrary, it's the antithesis of all my basic training. To close down and to hide or screen, it's not a regular pursuit of a landscape architect. I think the emphasis should be providing opportunity in the prospect of the view, what you can see. And that's certainly the case in Field 1. You can see relatively long distance views with all the backdrop of the trees. And I think that's the aesthetics of that is quite important. By screening, you go back to Mr. Wakefield's point about closing down. In other words, the view would be occluded, much more limited. So I understand where he's coming from, and I don't endorse these closing down of the view and the more limited component of the appreciation of the landscape.
Can I just check that this visit you're referring to, that you flagged up for the site visit? Are you mentioning specific visitors?
No, I'm not saying, I think it's under the site that you as an experienced inspector will form your own judgment. There's a lot before this inquiry about views, not so much on the appellant, particularly so from Mr. Wakefield, and I've incorporated my own views, not limited, certainly, on the locations where I think it is important for someone to get a reasonable summary of what one is looking at. So in terms of views, sir, Mr. Wakefield might advance his own. My views in my section 3, I think, are an expression of what the LPIA is lacking. In other words, there should have been more open views incorporated, and essentially there is none on views from site Field 1 and Field 2, other than one that's been upgraded now as part of a montage. I think it's View H. It's done in Valley Wood. So going back to something that you might be directed to, I'm not on the site inspection, I'm not going to be there. I would really ask you to consider my views. Mr. Wakefield might have his own, and I think they will actually augment the appellant's views. And as a circuit of opportunity, you will no doubt look and appreciate all those points.
Thank you. Can we turn to the strip of woodland between Fields 1 and 2?
Yes.
My understanding is that strip contains cricket bat willow, and so would include a harvested crop, and therefore is not a permanent feature in the landscape.
No, that's certainly the case. I think if one looks at the original arboricultural report, that there would be something in there that actually identifies those trees. No, trees, some are cropped, as indeed those would be at some stage.
Thank you. The inspector asked if the absence of sufficiently representative views from the LVIA meant it was deficient and not compliant with the GLVIA. Do you believe that those omissions mean that the LVIA is deficient?
I think the LVIA, it's a comprehensive report. If I just want to find the comment, if you don't mind. There's an awful lot said in the Libya, as it's so referred to. But I'm just going to mention one point. There was a bullet point at page 45 of that document, and it suggests that the LVIA should consider the likely significant landscape and visual effects. I don't like the word significant. In other words, I think an LVIA, it's incumbent upon the practitioner to incorporate as many photographs as appropriate, notwithstanding the fact that the LPA agreed certain representative illustrative views with the appellant. I would still, as a practitioner, incorporate views myself, and I'm not practicing anymore, in those locations where there could be a significant impact. The only one view, in my opinion, that actually reflects that significant impact is a view from the road. And it's, I think it's, I just want you to turn that up if you don't mind. It's right in the corner of the game.
View 4, your microphone.
I think it's view 4, where it shows a wide panorama right at that point of the.
Can we just have a look at that?
I'm not sure if I read that. It's Brandy Road, Vendor Parker's Way.
So it's called up to the 28th.
Just for this, I tend to be a user of more than laptop.
Actually, I think if I can help, it's going to be called document 29 of technical analyses, because that's where the viewpoints are.
In my folder, my fault.
Well, it may be in yours. Mine certainly came in an A3 format. Yours, but then I think I took the most plastic wallet. So it's obviously the appendices relating to 6, so they're all going to figure 6. Something like that.
It's one of the representative views.
But what? So I think probably we're looking at 6.7.4 and 6. Which the ones that's the view from Bramley Road.
So I find it representative view 4, and it's a sort of panel, and it's several pages. Yes, okay.
It'd be helpful if you hold up your.
Yes, it's sorry, so it's black and white. There's 4 pages. It's actually, and these are not put together, but it's actually a corner on Burnley Road, right at the point where the Bender Parkway leaves the road and goes into the site along the alignment of fields 1 and 2. My black and white photographs, that's all I have. But in terms of being representative, in other words, that is a significant visual point. It's the only one in my assertion that is available in the LVIA, whereas I think what it would be more appropriate to have a number of them along the footpath 15 in fields 1 and 2. Mr. Wakefield certainly includes quite a number of those. I've really got 4. So going back to the fundamental point, sir, I think it's important that, yes, you will take in views. You'll no doubt have Wakefield and myself and the appellants, and you'll come to your own judgment. But because those are very much open views, they will be included by the mitigation, it's important that you so actually are able to appreciate the before and the after.
It's probably a good time to look at the most recent winter montages that have been added.
Yes.
Which will refer to them. You haven't had the opportunity to look at them.
Well, I saw them late last night.
Do you believe that they are accurate, representative, etc.? Do you have any comments on them?
I do have a number of comments. And again, it's a truth of it. It comes back to the fundamental point of view. We've got montages in places where I wouldn't necessarily have promoted them because they don't show the site close at hand other than viewpoint H. And I can go through the salient points, but the viewpoint 1, the photo montage there is at the side entrance. But to the nearest element of the solar farm, that's ignoring the fact that there will be a side entrance there with panels or whatever else it might say, and an access track. It's 320 metres to the nearest element, which is considerable. And over that distance, and because of the topography, one isn't going to appreciate as much in terms of a visual consideration. Viewpoint 2 is on the substation access road. And that panorama only shows part of the site. On the left-hand side, it shows part of the site, albeit at 200 metres to the nearest panel. Whereas the right-hand side is effectively irrelevant because it only indicates where this site entrance might be. And then you will between the site entrance and the field in question. The Burnley Road 3 Ushers location, that's viewpoint 6. I've got a number of observations on this, and although I've not managed to speak with Mr. Crott about it, there is an obvious gap in the vegetation looking south. The vegetation lines the Silchester Brook. The Silchester Brook is not within the red line application boundary, and there are a number of trees all the way along that brook that aren't part of the control of the appellant, and yet they're relied upon to help mitigate views into field 1. There is a gap, and so if you allow me, I'll just get it on the page.
I'm looking at viewpoint 6. It's center.
Yep.
Is that the one you're referring
Yeah,
to?
it is. It's a centre one. It's this. So that being what I'm looking at.
It's really an observation, sir. And certainly want to others in such a way as to be accurate. Inevitably, when one puts screen funding on, there's a part of artistic license in that, and I'll come to that in due course. But when I look at that particular view, the panels are self-evident. I don't think on this one there's any mitigation planting. I don't think, whereas on some of the others there is planting. And that's the clarification I was going to see from Mr. Clark. But there's a gap, and the gap has a finger that's saying site field 1. And there's quite a considerable gap between the panels and the adjacent property. And my observation, when I scale off one of the original plans, is that the gap is only between 8 and 26 metres between the field boundary and the panels. Whereas when I'm looking at that gap and I can see the field, that seems to be considering more than that dimension. So I really need clarification on that. I'd have thought that there would have been no evidence of any of the original ground level of field 1 at that particular location. That could be a site inspection point. But the other point, I think there's an observation also. If those panels are representative of a 3.5 metre tall structure, and you can only just see this, but when one looks at the post, the deer fencing, parallel to the Silchester Brook, the top of those posts that support the deer fence seem to be almost coincident with the top of the panels. Posts are about 2 metres-ish, panels are about 2.5 metres. These are fine points of detail, but it's just, I've got 1 or 2 doubts as to the accuracy. Now, it's Mr. Pratt has got a very good organisation. They factor all these factors in. But I was just surprised at some of those points that I found difficult to understand and appreciate. The final viewpoint is viewpoint H. Now, viewpoint H is probably, I suspect, one of the worst scenarios that's evident to a sensitive receptor walking through this area. Self-evidently that there's a base of a panel there in one of the views. One panel on the off to the left, no longer would be solar arrays off to the left of footpath 15. Off to the right, there is a panel and there's self-evident panels going through the countryside. There's superimposed a hedgerow with trees. These trees, if one looks at the original plan, they're not consistently planted every 5 or 6 metres. They are just every now and then. These trees are, it's probably called advanced nursery. So in other words, they're bigger than the small stuff. The small stuff is transplants and whips, wall plants. And you get the bigger items, the standards, extra heavy standards. And it is common knowledge with landscape architects, when those are planted, there's always a shock element when they are planted, and they really don't put on much growth at all for the first few years. If one looks at this particular montage, we see a hedgerow, even in winter, that seems to be impenetrable. And it's only a hedgerow, and I very much doubt, and this is the poetic, the sort of artistic license, that you would still see through that. And the trees that are embellishing that alignment, to me, look as though they're at least 20 years old. We might have panels that are probably fixed in a rigorous way, but in terms of the measure of planting proposed, I doubt if it's going to be to that effect. We have on this drawing, so, and this is the point I was reminded this morning, the first montage, and it's the central section. We have clear views of panels in field 1. Whereas I was shown this morning an A4, quite a different beast altogether, that suggests that an intermediate hedgerow should have been put in. Now, I really, my eyesight, so I couldn't decide anything on an A4. I'd have to see a larger element. Irrespective of that hedgerow, which is going to be lower down adjacent to a ditch, I really thought that this view supports the suggestion that there will be components of this solar farm that would be visible in the winter. And subject to seeing the large photovoltaic, I think that still would be the case. So we're just anticipating one hedgerow along the bottom. And I'll reserve judgment until I see that final document.
Could I just get a clarification on the conclusion of all that? That just a yes or no would be fine. Would you say that the photomontages are not fair representation of the impact of the scheme?
I think so. I don't want to use the next question. I think they're economical. They provide an indication, but from locations where I think the visual impact wouldn't be as apparent as if they had been shown to be in fields 1 and 2.
Thank you. So if I could just refer to the evidence given by Mr. Wakefield, you weren't present, but if I can just take you through it. We can rattle through these. So if I can take you to the proof 6.2, that's Mr. Wakefield's proof at 6.2.
Yes, I have that.
So in his second bullet point, he described the character of the site as being generally unspoiled, quiet and rural character, the sense of remoteness in part of the site.
Oh, right. And also, I mean, that's in my proof also. Where does the logic go?
The question that was asked was what characteristics would remain after the scheme? And Mr. Wakefield said that it would be industrial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think, and it's a word, industrial, utilitarian, there could be structures there. So, yes, it's industrial.
And from around the site, the view to the scheme, to the site, industrial in terms of the road character?
Yes. Yeah, I know there's some issue taken about that word, but that's the way I would see it.
Thank you. And again, the views curtail considerably with his words. Do you agree with that?
Oh, yes. No, considerably. Many places obscure. If you were to go down the Valley Park away, and there's a cross section, so and it's probably appropriate to look at that cross section. Right, so it's an illustrative cross section. I don't have the particular reference, but I picked it up on last night. It's a new document, so it's
map 1, plan 1.
It's got drawing number 8314008. And there's public parkway shown in section BD and section DD in particular. And it shows a person, people, particularly in DD, walking through a very enclosed area. That's totally contrary to what the experience would be at the moment, which is it's got open views. And I make one particular point here. And it all goes to the point of screening. My daughter and my wife in particular say that they feel very uneasy walking through container vegetation. And it's a psychological thing perhaps. But what we had here is certainly a confined experience of a highly sensitive user.
So again, go back to Wakefield's comments that he said the views were contained considerably from the scheme and from the mitigation.
Yes,
I do agree.
I agree with that.
And he said that at the moment, 80% moderate into visibility, so fairly open views. Do you agree with that?
Certainly in the northern part of the site, yes. And the peripheral road system, yes.
So then, just referring back again to Mr. Wakeland's evidence, the copses would remain. That was the question that being asked too. What the copses would remain, but visibility to them will change and be diminished in their significance. Do you agree with that?
Yes, it would, yes. Yeah, at the moment, particularly going over Figure 1, you've got these extensive panoramas. You pick up the whole of the peripheral vegetation, and it's all part of the aesthetics of the site. That would change considerably.
Thank you. And then it was suggested that year 15 is the most relevant point of reference for the decision maker. And the answer from Mr. Wakefield was that actually it's the whole period.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've still got to come on to my observations about planting and the efficacy of that planting and the duration of and all the implications of how the planting may not be as secure as inferred. So you do have to look at the whole period. And the 40-year duration, it's a very long time. Certainly, I wouldn't see that out. I don't know people in this room. So I think you've got to bear in mind the initial mitigation up to 15 years. That's considerable in anybody's lifetime. 40 years is just extraordinary. And even the 40-year duration, succession, climate change, a number of factors will not support the apparent view that all these trees will provide a cordon sanitaire that you can no longer see through it. Broken views of the development, and they will then colour your whole understanding and appreciation of that landscape.
Thank you. It was suggested, Mr. Wakefield, that the proportion of the site that makes up the LCA for that landscape character area, that it's a very small proportion of that wider area. Mr. Wakefield said that it was not appropriate. That was not the appropriate fact when assessing the impacts on the specific area that was within the LCA.
No, that's certainly the case. To my opinion, look at a particular site, close it down and say, what is the relevance here? And we can develop this. It's a strange philosophy. Inevitably, any site is part of a wider consideration, and you can't divorce it from that.
Thank you. And then the hedgerow reinstatement, particularly in Field 1, there is one hedgerow that is looking to be installed. And it's not exactly an additional historic hedge that was there. But Mr. Wakefield was asked whether that was a relevant mitigation point, that it's restoring historic hedgerow. Mr. Wakefield replied that it could be a 1 metre high hedge or something more historic and relevant without losing that into visibility. Do you agree with that?
Well, yes, that is the case, but I think that the point is, and all the way through, consistently there's been a suggestion that we are restoring a historical hedgerow. That's certainly not the case because it's on a different alignment. So the alignment is merely a mitigation point and it's not endorsing anything historical. I agree with Mr. Wakefield that if there was some sort of suggestion as to, what it might be, certainly an alignment on the original would have been more useful. And indeed, it's not being done.
Thank you.
The proposal is something quite different.
Thank you. And then moving to the paths themselves, the Brennan Pathway is a long distance route.
Yes.
It was put to Mr. Wakefield that a small proportion of the whole is impacted. Mr. Wakefield responded to say that the solar farm will be an important memory along the whole route, a negative one. Would you agree with that?
Well, I've already more or less said that. So a few moments ago, it's exactly that. It's the it's creating a mind map as one goes through any location, and it's a memorable feature. So the mere fact you've gone through it, past it, it's a bit like seeing a road accident. You think, Christ, and remember it. It's probably not the same severity, obviously, not as important as people, but it is still there in the mind, which doesn't go away.
Thank you. And on to the Silchester Trail, which is a national trail.
Yes.
The proposal has no impact on that element. But in terms of the reference to the historic appreciation of the rural views that pass through and go on to the sort of section nation monument, do you think that that is also part of the intrinsic experience?
Oh, it's very much. In fact, I applaud whoever did this because it's an expression of pride, and it pulls together the historical association of the wider hinterland with Caliva. My observation is that all roads, all paths lead to Caliva or emanate from it. And Caliva is quite a dominant, powerful component of this landscape, even if it's not visible from the site. It is a strong reference point. So it's one must see the whole context in order to actually appreciate the landscape.
Thank you. And James.
Sorry. Mr. Anselson's really leading the witness, and I sat and sort of, I know that we have to give certain latitude to the sixth party, but it is essentially it's leading the witness through.
To make the questions more open.
Try to.
So the witness.
I think we can afford to do, wasn't it?
I really appreciate that, but there's some mischaracterization as well of the answer that you appreciate the witness wasn't really careful about how.
To make your questions open, if you want to go into the votes, to other evidence, doesn't matter. The question in those terms. Yeah, we would agree.
Thanks. I'll move on to the St James's Way then. It was put to Mr Wakefield that the focus of the walk of St James's Way is primarily buildings. And could I ask you what proportion of the buildings or what impact of those buildings are historic and the appreciation of the rural landscape as part of that story?
I wouldn't know how many of the buildings along the route are historic. Inevitably, it will go past a number. I've already referred to the fact that the St James's route links to historic buildings, churches, one in Caliva and one in Bradley, and that linkage is part of that experience. So we're moving from one highly considered historic building to another. But I really wouldn't know how many historic buildings there are on the whole length.
Do you think that the rural landscape is part of the historic context of those buildings?
I think the rural landscape, it's an integral part. We've got apparently a Roman villa on field one. That's an integral part of that context. There are a number of layers of history on the site and in the locality.
Thank you. And finally, then, just on Mr Wakefield, he was asked whether there were any important views identified locally. Could I take you to the neighbourhood plan?
I've read the neighbourhood plan and I'm aware that there are some views.
I have copies of the relevant part here.
If you would like.
It's in the main report, but it might help just in terms of
Thank you.
identifying it.
Is there evidence that they're ready for?
It's already so we just highlighted it. So.
Yeah.
I have that document.
So Appendix D. That is this document, Appendix D. And
So that whole document is, oh, I see, yes.
And can you see on the second page of that, which is
It's a sort of floating location in volunteers, yeah.
yeah. So 7 and 8. So the views that are highlighted on that map,
Yeah.
7 and 8.
Yeah.
They are referred to in page 11.
So I'm looking at the page here, which I can't see. Can you assist me by tell me what is on page 11?
Contact prints of the,
So it's the second last page on this, page 11 in the in that appendix. Second last page, which starts with 7 Minchens Lane along the pond.
I see the photograph, so you're going to refer me to that.
Yes. So numbers 7 and 8 are shown in that photograph list.
Yes,
You can see one of them is Minchens Lane along the pond track,
yes,
and one Minchens Lane across the field.
yes.
And those are directly off the site.
Certainly, I think from the cross referred to the location plan, the view 7. The view 7 looks as though it's down beside access. Yeah.
So the question is, are there any identified views of the site?
Well, yes, not. They show the context relative to the local area. So yes, views 7 and 8 are to show something of that. That part of the site of Minchens Lane.
So you can say that there are some identified views of the site.
There are, yeah, but my understanding of the because I read this document and I thought it's quite interesting because it wasn't just views. There's a comment about the extent of development in the area, and I admitted a lot of it about housing. But there was one comment that I thought was quite interesting from their point of view. They were saying that mitigation of the development can be as adverse as the development itself. And I'm not the author, but they're obviously thinking about development and how to sort of assimilate development in the landscape. In answer to your question, yes, there are recognised views as part of this document.
Thank you. So I'm going back to Mr. Wakefield's proof at 4.5. We won't need to go through it, but do you agree with his description of the development?
I went through this in some detail because it wasn't only 4.5, it's 4.6. And it goes over, continues into 4.7. Those are the salient points, but equally, when I was reading this, I noted in addition, and this came from, I think it's RO10, which was the drainage experts summary. It referred to things that aren't on Mr. Wakefield's proof about auxiliary transformers. There's no reference in Mr. Wakefield about the altered access points, or indeed the contractor's compound, parking, wheel wash, office buildings, storage, and temporary hard standing, which are all an integral part of the development. So, in answer to your question, there's an awful lot of components here. But it's not just that one paragraph, 4.5.
Thank you. Just checking if you agree with his description of the parts, which is, especially the appendices at page 9. If you have the appendices.
No, I don't. So, do you want me to get the appendices?
If you could, yes.
Mine's marked, so.
Yeah, but
I think it's that folded over.
So can you direct me again, please?
So that's page 9.
Page 9. Right, so oh yes, I'm familiar with this page 9. It shows the footpath arrangement.
Yes, it's a useful plan because it shows all the footpaths. Just want to go through them very quickly. So there's footpath 15 running northwest to southeast in fields 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Also known as part of the communal way, sort of Wales, right?
Yes.
There's the bridle way at 7 running south of field 2, also known as the first path away, the Brown Path.
Yes.
footpath 16 running north from field 2, St Ed's Brenner Park Way. The subsequent cycle route 23 north and east of the site.
Yeah.
Parts 3A, 3B, 6 and 502, which are all adjacent or in the scheme boundary.
Yeah, I see all that.
Yeah, so thank you. That's, keep that plan just handy for a second. So Mr Wakefield, the status at 7.22.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. There are in fact 1,420 metres of statutory paths within the site.
It's something I've not measured, but I and compatriots or people in my profession put stuff in. I expect them to have completed in some detail. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
And you said that 2,550 metres of paths that are adjacent to the site.
Yeah, okay. I do see that.
And at 7.23 says that's a total of 3,970 metres, just under 4 kilometres of directly affected by the rights of way.
Yeah.
You accept that?
Yeah, I accept all that. I mean, effectively, and I agree with what he's saying, pedestrian users. I mean, this is common ground between all of us, the Cummins, Wakefield, myself, that the users of public footpaths are regarded as high sensitivity receptors. It's effectively what I say my evidence 6.1.1. So yes, we've got a lot of footpaths.
But in terms of putting those into context, he states that 1,475 metres of those paths, 715, would have panels adjacent to them, and that 850 metres of path 16 would have panels adjacent to them.
Well, I've not done the measurements. Looking on the site, I wouldn't doubt those sorts of statistics. There could have been an awful lot of panels one is walking in the vicinity of.
Just in terms of context of the screening in front of those panels, in terms of the views at the moment,
Yes.
just of those, and specifically those areas there, that 1,475 metres away, what would be the outcome in terms of the views after the scheme was screened?
Well, again, it's the point I made that the views would be pretty well occluded, that you wouldn't escape completely in 5 minutes. As Kurt says, it is acknowledged in a way that there will still be points of the river that you will see. So irrespective of screening, which will close down the views completely, you will still have an experience whereby you're in the vicinity of this development.
Thank you. And there's obviously a high density of public rights of way, which is what he says. It's true too.
I find it quite extraordinary.
Yes,
When I was listening to Wakefield, I'm sorry, you were going to ask a question. When I was listening to Mr. Wakefield, he said, I think he said it was good. I'm actually pretty more than that. And the reason why I would, I understand that from,
sorry, you talk about the recreational quality.
I'm talking about the incidence of footpaths.
I see.
Yeah, the incidence of footpaths, I mean, you've got a national cycleway, you've got a long distance national trail, you've got this local emphasis of Silchester Way, and you've got also the statutory rights of way in addition. That's quite a connection. They're all within one immediate area.
Yes. So thank you. So we're then turning to his 6.32. He characterises the recreational quality as good. Which you,
Yeah, well, I think that's what I was just alluding to. 6.32. Larger number of footpaths. I don't see where it actually says about good. As I'm just misreading it. There's certainly a large number of rights of way, and I've already referred to, I think, something that Mr. Wakefield said in his evidence that they were considered good in the amount of them. I don't see the word good in that particular paragraph. Large number of public rights of way. That's factually incorrect.
So moving to, can I accept some of the past have been there since Roman times? Yeah.
I looked at whether or not I could find actual evidence of that. expectation is certainly the case. The expectation is because you've got a Roman fort on the site. And given the extent of Caliva, the whole of hinterland would have been, and this is for somebody else, but it would have been farming and access throughout. There are, if one looks at a normal survey map, there are roads not evident, but there are alignments of roads that emanate and go to Caliva. That's self-evident on the ordnance survey. So historically, yes, there are going to be routes that are historical going back to Roman times.
Thank you. And yes, we will hear later in detail on the extent of the archaeological remains and indeed historic buildings. But now just turning to Mr. Wakefield's 5.8, the last line. So this includes the presence of the ancient woodland network in the Eastland corridors.
5.28, I have that, yes. Key
I
characteristics.
just wondered.
The key
Sorry, yes,
Yeah.
apologies. It's a remarkably preserved Roman town of Caliva, Atrebatum, Silchester, and its associated earthworks, together with many other scheduled ancient monuments, reinforcing the historic richness of the landscape.
Yeah, that's part of one of the
Purpose of my note, I need a question and an answer rather than a conversation.
okay.
Sorry, the question is whether you agree that his description of the site is an historic landscape.
Well, it's not his description, it's picking it up from one of the landscape character areas, and it's just a repetition of what's stated. And yes, I endorse, I totally agree with it.
Thank you. And at 5.17, can you agree with his description that it is a quiet and rural landscape?
So, yes, I do. I find it quite remarkable, actually. And I'm just going to amplify that. In terms of the character, I must say that when I'm in the area with the road system, very narrow, tranquil, it almost harks back to a different period. I think that registers with me very strongly. It's very low key. It hasn't got the sort of usual influences that one might expect, given that we're not that far from London. Even the finger posts, the mileage posts on the signposts on the road system, they're quite old-fashioned, going back to when I remember as a child. White posts. There's a whole pattern here that is quite unusual, and it still exists.
Thank you. So if we can rattle trees a little bit slowly.
Sorry, no. Be very clear that that is actually related.
But it does. No, it does. It extends. It includes the field one and extends northward. So it is part of that. And it goes back, madam, to the point that you can't just aggregate something and ignore something in the wider setting. So it is part of the character.
Thank you. And just again, rattling through that, 5.33, he describes the landscape as unspoiled. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And 6.23, good landscape quality.
In terms of quality, yes. I mean, I've got something to say on whether it's a valuable landscape, but yes, I think the quality is good, certainly.
And 6.24, good scenic quality.
Yes.
6.39, good landscape value with low capacity to accept change.
Well, the landscape value, I mean, that's something I was listening very carefully yesterday. That there's an agreement, it would seem, between the local authority and the appellant that this is ordinary, everyday landscape. I think it ought to be elevated. In other words, it's a valued landscape as reflected in the wording of the National Planning Framework, and I will come on to that separately, more than elaborating now.
So just continuing 6.42, that the impact will be large scale, this is his description, large scale adverse effect.
Well, that's precisely what the opponents say. You know, I referred you to the location, the field game view 4. If one reads the small print on that, that's exactly what it says, large scale adverse.
Thank you. 6.48, he describes major adverse landscape effect. In your proof 4.7, you describe the landscape impact as significant adverse effect. Just to compare those two expressions.
Sorry, can you direct me?
No, 6.48
6.48.
describes major adverse.
I didn't do that.
Okay. And in your section 5 of your proof, you describe the cumulative impact as also significant.
Yes, I do.
But for clarity on visual impact, do you therefore give that same score of significant adverse?
Yes, I would.
And 7.4 of your proof. Apologies.
10.4. Right one is.
Yes, it is.
What's the question in 7.4?
7.4, fifth line from the bottom. Scale is important as the larger the scale, the greater the potential for greater landscape condition.
I'll read it out for those who don't have it. Scale is important as the larger the scale, the greater the
But I
potential.
want to hear the question and answer. I'll hit your answer.
Do you agree that directly because it is a large block of scheme, it has a larger landscape?
In verification, yes.
And 7.5 of his proof, the last sentence at the bottom of page 30. Is that-
These subsequent amendments do not appear to be landscape-led.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Do you agree that there's no evidence of a landscape?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I think that sentence, it simply puts the case that, and it goes back to my analysis of my own proof of evidence, that there was nothing before this inquiry that suggests that there has been any form of landscape assessment to assist the site selection process. And that that we're looking at here is the only site, and it's making it fit with
Yes.
all the.
Do you think that the proposed amendments to the scheme are perhaps further recognition?
Yeah,
Probably further attempt.
yeah, I think that's why I view this proposition. I think to actually screen a development is, I think it want to say something about the development is inappropriate.
Thank you. 7.19. This proposes too large a landscape to accommodate in both visual and landscape impact terms. You agree with that?
Yes, I do. I mean, it comes back to the site selection process. So I agree with that. It's too much for the landscape to accommodate. And my approach here would have been better to have found the landscape, the breadth of character, where you can actually do something and enhance it. So it comes back to the site selection process and whether or not that's been done in such a way to employ a landscape architect who may well have advised, is this site the only one or the others? And that isn't apparent before this inquiry.
Just ask your straight agreement or disagreement with the following. That's 7.23 of his proof. Do you agree that pedestrian use of the affected paths are highly sensitive?
Well, we all agree that. Yeah, I mean, that's in the Libya. High sensitivity of footpath users. Myself.
Thank you.
All agree.
7.25. Do you agree that long distance routes that run through and adjacent to the site have cultural and historic significance in the landscape?
Yeah, well, I think we've touched on it all the way through. I touched on it all emanates from the community, and it's all a linkage, very important.
7.44. You agree that the appellant LBIA does not adequately represent the impacts of the proposal on paths within or close to the site?
I've already touched on that, and I've always said the LBIA is for its standard practice, but it could have been better. And I don't think that the views are fully representative.
7.51 and 0.7. You agree that there is too much emphasis on mitigation and not on the loss?
Yes, I do. As I said, it's counterintuitive. It's different antithesis of where I come from.
8.44. Do you agree that the proposal will cause significant harm and impact to the landscape, visual and public rights of way?
Yes.
Turning to the Alfredson appeal, and that's CV 216.
I do have a copy of that.
This appeal was dismissed only a few days ago on the 5th of December. The solar park on 75 hectares away from fields. Interested in the inspector's own, in that inspector's own description of the proposal. Paragraph 19, the third line. The appearance of the rear of the panels would present a starkly industrial mass of metal. Would you agree with that description of the backside view of this?
Can I just check out 216, did you say?
That's CV 216. Yeah, it might be different in that next one. Wait, just one. Let's see that one.
See, 2-1. Oh, right.
The late entry.
And what was the reference for then?
Sorry, yes, it's CV 216 and it is paragraph 19, third line. So the inspector says that the appearance of the rear of the panels would present it as a starkly industrial mass of metal. That's a description of that, but not this one, of course. But would you agree with that description for the backside of this?
Yes, I would. I think I'm always slightly reticent to refer to inspector decision because each side is different. One can look at descriptions. I think that's fair enough. When I read this document, I mean, clearly the inspector didn't like it, particularly relevant different circumstances. But I was looking at the wording industrial, and as a cut says it's a misnomer. This inspector, and I noted how many times he stated industrial in a certain
Yes, line 8.
many times, and that's one of them.
Yes, line 8 of that paragraph. The panels would extend the area of industrial.
Yeah, yes, it would be the case on this side.
Just holding that page, if you can refer to the rebuttal by Mr. Pratt, as you've just referred to it at 2.62.
I've got the rebuttal, and I ask you to
2.6.2. The 2.6.2.
yes, I have that.
He says it's a misnomer to refer to as other component industrial.
Yeah.
Do you agree with the previous inspector?
Well, I agree with previous inspection. I agree also with the consultant's own heritage consultant. Because when I was reading, it was the original environmental statement, chapter 7, cultural heritage. I came across a comment by that particular person, and he states on page 16, 7.7.11. So you would note on page 16, 7.7.11. And although you don't necessarily have it in front of you, that particular person with regard to this development said proposed development would represent a change in land use from arable agriculture to a rural industrial land use, like a solar farm. So I didn't consider it a misnomer at all, nor did this gentleman who wrote this heritage report.
Thank you. So I'm turning to paragraph 19 of the applicant decision. In the middle of that paragraph, the inspector says the fields that characterise the countryside. I know he's talking about that other scheme, but in terms of the fields that characterise this countryside, would be largely subsumed. Would you say that that's true here?
Certainly the case in the construction case stage, and as far as I'm concerned, because of all the visual references, it would still be the case throughout the whole lifespan of the site, in other words, the 40 years.
Thank you. The second last line of that paragraph 19, beginning with moreover. Read that sentence and comment on it.
Moreover, hedges of sufficient height to mitigate for the height of the panels up to 3 metres would be out of character with the area, where traditional hedges are typically much lower.
Just give you a comment on that
Right.
in terms of this scheme.
In terms of this scheme, I mean, the hedgerows are on different heights around. In terms of this scheme, there are hedgerows. They are varied in height, some don't appear whatsoever. But I think the mere fact of putting hedgerows in to mitigate, that is the questionable point about all this. So in answer, do I agree with that inspector? Different site, but the same analogy is applicable to this slide also.
Thank you. So over the page on paragraph 21, could you read out the first sentence, please?
Turning to whether the landscape is valued in terms of the National Planning Framework at paragraph 174, the site is not form part of a designated landscape.
The Bramley site is not a designated landscape either.
No, it's not.
But in your opinion, is the landscape at Bramley that will be affected by this proposal a valued landscape in those terms?
Yes, I made some.
Full question before you jump in.
Thank you. So in your opinion, is the landscape of Bramley that will be affected by this proposal a valued landscape in those terms set out in the MPPF paragraph 174?
Yes, it is, and I'd like to qualify that comment, if I may. So I've given this considerable thought, given that particular reference. We've got the National Framework Power 174. It's all about conservation and enhancement. And it directs great weight to the statutory areas of countryside, in other words, national parks, laws, AMBs. Now, the inference is that all the remaining areas are ordinary commonplace countryside. The opponent refers to them as everyday countryside. Then there's the particular reference in the framework that says Power 174B advocates protected and enhanced valued landscapes. But there's no guidance offered out. How do you determine that? What I do recall, because I'm only to remember, is that prior to the character area appraisal, these were areas often referred to as areas of great landscape value. That was a 1990s approach. And they tried to look at lesser quality, as a qualitative thing, landscapes that were below the A and B standard. Now, I think the fundamental question is what qualities or perceptions are evident within this site or the locality that can demonstrate that the area countryside should be elevated to more than just every day. And I just put some bullet points down. We know that it's common ground that public rights of way and the national cycleway are well used. Now, that's not the only point, because you get the sites where you get well used footpaths. We've referred to them as good. I think they're more than good. Then one looks at the character areas themselves, and there's two of them. And they combine the lawn and Sherborne. And the descriptions are very much rural and spoiled, quiet network of narrow winding lanes interspersed with isolated forests, steads, and sense of remoteness. A distinctive historic backdrop with numerous heritage assets, including conservation areas and listed buildings. We've already referred to Kariva, and I've already referred to the throwback of this particular bit of countryside and the lanes, the unsport aspect, is, in my opinion, unusual. We've also got the mosaic of fields, trees, woodlands, some ancient hedgerows, importantly, with no overt, impoverished, declining character. I say that in my evidence, sir, and that's quite important. Then we've got the Bromley Neighbourhood Development Plan. We've already looked at a bit of it. That looks at vistas, and as indeed the Silchester Conservation Area looks in their appraisal, it picks out and endorses a number of these valued elements. But I think the most powerful historic component is, as we've seen in one of the character areas comments, is the remarkably preserved Khalifa monumental and its immediate locality. You really hear evidence from, I think, it's possible. I think it's unique. I don't know because it's myself. And even though it's not visible, sir, it's dominant and pervasive, and it influences like a hub in the landscape. It registers as an enduring subliminal memory for visitors. We've got the lanes pass, all these are included. We've referred to them about what the important linkages. And then we've got this unusual document, the Silchester Heritage Trail. I think it's to be, I think it's quite extraordinary that locals have put this together. It's a pride thing, but the whole of that document simply oozes history and heritage. It's importantly, it's not a rebuttal. It's a guide that predates its inquiry. So it looked at the character well before this, and it wrote it as it seemed, and it simply reflects the depth of history and pride in this locality. And it's a guide to footfall towards Khalifa. All these in combination, sir, the itinerary, I think all these things elevate the locality, which is inextricably linked to a valued landscape in the terms referred to in MWPF, Part 174B. That is my opinion.
Thank you. Can we turn to Mr. Pratt's proof?
Yes, I have Mr. Pratt's proof.
So paragraph 3.1.5.
3.1.5. Yes, I have that.
So Mr. Pratt suggests that only the character within the appeal site will change. Do you agree to that?
Don't agree.
2.16, that suggests that there was a landscape-led approach to the design of proposed development.
It's me being judgmental here, but there's no evidence that the landscape objects influence the red site boundary. Had I been employed, I would have come up with all sorts of comments as to, I'm going to be a bit careful here. It's been designed essentially to mitigate the adverse effects of the development. In other words, the screening. It's the inference is that in addition to the screening and biodiversity, all these things are going to be added value. But in my opinion, sir, it doesn't reflect the sort of advice that one is normally consistent with employing a landscape architect. In other words, look at a site, comment on warts and all, and try then to design out and avoid those potential points on the site that might go missing. I don't say anything here of that sort. Effectively, it's making it fit. We're doing what we can here to mitigate and make it fit this particular site.
Thank you. And turning back to your proof, at 4.2.3. Ask you to be as brief as you can be on this, please.
Yeah, sure.
Could you expand on the community and public appreciation of this landscape and the importance of that?
Sorry, what was that?
4.2.3.
4.2.3. I think it's the reason why I put that in capitals. It goes back to what I just said about the added value of this site. It's more than the site itself; it's the content of it. It's a backdrop to all the locals and indeed visitors alike. You can't myopically look at a site and ignore all the consequences of development of that site. The development would inevitably affect the whole of the locality by association.
Thank you. And again, brevity, could you expand why the lasting effect of the proposal on the soil and the ability of the landscape to
Right, yes. Right. So you have seen in my evidence page 4.4. about the soils. I'll try to be as brief as possible because this is so important. Soils are basically the lifeblood of any site. It's a resource. In this particular case, it's got 53% best and most versatile. What is very important in terms of the soils is, and it reflects on the consultants who've been employed, the drainage consultant in RO10. He's put in swales, he's put in swales sustainable urban drainage. Why has he done that? Because once the panels are in place, there'll be an amount of runoff. He's calculated the footing as the ballast as to how that might well implicate runoff. Point about where I'm coming from is that runoff could be exacerbated. In other words, the surface water runoff could be exacerbated by compaction. So you've read my personal experience. I've run contracts for many years, particularly in minerals, and that the indication of soil compaction are fundamental. We've got the assertions that in 40 years the soils are going to be better than they are now. The construction of a 30-week period, there's no flow chart, we've got no idea. There's just inference that we're going to make very good chaps here. The planning statements, and there's 4 particular points here that I think are really poor. The planning statement, the LBIA, and all these and the drainage report refer to, and I'm quoting Savak, all the references necessary, construction involves relatively unobtrusive construction methods. Proposals said to be comparatively light touch using small scale machinery. Then there's a vague reference to relatively shallow underground trenches. And then I think what is quite profound is the drainage consultant, and I've got an extract of what he said here. So in the environmental statement, the flood risk and drainage strategy was referred to as document RO10. I'm going to direct you to page 18, part 4.49, and we're going to read it out for those who don't have the benefit. Drainage consultant, professional, looking at a particular job, but he states it is possible that construction could give rise to some ground compaction. However, it is considered that this would be no worse than other traditional farming practices which use heavy machinery. I think that assertion is totally inadmissible. Farmers are custodians of the landscape and the soils. They know when. They've got a vested interest to go on this site and farm in a certain way. They go on at certain times of year. And in terms of the farm machinery, sir, they adhere to certain tracks. We've got parallel tracks across the site, and they'll use those repeatedly rather than running all over the site in the manner that I assert would happen. So this particular approach by the appellant, I consider it's a blatant application of something called confirmation bias. It's to explain that, it's put out the good points and make them stick. In other words, the emphasis is, we're going to do this very carefully. In actual fact, there's a whole dearth of stuff here that should have been stated and hasn't been. So it's not going to be light touch on it. The Heritage Report was a bit more honest, and that's Article 7, Chapter 7. He actually acknowledged in an honest appreciation that there would be recognition of potential compaction impacts. That's all relative to in situ archaeology. I say my evidence, sir, that the ballast, for example, these concrete blocks, they've changed. They were 4 meters by 600 by 600. They're now, for some reason, going to be a quarter of the size. It's an item. How on earth are these going to be put in place? I say they're not going to be levitated into place, because what will happen is there's going to be a huge amount of disruption on this site. And indeed, the drainage consultant acknowledges that in terms of the concrete ballast alone, Field 1, and this is in his report, RO10, Field 1, would have something of the order of 5,836 square metres of concrete ballast on the ground. Field 2, 672 square metres. Then it is considered as swales based on that. The National Planning Framework advocates powers 183 to 188 that there should be competent site investigation, amongst other things. So, putting together all my contracting experience, particularly I work with highly competent and experienced minerals clients. They all got a vested interest in restoring land in accordance then with MPG 7. Very important. They had flow diagrams, they had soil handling techniques. They explained all the plant because they knew full well, and I paraphrase this, that if there's an MPG 7 point, so minerals, different consideration, but it still comes out to soils. If there's serious doubt expressed on operator's ability to satisfactorily restore the site, permission should be withheld. Now, that's in terms of minerals. With this particular site, so we've got lots of influence that it's all going to be done adequately. I actually thought that was, if there's going to be a contractor involved, okay, it could be kicked down the line to a condition. I think that's lamentable. It ought to be now very evident for everybody to ascertain what the degree of harm could be here. Because if in fact there is harm, compaction on the site with all these solar panels, how on earth are you going to remediate it? They're all in place. You've only got the bits between. There's now another document being introduced, and it's a response to soil compaction. It's a document it says rebuttal to Dr. Ian Bridges, proof of evidence, agricultural land use. Project number C935. I don't know the core document number, sir, but it's quite important, this. I'd like to see. Yeah, sure.
These are the rebuttals.
Yeah, these are the rebuttals, sir. I've got, it's a rebuttal by Askew Land and Soil Limited.
I may. Six party. Sorry, forgive me. The Rule 6 party does have an expert witness on soils. That's the most versatile agricultural land. We're reaching significantly into the timetable. Principle being, of course, that one witness deals with their topics. This witness is here to deal primarily with landscape plans.
Yes, we are. And
Okay, so we're, yeah, since residents group have an expert witness on soil.
No, they do, sir, but that's in the agricultural land value. This is, I'm coming from the point of view. And as a landscape architect, I think I'm pretty unusual. You've seen my credentials. I've been in the contracting game for many years, and I'm able to comment on compaction. Dr. Bridges is going to comment on agricultural land value and other aspects. I'm merely pointing out what this document is aiming to do and its shortcomings. So as a landscape architect with vested interest in compaction and remediation of soil, I think it's highly prudent. I just quickly summarise this document.
Well, I don't want this duplication of.
No, of course, I do.
Compared to the appellant, then there's no questions which. You were giving, I thought we were going to go to a condition. Right.
Yeah, if I can insist, there is a soils management plan that's been proposed in order to deal with the mushroom compaction, which I'm going to go through with Dr. Bridges because he's the witness who's giving evidence about that, and he has dealt with that topic in his evidence. I simply make the point that the timetable is getting ever more constrained. We've gone significantly over the estimate for examination chief, and I'm certainly not going to be asking this witness questions about soils because that's for someone else.
Madam, if I may interject here, my evidence does actually expressly state about the issues with soils. That's why I'm commenting now.
We're going to end up talking around circles about it on the same water pipe soils. I have your evidence in what I'd say the Rule 6 party specifically put up for an expert.
Yes.
Soils. You're not saying that you've got a different viewpoint.
Yeah, to clarify, sir, Dr. Bridges, very experienced, he's going to comment on agricultural land value. That's a different consideration to compaction, and that's what I comment on.
Okay, so there is a distinction between the two. How much more?
So I can very quickly summarise this.
I mean, I think it would be easier to let the witness summarise what he has to say,
Yeah.
and then we'll take our lunch.
Okay.
If you can be very...
Okay, so we have here a 6-page rebuttal document. It highlights a whole plethora of documents referred to as to what might be appropriate to actually condition how a site might be approached. My fundamental point here, sir, is that this is a kitchen sink list. It includes so many documents, some of which I'm perfectly aware of. Some of them go into mineral extraction and remediation. It's inappropriate. It should have been done at the time, not now as a rebuttal, 2 years down the line, sir. And I think the important thing here is that if the bulk density of these soils, in other words, if they're compacted, it's too late. You might try to condition it, but what you do have here, sir, you'll have a contractor who is hell-bent on getting something done within a certain time frame. Their immediate concern is construction, not necessarily the compaction of the soils. If they are compacted, how are they going to be remediated? So all of this list is effectively an attempt to bring into line what should have happened in the environmental statement. It's inadequate to do it now, and I think you have to do the conditional, so it's highly inappropriate.
Questions?
It wasn't decent.
I'm going to take a break for lunch at the moment. Because if you start asking me questions now, I don't know whether we'll be able to speak. We will see. When we come back, there'll be further questions to you from the town's advocate. I don't think our programme has slipped too much. I think we can perhaps make up some time. And my hope is that we get on to the evidence. In that being the case, are we content to take 45 minutes for our lunch break? Is that better? Okay, so just coming up to 1 o'clock, let's adjourn and we'll start back at 4. Thank you.
inquiry is resumed. Just taking a look at the timetable in terms of where we're at. Can I double check with the council and residents group that in terms of examination of the appellant's landscape witness, have you been able to make sure there have been no duplication? I see we're down for 2.5 hours the total of cross-examination, and you've been able to liaise to make sure there's no duplication of questions asked.
Well, so I tend not to discuss my cross-examination with other parties before I do it. I will obviously go first, and perhaps Mr. Anstey can adjust what we call it to be. One of these things, obviously having this are conscious of the need to avoid overlapping, but I'll ask the questions I think I need to, if that's okay, so.
And I've taken that into account and I will try to do just that.
Okay, so you will be adjust accordingly. Yeah, it'll just help the efficient running of the brief inquiry. Maybe if we can do that. And then I think that's perhaps the only area where we'll talk from heritage, the same would apply in that case. Okay.
I think as I indicated yesterday, Mr. Machin, my estimate for Mr. Machin was extremely precautionary. And actually, Mr. Wakefield went over so much of the evidence this morning that I don't propose to repeat all the same questions in the hope of getting a different answer. So I won't. So I'll be much shorter, and I would hope that we would be on to Mr. Crabbe within the next hour.
Okay. I have no other housekeeping or procedural matters. Mr. Anstey, do you then?
Only one, so which is we've just been presented with the tabulated conditions document. I'm going to give you my honest view, which is looking at the draft version as a clarification document. I think it's far clearer than the tabulated version. I appreciate the efforts, but it's a personal view, of course, but I would say the draft version is clearer for me to be able to see through than the tablet.
Okay, which version was that given this morning?
Mr. Anstey is getting into the habit of introducing my documents before I have. So I haven't actually given this to you, sir, yet. Now given the opportunity to do so, I have the tabulated version.
Okay. Thank you. My apologies. Okay, so that supersedes
So yes.
this one.
Yes.
My comment is that it should see it's a different way of looking at the same. I personally find this version much easier to read through.
I think this crossed my eyes that the document the inspector was pointing to, the document handed in this morning that's agreed between the council and the appellant. But that has been superseded.
Right, yes, sorry, in that case, yes, they look the same from the front. My comment is that the draft version, which is neither of those two documents, I think is clearer than both of them.
Okay, and we can give this a library reference. Yeah, this is ID 10.
If you wanted to have a new library reference, I was a bit thrown by supersede. I didn't know if it was going to take the same number as the old one, but
Yeah,
probably just give it a new
each
one.
document.
Lovely, thank you. ID 10.
ID 10. Mr. Lisco, have you any housekeeping and procedure matters?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So, Ms. Smith, do you have any procedural and housekeeping matters?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in that case, would you like to put your questions to the witness, please?
Yes, thank you very much, I will. And good afternoon to you, Mr.
Good
Machin.
afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Now you're giving landscape evidence on behalf of the All Six party. We see that the title of your proof is landscape proof of evidence, yes?
Correct.
And that's because, as you tell us, you're a retired landscape architect, having retired from practice in 2018. Forgive me if I missed this morning in your general introduction, but what is your association with the residents group?
I've got a number of friends who live there. and I've got affinity with the whole area. I've worked in there as well. So the duration is over a number of years. That's the relationship. And it was mainly because Dr. Bridges, who I've known for a very long time, he said, would I be interested in assisting them?
Thank you. Point of clarification. You mentioned that there was a national trail going through the site. I'm not sure which particular walk you were referring to.
Sorry, that's the Brendan Parkway.
Brendan Parkway is not a national trail, is it? That national trails have a particular status. They are trails such as the Cotswolds Way, Lindoers Way.
So I was under the impression that this was a national trail. If I misunderstood that, I apologise, but I thought it was just the case. I'm sure I've read it somewhere.
Right, well, perhaps that's one thing we can clarify. It's my instruction that it's not, but we'll come back to the inspector on that.
Okay.
As I hinted to in your examination in chief this morning, I'm not going to deal with matters of agricultural land because the Rules Party have appointed a witness to talk about that specifically. Similarly, you provide within your evidence a paragraph on the setting with heritage assets.
Yes.
But we're going to be hearing, obviously, on that from a different witness, Professor Thornford, on behalf of the Rules Party.
Yes.
As I understand it, you don't have any specific heritage qualifications.
You've read my personal statement. In terms of specific heritage qualifications, no.
No.
But in terms of the amount of experience I have with heritage assets, very considerable. And I think the experience just carries some weight.
But you don't make from your proof of evidence a positive case as to heritage harm.
No, I don't. In terms of the heritage, because I've read virtually every document, when I read the heritage report, I was surprised that the mitigation had been assumed and it hadn't been related to any winter views, given that setting is normally, and in interpretability point, I say normally, not always, the heritage consultant who submitted the evidence, he did so on an assumption, not in terms of fact.
Well, I'm not going to get into heritage.
No, understood.
Different witnesses dealing with that.
Yeah.
You haven't provided an LBIA as part of your evidence. No criticism of that at all.
Sorry, that's the question.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, no, it is the case. I'm not submitted. We actually have done one, and I need to clarify it. There's been an awful lot of stuff that's been submitted at the last minute. What I was very mindful of, madam, is that at the CMC, the inspector explicitly requested proofs of evidence not to extend more than about 3,000 words. And we honed our evidence down, I honed my evidence down to that limit. There's an awful lot that I wanted to get in. And in terms of the assessment, we did one, both on visuals and landscape, exactly as in Bolivia. I got them here, and not before the inquiry. The actual combination was actually along with my proof of evidence, and adhering to the inspector's request, I can't possibly put this in. The inspector would have received my appendices on the appendix PM 1 to 7. 7 was amplification that I have in front of me. I thought I must strike that out because it would actually be contrary to the request of the CMC. So the answer is no, it is not before the inquiry, but that's not to say we weren't guided in the manner in which we made our assessment.
That's not evidence that I can deal with.
No, of course it's not.
It's not evidence before the inspector, so there is no assessment of your own to put weight on as part of this inquiry, in accordance with the approach set out in the Bolivia Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment.
Yes, there is no assessment before the inspector. What he has is my generic comment as to significance. In terms of what I should have done, clearly it isn't for me to actually, it's for the appellant to put together all the reports and then we can come back in accordance with that. But the central point was, we did it, not before the inquiry, not before the inspector, he's not did it. I merely stated generic comments based on the 12 pages that I've got in front of me.
Yeah, and as I said, I can't deal with that, so there's very little point going elsewhere with it. But straightforward point is, no, you've not carried out your own. As I said, there's no criticism. from me of that. But what we might expect to see is an analysis of the appellant's assessments. So of the same sort that we see, for example, in Mr. Wakefield's case, dealing with what is said both in respect of landscape character, within site and beyond it, and also viewpoints. There's no comparable exercise in your proof of evidence that allowed the inspector to see where the differences arise.
No, the reason I've already stated this is,
Yes or no?
yeah, you've got all that. No, there's nothing before the inspector that allowed me to do that. What I didn't produce, unlike the appellant and Mr. Wakefield, I didn't produce the massive documents that they have done so. I could have easily done that, but I was adhering to the inspector's request that there was nothing before the inquiry that has itemised all the comments that I might allude to.
But neither do you address in your evidence before the inquiry, and that's all I'm interested in. The landscape character assessments that we have, landscape character assessments, that's for Basingstoke and Dean, relating to areas 4 and 6, which of course consider landscape mitigation in the form of additional planting as being a good thing. You don't address any of that in your proof.
By not addressing that the character errors are before the inquiry. They're flagged. So by not addressing, they included a number of comments that for everyone to be able to appraise. But no, in explicit terms, I didn't make any comment on those other than in passing reference.
No, or to the landscape guidelines as we've discussed this morning, and what that encourages in terms of you planting both the trees, hedgerows, woodland, that sort of thing. None of that appears in your proof of evidence.
It does, if only in one sentence. In other words, I did state about the ability to actually encourage the biodiversity as promoted, and indeed in terms of the planting, the strange sort of mix of planting which is uncharacteristic. I was hoping to have gone through that in chief because I've got a whole tome of information, but it is not in my evidence. It could have been in chief, but it wasn't pursued.
In terms of, so we've got no LVIA, we've got no methodology, essentially, sitting behind your proof to allow the inspector to understand how you've arrived at the judgment you have. And by that, I mean, there is nothing that tells the inspector what you've concluded on value, on susceptibility, or on the magnitude of change on specifically identified receptors.
The answer to that is there's nothing specific, but by reference to the Bolivia, I put a number of references in my evidence that actually endorsed what I was stating in my evidence. You're quite right. I don't have the same list that Wakefield and Crott have done.
Well, the purpose of having a methodology as set out in the GLVIA is so that other people, whoever that might be, planning authorities, appellants, planning inspectors, can look at the judgments that have been arrived at and understand how the assessor has reached it.
That is normal procedure, yes.
Yeah, and that means that the judgments that you arrive at are transparent, that they can be examined, interrogated, but we don't have any of that in respect of your evidence.
You don't, but I'm quite happy to actually speak to my LVIA.
Well, I'm not happy because I don't have it,
Understood.
and I'm not prepared on that.
Yeah, understood. It was only this morning, madam, you actually showed me a photo montage. Last minute, I looked at the last minute yesterday. I could have easily put these in. Indeed, I could still put them in and be cross-examined accordingly. Therefore, there would have been a document before inquiry. And I would be happy to do so and cross-examine accordingly. So that's my offer. But, to repeat, I was trying to curtail something as advocated by the inspector.
I just clarifying on that because it sounds as though you were stymied in trying to bring forward your evidence. What you're referring to is a guidance no in effect, that evidence documents don't run away with themselves. Not everyone adheres to it, and it's a matter of your own judgment. If you felt that LVIA was important, then you should have submitted that. But it's my understanding that when you were asked in chief Questions about the council's LPIA.
Yes.
You tend to say that you agree with that.
Indeed.
And I didn't understand you to say that you need to get things further. We're happy with what.
Well, I was happy, sir. I mean, I was under some pressure this morning about time frame, all that, and I could have gone through the documents I've got next to me. Nobody's seen them. They're there for my assistance to actually come and determine what my consideration.
That's obviously a problem.
It is.
It's requiring that. That's privy to you and everyone else to see.
Yeah, I understand, sir. I mean, I think in retrospect, sir, I should have adhered to your comments. Essentially, forget the 3,000 words, triple that, and there's no issue. I was trying to create a document as advocated by you that successfully put the points, and I haven't done the delivery type arrangement verbally, even though I have it. And as I say, I would be perfectly happy to put the documents in if it thought appropriate. The reason why I was able to actually come down on what Mr. Wakefield had already written, because I've come to similar conclusions based on this document. But Madam is quite right. It isn't before you.
I will not find anywhere in your proof an acknowledgement or analysis of any current local or national policy concerning development of solar energy in the landscape. Will I?
We don't, but I've read every document, and I'm very aware of CD 100, all that actually states, and that's a core document. It's easily able to go to it and take guidance from that. But it isn't especially stated in my evidence, and I don't summarise it.
No. You say this is a valued landscape.
I do.
Do you have a copy of the framework? I think we do.
Yes, I do.
The paragraph 174. And it's on page 50.
I have that document in front of me.
And this paragraph 174 draws a distinction between valued landscapes and ordinary countryside.
That's what I was hoping I was amplifying in sheet.
Yes. And the first A, that relates to valued landscapes, and the threshold there, or what has to be achieved, is the protecting and enhancing of those sorts of landscapes. But let's read the whole paragraph.
Protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, sites of biodiversity, geological value and soils in a manner commensurate with their statutory status or identified quality in the development plan.
Yeah. The appeal site has no statutory status or identified quality in the development plan, does it?
No, it doesn't. But the reason why I amplified this and qualified it is that there is no definition of valued landscapes. There used to be, as I stated in chief, there was a great landscape value. Those have gone away. So I was merely identifying something special about this site and locality and trying to reinforce that special identity, given that there was no definition.
Are you familiar with the previous National Planning Policy Framework introduced in 2012 that simply included the concept of valued landscapes?
That I don't recall, but I was familiar with the 2019 one. 2012, no, I can't remember that at all.
Well, there was one in 2018 as well, believe it or not, but that's what introduced the concept of a valued landscape to be protected in a manner commensurate with its statutory status or identified quality in a development plan. But where a landscape does not have a statutory status or identified quality in a development plan, it is not capable of being a valued landscape for the purpose of paragraph 174A.
No, I'm sorry, I totally differ here. In terms of valued landscape, it becomes an interpretation. There is no definition. And I was merely trying to amplify why I consider it a valued landscape. So if there's no definition, it's open to anyone to say, this is good, bad, indifferent. And I was merely trying in an objective manner to actually list all those points that I thought made it valuable.
How is one to protect and enhance a landscape in accordance with paragraph 174A, where it has no statutory status or identified quality in the development plan?
Again, it doesn't say protection of a valued landscape, protection might mean, and again, we haven't got any footnotes that suggest otherwise, protect a landscape that is valued. In other words, don't harm it, keep off it, maybe consider other points.
Those words, in a manner commensurate with its statutory status or identified quality in the development plan, would not be there if any landscape could be regarded as of value, notwithstanding it didn't have a designation in a local plan or some statutory status.
No, I think the starting point is we have high valued landscapes, statutory landscapes. After that, there's nothing anymore. So the AGLV has gone away. We've got ordinary everyday landscapes. Within the countryside, there are pockets, larger areas. There's so many facets of the countryside that are peculiar in the sense that they have a higher sensitivity or value. And because there is no definition, no guidance, I'm merely trying to put the flesh on that sort of analysis.
There's a big difference, isn't there, between the assessment of landscape value in terms of VIVIA, which is not a planning policy document, it's a landscape document, and what that means in terms of planning policy. Now, we have very clearly set out in planning policy what valued landscape is and how we're supposed to approach it. That doesn't preclude someone from understanding value in a box, might be in one sense if I can put it that way. But the phrase valued landscape has a very specific meaning in national policy, and it's that.
Yeah, I know, exactly, but it's not defined. What does it mean? Do I guide me? If you can refer to
I keep going down a rabbit hole here, which I want to avoid because you're getting this up in some health of courts to decide. I think for my note, I may have to take it that we've had 174A, and you accept that it's mentioned statutory status and identified quality in a development plan, but beyond that, you're saying, well, that's quite vague. You can't go beyond that. I'm not sure I can go beyond that compared to this inquiry, so I'll have to take your view on that. It says in 174A.
Thank you. The assessment of landscape value and sensitivity is a comparative exercise, and there's a scale from landscapes of the highest sensitivity, those that are AONBs and national parks,
That's right, yes.
all the way down to an abandoned, derelict brownfield site, for example.
Agreed, and to qualify that, that's exactly my point. That there are so many other landscapes out there. You've just mentioned derelict. It's one of those. Is that a valued landscape? No, it isn't necessarily. So it's coming back to the central point of trying to assess what this landscape is. And I just took issue with the fact that the council and the appellant have agreed it's an everyday, ordinary countryside. That applies to the majority of the country. There's something special here, and that's really what I was trying to state. It's more than just the everyday.
Cast your mind in the other direction,
Sure.
up to those highest value, highest sensitivity landscapes.
Yes.
The appeal site is obviously not in that category either.
Of course not. No, I'm fully acknowledge that.
Because there are elements which everyone identifies as being of high sensitivity, the woodland, the trees, watercourses, hedgerows, those elements of the landscape which combine together to give it its characteristics. But there are elements that detract, such as the pylons, the substation. Even looking further out into the landscape, perhaps some elements of existing settlement.
Madam, I did so many public inquiries in the Vale of Oxford with Didcot Power Station, and the number of times I had a parent acting on behalf of the council and telling me how to tell it, landscape property say, oh, it's in the shadow of Didcot Power Station. There are such things up and down the country. Pylons are even in the AONB, they're on this site. But that's no reason to develop a site because part of it might be marginally denigrated.
That wasn't the question.
Maybe it wasn't the question, but I'm just trying to, you were alluding to the pylons that are there. Yes, they are there, it's part of the character. The trees are there, part of the character. There's a number of things that are all part of the character. And those, I think, are well documented in the character analysis of the two main areas that come this site. There's an image in the appellant's figure 6.1, I think it is, shows all those components. So I'm not demurring from the fact that there's a lot of characteristics out there.
Yes, and some of them positive and some of them negative.
Well, on this side, I can't see anything that is negative other than the perhaps partly discordant pylons. And indeed, you referred to yourself today, and it's not on the site, but you referred to the substation in evident. I mean, what I do know is that it's now going to be more evident, because in fact, I think the way leave requirements of actually chopping vegetation back underneath the pond, that's why it is more evident. Yes, the substation is there, the pond is there, and they are as evident as all the other things, all the peripheral vegetation is there.
It's agreed here between the council and the appellant that there is a, if I can put it this way, relatively restricted visual envelope within which the site and the scheme proposed will be perceived.
Yes.
And that's something you agree with?
The ZVI, no reason to actually demur from that. I think it is accurate.
And of course, that is a big point of distinction. You very fairly, when you were taken to the Appleton case, said, well, every landscape's different.
Indeed.
And there is a risk, of course, in carrying out the comparative exercise. But just for the inspector's reference, that was a site that could be seen from 45 kilometres away.
Yeah, maybe. I think the point of the direction was to the better side of industrial. And that's why I carefully said different site. I think we were looking at the terminology industrial, whether that was relevant and applicable to this site.
And that's something I'll take up with Mr. Crash in due course and got your views on that. You were asked about the neighbourhood plan view. Do you remember we had this extract that was handed around, and it's viewpoint 7 from Minchens Lane along the Fox track. Now, Mr. Wakefield includes in his proof of evidence a viewpoint from that area, and it's viewpoint 26 in his appendices if you have them to hand.
Right.
So it's 38, page 38 of the appendices.
Yes, I have page 38.
So this is viewpoint 26, which is not in exactly the same location as in the vicinity of that viewpoint 7 mentioned along the farm track. Is that correct?
It's not. If one looks at the site location,
yes,
it's not on that particular. I think your photo montage is the same.
Sorry, are we looking at different things? I think possibly we are.
Right.
What documents have you got in front of you?
I got one photograph. You said
right. I think that is right. So it's viewpoint 26.
I have viewpoint 26.
Right, and what we're looking at is taken to. We were taken to viewpoint 7 on the neighbourhood plan. Illustration 6C viewpoints, and it's along the farm access track.
Yes, now I think this is the fundamental point. Viewpoint 7, madam, is, to my knowledge, exactly at the point where the site access to the solar farm would emanate from. Whereas Mr. Wakefield is further down the road, a couple of hundred metres further down the road to the north. And if you are guided by his site location plan in the bottom left-hand corner, that shows explicitly where the view is from. So it's different. But your point is.
Okay, well, the inspector can look at that, but the point is this, that Mr. Wakefield, well, neither Mr. Wakefield nor anyone else at the council has identified a significant impact on the use of this general location or in the neighbourhood plan.
From this location being what? The side entrance or from the side entrance?
If you look at the text on viewpoint 26,
yes,
what Mr. Wakefield confused about that particular view is that the visual impact will be negligible
Yeah,
from essentially day one,
yes.
because there's intervening land between the site and the viewer,
I can see all that.
and there will be screening. And the same applies to 1.7
No, it isn't.
in the neighbourhood.
Yes, sorry, absolutely not. The side entrance one. The side entrance is a different consideration altogether. The side entrance is going to the solar farm. We know full well that it's going to have an access track. And although it's not explicit because the VIA doesn't state it, there'll be all sorts of considerations. There'll be no doubt CCTV and signage. In other words, to actually orientate people who are coming to the site. So we can be comparing and contrasting different photographs.
You don't include a viewpoint in your appendix PM2 from this location, do you?
No, I don't.
Is that because you didn't regard it as significant?
I think very explicitly why I introduced my photographs, and we've gone through this time and again, is that the LVIA should have put in significant photographs that, in my opinion, were not there. That's why I put in 4 of the photographs from footpath 15. Then the other 2 additional photographs, again, because there were no similar photographs, I was merely trying to complement those that had been submitted. No, I didn't put one in for here. I didn't do a Mr. Wakefield. And indeed, I haven't got the time or perhaps the inclination, because in fact, there are a number of photographs that were put in. The inspector will see the site. And between us all, we've got a fair sprinkling in our photographs, but there was no photograph for me at this point.
Yes, and unless you've identified 4 viewpoints along the same footpath,
Yeah.
you've included, but you haven't included one that's representative of viewpoint 7 within the neighbourhood plan. And you don't make a positive case based on any evidence you provided before this inquiry that there will be a significant impact on that view.
You're quite right. But then I've not done a scattergun approach on every footpath, every location. And we know why I haven't done it, because I've been honest to say why I've not done it. But no, I do not have a photograph from that point.
Thank you, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
For a few more minutes, I'll see if there is other questions for you.
Only one, sir. And that is just in terms of this paragraph 174 MPPM, the distinction between designated landscape, an ordinary landscape, and a valued landscape.
Yes.
There are some decisions that are before the inspector. We don't need to go to them. But you've seen the Alfreton case, and I think there are a few others there that refer to this.
Yes.
Inspector in each of those cases considers the evidence and whether the landscape can be elevated,
Indeed.
that of a valued landscape. So those inspectors have considered whether that's possible. In some cases, the inspectors say that they cannot be, and others they say that they can be. Is that your perception?
Yes, I think it's totally pertinent because we've got so many ad hoc applications up and down the country in ordinary countryside. If it were the case that a landscape without any containment, for example, was an issue, then an inspector might take a different judgment. And if it's contained in the manner that this site is, in other words, it's much more sensitive, an inspector can well take another judgment. But you've heard what I say about valued landscapes. And the inspection will no doubt come to their conclusion and try to supplement the evidence by their own interpretation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Conclusion.
Thank you.
On to.
So, Mr. Pratt, yes. Might just insist to have a 5-minute adjournment for sure.
In 10 minutes, I'll set up.
The inquiry is resumed. Can I remind people to sign the attendance list if you haven't already done so? I'll pick it up at the end of the day. Let's look at the timetable and where we are. The chief, we reckon right about an hour and 15. Did you want to start the cross-examination this evening, which will also be your client in the where?
So I think it would be our preference to crack on. I'll look over to Mr. Pratt. Yeah, he's happy. It's not a great restaurant today. He's happy. He'll find his own sustenance.
So if we start the cross-examination and that.
Subject to everyone else speaking, then I think we need to get on. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
So yes, I will. Just before I do, I've given my learned friend, Mr. Anastasis, a copy of the A3 version of the correct photo montage. So I'll give that to you now, so if I may. Also, with respect to figures 10 and 11 that were handed in yesterday, that's the landscape strategy plan and the landscape legacy plan for Mr. Pratt's evidence. I've got giant copies of those as set out in the appendices originally. You do have the A3, that's potentially a little bit more workable, but say you've got a like for like, I also have those to give you, sir, as well.
And if we can follow the library convention, please.
They were given plan numbers yesterday. Other than IQ numbers, I think. If those two become plan 3, which are appendix 10 and 11. Then
And the put a montage for viewpoint width or viewpoint H. Same updates, the one that's ready for the inquiry.
I'm in your hands, so if you want to give it a new number, I think we would be on number 4, the plan numbers. I think photo montages also were given a plan number yesterday as well. So,
I'm just checking with what you handed up for viewpoint H.
It's essentially, so what that is, sir, as I foreshadowed this morning, on inspection yesterday, it was clear that this, which is the middle frame for the photo montage that you received for viewpoint H, was missing the planting proposals from field 1. So it included the mitigation planting as per figures, figure 10 that you've got, but not in respect of field 1, which is why what you could see was essentially a deer fence, which will be concealed at least from this location by planting. So what this does is it updates and includes the planting that should have been on the photo montage in the first place.
Yeah, so plan 4 for that one.
Thank you very much, sir. Without further ado, good afternoon, Mr. Pratt. I'm going to introduce you from section 1 of your proof of evidence on page 1, where you set out your qualifications, experience, and professional expertise. And that's where you tell us you are Mr. Pratt. You're a fellow of the Landscape Institute and have been in professional practice for approximately 30 years. You're an advisor to the Design Council and the Design Commission for Wales, and you've recently been appointed to the National Infrastructure Commission as Design Advisor, sitting on the Design Group.
That's correct.
At 1.1.2, you tell us you're Director of LDA Design and Former Owner. You sit on the board of LDA and you lead the infrastructure and energy sector of the business. As a consultancy, you've provided advice on major solar projects since approximately 2010, and your team is leading on approximately 1 gigawatt of solar projects in the UK planning system.
Correct.
At 1.1.3, a little bit more about your experience in different types of projects, including solar energy. And at 1.1.4, you tell us that you were peer reviewer for the NIC's design principles and supporting department for levelling up housing and communities on policy reform. You're the lead author for IEMA guidance on the interaction between design and PIA processes, and supported the Landscape Institute in the preparation of its guidance to practitioners on infrastructure design. You're an active member of NIPA, the National Infrastructure Planning Association, and you recently led NIPA's response to the government consultation on BNG and spoke at their annual conference on the topic of future positive, exploring, progressing, and outcome based to approaching PIA.
Right.
1.1.45, forgive me, in respect of this site, you say that you were project director with support from colleagues and landscape architects who led the master plan design strategy for the project, who undertook the LVIA master planning detailed design and future management documentation. You set out the evidence you provide at 1.1.6, and at 1.1.8, you tell us that the evidence that you prepared for the appeal is consistent with your professional obligations and are true and professional opinions, irrespective of by whom you are instructed. Is that all correct?
That is all correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we've been through your experience there, Mr. Pratt. First question. How does all of that experience inform your understanding of this site as being capable of accommodating solar development?
Sure. From a professional perspective, I think the site is a good site for this form of development. I think the nature of the landscape character, the condition and nature of the assets within it, including woodland and the nature of topography, form a good context for a development of this scale to be appropriately integrated into the landscape.
I want to then think about the background to this site and your involvement in it. And what was the interaction between you and the local authority through the application process in determining the scope of the LVIA, what that was to include, both in respect of visuals, photo montages? And are you aware of any site visit having taken place by the local authority?
Got it. So within my LVIA appendix, we include reference to correspondence with Tim Martin, who at the time was the landscape officer, in relation to the scoping of viewpoints and related matters on landscape and visual assessment. And subsequent to that, we had a site visit for a good half day with Catherine Daly, who was one of the other landscape officers, to explore the scheme layout and the approach to mitigation and related matters in terms of layout and the approach to be taken. So I think in both those conversations, we found both landscape architects representing the local authority to be diligent and properly engaged with the project and not relying merely on exchange of correspondence to inform their judgments.
I'm going to dive straight into some of the criticism that you've received over the viewpoint locations and photo montages. I'm going to ask you to respond to that criticism that essentially you've selected places where there's not really going to be a major effect, so you picked favourable locations and you haven't produced enough by way of viewpoint locations and photo montages.
Yeah. I think as a professional consultancy, we always seek to give the best advice to our clients, and that advice sometimes is not perhaps what they would want to hear. So we always retain our professional judgment and our integrity as consultants. In relation to the work we undertook for this project, the viewpoints were suggested and agreed with the local planning authority, as would be our normal process. And potentially, more importantly, because of the status of the project in terms of EIA regulations or otherwise, it was important to make sure that methodology was correctly approved. I think my concern from what I've heard over the last day and a half or so is that there's been quite a lot of focus on where representative photo montages have been deployed to help support and understanding of effects. But if I was to turn to figure 8, which, if I may, within my proof of evidence, that figure illustrates both the theoretical zone vision influence, but also the zone vision influence, which is determined more closely on site.
Just hold on until we're all with you.
Yeah. Sorry, figure 8. Sorry, it's played of the argument. So figure 8 also appeared in the landscape and visual impact assessment and has been extracted for the purposes of evidence from that main documentation. This drawing was prepared originally with zone theoretical visibility, which is a computer-run model, and the narrative on that drawing indicates the nature of the assumptions made in that modelling, and that's the turquoise colour. Also on that plan, you'll see a red dashed line, which on the legend is referred to as zone of visual influence, ZVI approximate. And that line was established after field visits to understand, perhaps more accurately, the principal zone within which the site would be visible. That entire area within our landscape and visual impact assessment is referred to as the Bramley receptacle. This zone or area includes a number of viewpoints, of which there are 3 in terms of type, which are illustrated on the legend. In yellow, representative viewpoints, which are indicated on the plan, in viewpoint 3, 4, and 5. Then there are the purple viewpoints, which are representative and photomontage viewpoints, which are 6, 1, and 2 on the plan. And then there are illustrative viewpoints in pale blue, viewpoints A, H, I, and B, and sorry, F. All of these viewpoints were used to inform the LVIA to make sure that we had a proper appreciation of both the contextual visual environment as well as those views within the site. One thing that I think has been raised on a number of occasions particularly in cross-examination, is that there were no viewpoints taken within the site, and therefore somehow our assessment was short on addressing the most immediate effects arising both in terms of landscape character as well as visual impact. But so if I may just direct you to, by example, illustrative viewpoint A and H, which in the case of A is a direct view facing south across field 1 from the footpath, and in the case of the viewpoint H, a direct view north across the footpath and field 2. So from my perspective, I think the number of viewpoints that were selected is proportionate for the nature of the study. They're adequately representative, and those were agreed with the landscape officer. From my experience of scarily now 30 years, I consider these to be entirely appropriate and proportionate to the project at hand. So hopefully that provides a little bit more context in terms of the immediacy of the critique that I provided on selected and if I may just point out one other issue, which is the merits or otherwise of looking at these things in the round, and by that I mean receptor groups, and both witnesses of landscape testers have both confirmed that taking an approach using receptor groups is entirely within the remit of guidance. And that is the approach that LBA take. We believe it's a more rounded approach to give an overview of all matters arising. And in that case, it's very important that we don't dilute, in particular, the sensitivity of the receptors at hand. So we always take the highest sensitivity receptor as we take that group value forward into the landscape and visual impact assessment.
Thank you for that. When you say in your proof of evidence that this is a landscape-led scheme, what do you mean by that? Was one of the criticism that you've heard this morning that actually, no, it was just a red line and it was make the scheme fit and screen it and put lots of trees and hedgerows and hope for the best?
Yeah. Surely it's not an uncommon question in terms of what landscape-led actually means. I can confirm that we were not involved in the original site search, but we did appointed and undertook the commission having visited the site and taken a view on the nature of the land area that the client had sought to pursue. With a knowledge of the generating capacity that was required in the size of the site, and I quote in my evidence, scale of the coverage, approximate scale of coverage required for a solar development of this power output, we had a good understanding that we only needed about 30-40% of the site area to actually accommodate a scheme of this capacity, generating capacity. So as a result, our perspective was that we had a lot of flexibility in determining and advising where the solar arrays should be and what the principal green infrastructure intervention should be and where development should be located. That would be right to confirm that as the scheme has gone through revision, which was addressed yesterday with reference to table 7.1, I think in my evidence, that the scheme has gone through changes, and I would consider the changes it has gone through to be in each case to be betterment and leading to a reduction in both visual impacts and impacts associated with the amenity of the rights of way. I think in taking a look at the broadest scale of the site in its context, my take on the site was that its landscape had the capacity to take change. The site is characterised by essentially a flat to gently undulating as you head north topography. It is well subdivided by existing woodland cover extending through the middle of the site. To its periphery, the character of the landscape has a number of defining tree lines and vegetation that serve to limit that visual extent within which the site would exert any impact. So my advice to client was that without undue manipulation of the site, in terms of mitigation, the site had inherent qualities that would allow it to be properly accommodated. So within that framework, we then advised on how certain key views that we identified as a result of our visual assessment, how those should be controlled and ameliorated. I think it's important to note that the landscape and visual impact assessment was not merely taken at the end of the exercise of design, but was based on a proper understanding of the visual sensitivities of the site at all levels, and also the landscape character, and that had shaped the nature of our design response. So in that regard, I would consider those issues to be essentially landscape-led, given that remit by the client to advise on the location and the nature of planting to support elements of visual containment. But what is important is that the nature of the mitigation that has been provided we need to be consistent with the character of the landscape, and it didn't need excessive amounts of manipulation to secure its integration.
And of course, we know that where that got to essentially was a recommendation for approval.
Yes.
With the endorsement of the landscape team, were there any issues outstanding with the council as to methodology, viewpoints, design, or anything by the time the scheme reached committee?
No, not as a point of principle. I think it would be fair to say that questions in relation to interviews were discussed, but it was acknowledged that the timing of the application would preclude those being provided, but it was important that the actual assessment we undertook was mindful of that and coming to judgments. The inspector will obviously be aware of the provision of visual interviews, which was submitted yesterday to the inquiry.
The next thing I want to do then is just look a little bit more about the appeal site in its landscape context.
Yeah.
And ask you, Mr. Crash, if you can just identify, and you've already done this to some extent, but the important characteristics both of the site and its immediate context, that area over which it exerts a visual influence, but which you say the inspector should have regard to when considering whether or not this is an appropriate place for the proposal.
Sure. I think I'll avoid, as others have, unnecessary lengthy narrative because so you have visited the site and there's obviously a subsequent site visit next week. I think it would be useful maybe to refer to a couple of figures in my evidence and maybe just a couple of the photographs within my landscape and visual impact assessment, really just to provide some background to that understanding, if that's acceptable. If I could turn to figure 1A within my evidence, which is an aerial photograph. It doesn't have the advantage of field numbers. But as a ready reckoner, you can flick between that and figure 5, which is a copy of the original scheme, which does have the field numbers. I'd like us to talk through and walk through certain key characteristics of the site. I'll come back to topography in a moment. There's been quite a lot of discussion regarding the role of woodland within the site and its immediate boundaries. Whilst the site itself does not include extensive woodland cover in and of itself, its context is very much characterised by that cover. The copse, Whitney copse, Little Holden copse, and Bramley Frith wood form a near continuous woody belt that extends broadly east-west in an arc to separate fields 5 and 6 to the south, due northwest of Bramley, and fields 4 and 3 to the northeast, and fields 1 and 2, the brown fields illustrated on that figure, to the northwest. You'll see, sir, that not only does the copse extend through the middle, effectively dividing the site at least into 2. My reading of the landscape is that it probably more properly divides into 3, and my evidence does allude to that description, and I'm happy to give that reference in due course. But I think what is also important to note is the general east-west nature of tree cover within the site and immediately adjoining. To the north of Field 1, there is tree cover on the boundary, and that extends down to the Hillsborough Brook. Between Fields 1 and 2, there's an extensive line of tree cover extending broadly from Lower End Farm to the east and to the west, extending towards Haynes Farm, Ash Park. That tree cover in the low ground takes different forms and extends from a tree-lined road with a wooded character, extending west towards what we locally refer to within the project team as the Cricketback Willow copse, and then extends further west, peters out as a tree line with hedgerow as you extend west. So there are these east-west lines of vegetation, and the landscape strategy, which I'd like to describe a little bit later, seeks to reinforce some of that structure, where there is an acceptance that would lead to better containment, but also the reinforcement of existing structures and assets within the landscape. If one looks at the surrounding area, one can see that the Reading to Basingstoke railway line to the east of the plan, which is currently being electrified, is a significant visual barrier in the landscape and it views east. And extending north as the land rises towards Bramley Road and to Three Ashes, surmounted by woodland and the settlement on the rising ground with associated tree cover associated with that village. To the west, at Paynes Park, labelled Ash Park on the plan, and in the vicinity of Ash Lane, the extent of the visual envelope is broadly defined by that road, and then extends back into Bramley Frith Wood to then lead to the enclosure of fields 5 and 6, due northwest of Bramley, with the track to the Bramley substation and the associated hedgerows and hedgerow trees associated with that, providing a significant screen to views north towards fields 5 and 6. So that hopefully gives an indication broadly of the nature of vegetation cover within the landscape. We've already covered, if I may then turn to the nature of the landscape character areas in figure 4. And the assessment we've undertaken, quite rightly, has given proper consideration to the sensitivities and the specific characteristics of LCA 4, North Sherborne, and LCA 6, the Loddon and Lythe Valley character areas. And they do have specific characteristics. I think the nature of the topography, if I may then turn to figure 3, just turn back to figure 3. The site lies in and around a data of levels. The site certainly appears flat to slightly undulating in fields 5 and 6, closer to Bramley. As it extends over to field 4 towards the railway line and field 2, those fields are substantially flatter. And as one extends to field 1 to the north, that field is more elevated and relates more closely to that stronger line of undulation associated with the character area. But I would say that even with the consideration of that more elevated field, the extent of its visual containment because of this vegetation is still relatively limited in my judgment. If I may just turn to 2 photographs within my landscape and visual impact assessment. I appreciate the document slightly unwieldy, but if we can turn to viewpoint 1, representative viewpoint 1, which is
within core document 29.
Yeah, sorry, core document 29. That's that. So.
Just wait there, Mr.
Yeah,
Crabs, I'm not
absolutely.
yet to the inspectors.
No, that's fine.
I think it's 6.7.1.
Point 7.1.
Yeah, 6.7.1.
Mine should be 6.19.
It's representative viewpoint 1.
There are 6.9s as well in fairness, which look very similar. It's rough.
Taking things out of the folder at the back of the court document.
But I think for the purposes of these, that 6.9.1 is also fine with the same photograph.
Is that left?
So that is, this is left. Yeah.
That's 6.9.
Yeah. Yeah. My apologies.
So if this comes up again, it may just be, I think the issue is the 6.9 series of the photo montages, which use the same, some of the same photos as the representative viewpoints. The viewpoints are the 6.7 series,
Yeah.
But some things that matter, some things that won't.
Yeah. Thank you. So this view, we refer to figure 8 in my landscape evidence, is a purple view representing photo montage view plate number 1. And this illustrates the landscape character area 6 character, and one can see the nature of hedgerows, remnant over trees, and in the far distance one can see vegetation.
Purple view 6.
Purple view 1. Now, the other view I wanted to take us to was I call view by 6, so just with you, I just want to make sure that is. Yes, that is also photo montage view, so we're in safe territory in terms of hopefully finding it. And that is a view taken from the periphery of Three Ashes, looking south across landscape character area 4. So that is referred to. So that drawing is 6.9.3.6 and 5. That's it. Yeah. The reason for showing this is really to show the nature of the changing landscape, and what we can see there is the tree cover. I'm thinking this is just a brook. Field 1 in the middle distance, just visible through the trees, and then the backdrop there of the woodland that extends through the middle of the site, forming the more dense tree horizon. So really, I just use those to familiarise ourselves generally with the nature of the landscape that we're talking about, and really hopefully to demonstrate that in giving consideration to the impacts arising, we took in both different types of landscape, but also views as appropriate for rights of way and from the surrounding area.
Thank you very much. So you dealt with the nature essentially of the topography, the tree and the nature of it. I want to then have a look or have a think about the criticism that's been made about the mitigation of planting that's proposed. First question is, there is of course significant planting proposed, trees, hedgerows, additional biodiversity measures. There's also a woodland bridge that's proposed as one of the measures.
Yeah.
How does the mitigation strategy and that significant new planting respond to the landscape character area as you see it on the ground, but also that which is contained within the landscape character assessment?
Surely. We discussed earlier today, or it was in cross-examination, it was discussed with Mr. Minchens and Mr. Wakefield yesterday. If I may start by not drawing a straight line, that would be inappropriate, but to give clarity, I think there is a risk that judgment in relation to planting and providing mitigation is at risk of damaging an existing landscape. I think if planting is undertaken without an understanding of landscape character in inappropriate locations or otherwise, I think it can alter the nature of the landscape. But I think policy and good practice is clear in relation to planting and mitigation being appropriate as having regard to integration. I have made a note, so of 2 or 3 areas that I know have been picked up in cross-examination and examination in chief, but if I may just refer to those without turning to them, because I think they are all helpful before maybe turning to the appropriateness or otherwise of planting itself. NPPG, paragraph 5.3.2, is relevant in this matter. Policy EN1 and PPG on large solar farms, particularly regarding paragraph 2.5.7, is also relevant. We have agreement with the local planning authority in the statement of common ground at paragraph 6.1 on the appropriateness of mitigation planting. And so that leads me to my judgment in relation to the appropriateness of landscape as a planting in relation to the landscape character area. The landscape officers in their recommendations to the planning officer made it clear that they were entirely content that the mitigation strategy was appropriate to the landscape character. That has been most recently agreed with the local planning authority as a statement of common ground at paragraph 6.1, Roman numeral 10. And what I would say is that with, perhaps we will come on to this, with the removal of local designations in relation to value, which has been happening over time, the importance of design guidance, particularly of relevance to this project, landscape character appraisal and guidance arising from that, is very important. It's intended to be guidance to steer design outcomes and thinking in relation to development, but also managing change in the countryside. And it is significant and it has weight. Without unnecessarily turning to that document again, and my learned friend turned Mr. mentioned to it earlier today, the guidance provided, I think, is sound, and policies in relation to both key issues as well as development guidance are very clear in identifying that, in general terms, woodland and hedgerows have been declining in both the two landscape areas under consideration. That hedge planting, woodland planting is generally appropriate. And on that basis, and following the east-west grain and the other issues I've highlighted earlier in relation to the understanding of the existing landscape, I believe that the proposals that we have conceived of are entirely appropriate. From my perspective, when the scheme, the operational scheme is removed and we are in a legacy position, the landscape framework that will be left will appear logical and will be appropriate. And one of the plans that's been delivered into an inquiry at a suitable scale is figure 11. And that plan, sir, I think illustrates the nature of the mitigation that would remain in place post-operation.
I'll just come in at that point with some questions I think are pertinent at this point. A series of questions. First of all, I heard yesterday from the council landscape witness that he considered one of the key values of the landscape was recreational value. Do you agree with that?
I think value is it's important that we anchor, I think, the nature of judgments on two things, if I may, to start with, and then we can maybe talk about recreation. Reference has already been made to the MPVF, paragraph 174, in relation to value as it's defined in policy. And I think that is relevant in terms of anchoring our thinking. Glavia also sets out a very useful structure in relation to an understanding of how value contributes to an understanding of assessment of impacts. I think the guidance, if I can point to our methodology within the landscape and visual impact assessment written text, gives a strong flavour for what Glavia says in relation to value. So if I may just refer you to that. So the core document 28 is chapter 6 of the environmental statement, landscape and visual assessment, and page 8. And on page 8, definitions as we extract them from methodology in relation to Glavia 3 are outlined. Firstly, just to correct evidence provided by Mr. Minchens this morning, our landscape and visual impact assessment is not predicated on an understanding that the landscape that we're dealing with here is everyday landscape, and that would give it a community value. It's a matter of common ground between ourselves and I believe also Mr. Wakefield, as well as the local authority, that we have correctly defined the landscape value as a local and a district value. I'll give you a short summary of what local and district value is, and then so if I may refer you to the longer narrative on our justification for that. So local and district value is defined as locally or regionally designated landscapes, also areas with documentary evidence and or site observation indicates as being more valued than the surrounding area. So we do believe that we have given proper regard to the value of the landscape. The justification for that, if I may, and how we've come to that consideration, which refer to the water portion. It's important that one defines as part of good practice how one has established, how you have judged value. So within,
And maybe,
sorry,
those around in terms of questions going forward.
Okay.
What I was wanting to get to was accepting or kind of advocating this recreational value. And you can see that from the number of footpaths that crisscross this time, and going back to mitigation.
Yeah.
Criticism was, well, what the mitigation is doing is corralling people into quite high hedgerows as they walk through the site, which is more open than that at the moment. And Mr. Minchens, I think, that for some people that might be perceived as oppressive. It might actually put them off walking through it because they would feel insecure or vulnerable because of the degree of enclosure. Is that a fair criticism? Is that an inadvertent outcome of mitigation, and is that having an impact on the recreational value?
No. So if I may, we will come back to how the assessment works, because I think that's important. It looks at a number of issues, not just vegetation cover and other things. But to put this in its correct place, the EIA scoping did not request recreation and meeting impact assessment. For larger projects I've worked on, that's been a very important consideration. When it comes to the consideration of the impact on public rights of way and people's recreation importance, I think one of the reasons why the assessment uses local district values in recognition that this is a landscape that's used for recreation. But during this morning, as you mentioned, was giving evidence, I looked at the ordnance survey plan of the area, and I would say that the site is not particularly dense when compared to surrounding area. I've certainly worked on projects with a much more extensive right-of-way network through and surrounding. So I don't think the site is peculiar in that regard, and therefore elevates its value excessively in relation to its recreation function. But we recognise that it is used for recreation. I think the other point, if I may, is that in the context of the long routes that have been variously described over the last couple of days, including Kilmarnock and Parks Way, by example, I don't believe that perception of any change associated with the short stretches, relatively short stretches through our site, would lead to people purposely deciding not to go for a walk along those longer routes. Locally, I can understand that there may be preferences, but in terms of the value of that landscape and the importance of it recreationally, I do not believe that the relatively small intervention that our project makes in any alteration in the perception of those places would be significant enough to put people off recreating. I think, if I may, part of the benefits arising from scheme alterations that have been undertaken over the last few months does mean with the exception of a short length of the Brenda Parker Way, all public rights of way that extend through the site are only experiencing immediate visual connection with state development on one side of the route. So if one was to walk north through the site, breaking cover from the main woodland band extending through the site, to your left, you would not see or experience certain development. If you looked right, you would. But in all cases, that development is set back from the rights of way to provide a much more generous route than a fully cropped field would normally provide in terms of a width. So my view is that yes, there will be visual and character changes within the site, but I do not believe that the value of the landscape for recreational purposes is significant. And as a result, I don't think it changes its value as a recreation asset.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to have a think then. Well, first of all, did you want to go back to the methodology in the?
If I could just,
LPIA?
yes, could complete the reference if it's acceptable. If I could refer to the landscape and visual impact assessment, again, just for reference to core document 28. In paragraph 6.7.70, well, actually 6.7.69 through to 72, there is a full description of our reasoning behind identifying the landscape as local and local/district value. And as I said, that is a common ground with the local authority. And that, in assessment terms, formally, provides the basis upon which our judgments have been made.
And then just picking up on the inspector's last point, can we have a look at the sections, please?
Yeah.
That were re-provided yesterday, have the indicative sections. And we've got section BP, which is along the Brenda Parker Way.
Yes.
To the north of field 2. And you show there essentially the distances between what we've got the cricket willow bat willow plantation, forgive me, and the field 2, essentially the additional planting there. Is that of a nature width type that you would regard as being oppressive or giving rise to some sort of insecurity for the walkers who decide to use that?
My judgment is no. The total corridor of area without solar developed roughly 70 to 75 metres wide between straddling cricket bat copse, call it what you may. Within that right of way to the south side of that copse, from part of Brenda Parker Way, there is a corridor indicated probably in the order of 5 to 6 metres wide. The intention is that green corridor varies in its width and character, with the idea that route is attractive and managed, and whilst the screening potential of that planting is clear, it will not be so impenetrable that views into it would not be possible. So in short, I don't believe it would be unnecessarily oppressive or out of keeping with other public rights of way that extend through Bromley Frith Wood, by example.
Thank you. And then just pick up on another point about the planting, which is that it will essentially cut off views that one can presently have, particularly over fields 1 and 2. That seems to be the criticism.
Yeah.
And I want please your opinion on the value of those views, how important it is to retain them, and the effect of the planting on them, whether that's an adverse effect that the inspector should have regard to.
Sure. I think the landscape character assessment is clear in relation to the individual characteristics of both landscape character area 4 and 6. The acceptance of a degree of invisibility across the landscape. I don't dispute that elements of views across the site will alter as a result of the proposals. But to the extent that that undermines the wider landscape character area, that could not be considered to be relevant. And working down from that extensive or expansive view, we're talking counted less than 0.5% in the case of landscape character area 4, and I think something like 1.5% in character area 4, landscape character area 6. But as one moves down, the visible extent of the proposal beyond the red line are also very limited. So the extent to which the site is currently experiencing intervisibility, by its existing character, is quite limited. And that red line I refer to, sir, on my drawing 08, which was the zone of visual influence drawn from the site. We have agreement between the local authority and ourselves and our statement of common ground with regard to the limits of visibility extending to a maximum of half a kilometre, and that is at its most extreme. So from the point of view of how expansive the visibility of the site is, without mitigation, it is limited. When one then applies the proposed planting, we are seeking to reinforce existing tree cover, but also address areas where we believe it would be appropriate to screen or soften views from the immediate area. And therefore, the approach we've taken is that the landscape character, both landscape character areas are capable and are characterised by woodland cover. The views are in part curtailed as a result of that cover. You cannot see right across the site in a single go. You cannot secure a single vantage point, elevated or otherwise, to allow that single view to happen. And as a result, the landscape does experience a degree of subdivision as a result of its existing features. And yes, in cases, we are reinforcing that subdivision with additional planting, and that does limit views. But I do not believe that the extent of views that we are interrupting are of specific or notifiable of note. They are a characteristic of that landscape, but they are not of any protected status. They are not necessarily looking towards any defined feature in the landscape. And yes, we are altering them. If I may, I think the other thing, just to refer back to the extent of enclosure or otherwise of the public rights of way, it was noted earlier that views to the existing ancient woodland and woodland belts would be fundamentally restricted as a result of what we're doing. If I may turn to figure 10, the revised strategy drawing that we have just issued, I'd like to just point out how the approach we've taken allows views towards existing woodland and views out to the surrounding countryside to be retained. I need to go through this point by point. You need to highlight an understanding of the plan. I appreciate that there's a lot of information in front of you. But so for clarity, there is a public right of way that extends through the western edge of the site through here before it dips into the woodland and turns around the substation. As one walks south, one wouldn't experience views of solar development if one looked southwest. One would be looking ultimately towards Holmes Farm and to this pocket of land here. As you cross past Willow Copse, Woodby May, and extend south, one would be looking at Bramley Firth Wood. And the nature of that view, again, opens out to the east to take in an even wider expanse of path before entering the wood. So whilst I accept that certain views will change, views are still possible to assets. I think the nature of, if I may just give one other example, the nature of the views extending along Bramley Lane along here as a result of the tree planting we're intending to put in here are not uncharacteristic of the landscape. If one was to turn immediately north through here, other areas adjoining field number 4 through here, you are flanked on either side by tree cover, and your sense of enclosure along those lanes is an existing characteristic. So in general terms, my view is that yes, views are altering, but the character of what is resulting is not uncharacteristic of the area.
It might be helpful to keep that plan actually, so 6.1.6 of all group of evidence.
Yeah.
That's 6.1.6.
Yes, I have that.
Where you set out essentially the 9 elements for the landscape strategy that have come forward as part of the scheme through its evolution.
Yes.
Can you just set that out and sort of ground that in the landscape strategy platform so that we can see where these different elements are going to take place?
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to do that. So I'm just going to, there are 9 principles that characterise the approach we've taken to the project from its inception. And if I briefly walk through those with reference to paragraph 616. So the first one is identified as a comprehensive green infrastructure network incorporated into the proposed development, which includes 4 principal structure and landscape components. The first one is the northern green infrastructure corridor, and that is described there as the long tree belt corridor extending the length of the northern boundary of Field 2, linking the appeal site to its wider network. So just for clarity, that refers to this long stretch extending through here, which is paralleling existing woodland cover on the north side of either the lane or the Render Parkaway, and serves to reinforce the character of that stretch. The same point also refers to the Woodland Bridge, which relates to the role of Field 3 and its relationship with the corner of Field 2, and refers to the rationalising of the management and the character of that hammerhead area to the right. Whilst the forest school has fallen away, the issue of increasing public access and positive management of that area for biodiversity has been remained consistent. And then the third bullet point on item 1, referred to as the wooded road, refers to tree planting along the southwest of Field 4, and which is through here. That boundary is characterised by some very attractive, large, mature trees, but would certainly benefit from improved hedgerow management and gapping up. So that's what that refers to along this boundary. And then the final one under item 1, and the other points are briefer, is what we refer to as the northern screen, which we refer to as new perimeter planting along the northwest and the side boundary, screening views and creating further habitat connection towards the ashes. And that relates to this planting through the boundary here. Bullet point 2 refers to I'll read it rather than the interpreted area within Field 3. And the eastern field of N2 have been identified as key strategic landscape areas on potential for hydrological value. I've already covered that, and the visitor access associated with it. Item 3 refers to the creation of a new permitted footpath along the northeast side of field number 2. So that relates to proposed route through here, with the intention of providing greater levels of connectivity and taking pedestrians off Browning Lane should they wish to. It's quite a narrow road, and having walked it several times, and the opportunity to provide for the duration of the project a permissive route parallel to the road, allowing those walking to make their way in soft ground. Item number 4, in terms of principles, is the reinstatement of a hedgerow at Field 1. As far as I accept that it's not on the alignment of the original historic hedgerow, which is marked by 2 or 3 retained mature oak trees. The intention is to define a boundary parallel to that, offset from the right-of-way to allow the right-of-way to have some breathing space and a sense of openness associated with it. Item 5 relates to the establishment of various grasslands within the field site. I believe my colleagues is going to be giving evidence of the nature of what is meadow and what is essentially managed grassland, and how we secure those different habitats in due course. But essentially, you'll note that a number of the boundaries to public rights of way and all the fringes of the field are characterised by its areas of grassland. 3 more left, if I may. Item 6, retention of existing tree and hedgerow field boundaries within and around the field site, and with the intention that those are water static management where they need to be. Item 7, we sought to address the immunity of private dwellings appropriate to layout, and it has been confirmed through the planning process that there are no issues to do with residential immunity of relevance to project. And then the last 2. We sought to minimise the extent of potential internal road network to limit the number of field boundary crossings. That's important. And then finally, strategy for public rights of way in terms of the approach we've taken. We've always started with a minimum of 10 metre offset either side of a route. And as the scheme has progressed, we've moved to a wider approach in certain cases, particularly for the Silvership Trail, by example, to provide wider context. So those are some of the underlying principles that we sought to apply to the scheme throughout its evolution, and hopefully that's helpful.
I appreciate you're not an ecologist, but in your experience, is there going to be any difficulty securing that through the length, which indeed is going to be a self-secured by condition?
Sure. Similarly to Mr. Mitchell, we get involved extensively as landscape architects in the promotion of planting, habitat creation. As a business, we've been advising HS2. I've worked on Sidewell C and AONB with extensive naturalising of intensive agriculture. And there are accepted processes to deliver grassland improvement through techniques, particularly challenging, but have been a history of use of fertilisers and the like. But these approaches are not unusual. The process for securing those through a properly worded landscaping ecological management plan is something that we've certainly recommended to the clients, and they've taken that on board. As far as I know, it's duly conditioned under condition 9, I think. So I consider the process needs to be properly managed. It cannot be achieved in a single season, but with a proper commitment to proper management, the land should be able to deliver on the requirements. Just in terms of the principles, the land is structured around a number of objectives. We would expect those objectives to have specific prescriptions associated with them in terms of clear specifications. And that then also includes reference to monitoring and management to make sure that the performance of the management is meeting the objectives as set. And that is all from our perspective, normal practice, highly deliverable.
I think it's worthwhile coming again then with a question at this stage, just on the points that you're talking about at the moment. You heard that I was about to see as a mature consideration the fact that the development is temporary and reversible. We also heard the concerns from the residents group that description was it's industrial development, the nature of which means that it would be impossible to return or to reinstate the site in landscape terms to its condition as it stands today after the development has run its course. So what would you say to that?
I'm in the hands of others in terms of agricultural soil specialists or otherwise. I have no reason on the basis that these projects, as I've referred to, lie lightly on the ground, that with proper management of the construction phase, and obviously with 30, 40 years of grass growth that would, generally speaking, allow soil to recover and to restructure. I see no reason why those fields couldn't return to agriculture should that be required. It's not my specialist area, but I see no reason why they couldn't be. If I may, in relation to the industrialisation, obviously I refer to my take on that, and Mr. Minchens did refer to that in cross-examination, I think, today. And I've hopefully made clear my perspective on the perception of industrialisation. If it's helpful, so my view is that I believe that whilst I accept there will be changes within the site as a result of the solar development, that the countryside character of the area will prevail. A sense of moving from one village to another will remain as such. You will move from one built area to another and will pass through a landscape, albeit there will be views and cases on the solar development. But I do not believe that we lead to the urbanising of the area. And I think in addition, the characteristics of the development, it emits no significant noise, it doesn't move, its operational characteristics are static. I think those are very important characteristics of the development, never mind its relatively low-lying nature, that allow that landscape to be dominated by the development of a scale that industrial warehouses or something that's fundamentally to alteration.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. Right. The next thing I want to move on to is essentially the impacts that we find in respect to landscape character and visual impacts, building on all of those matters that you've spoken about. First question rising from this morning, and it's Appendix 7 of Mr. Wakefield's methodology. And it's where you both put your threshold of significance.
Yes.
So your threshold, essentially, for finding a significant impact, that's one that may have a significant effect on decision taking, is major to moderate.
Yeah.
And what we have in Mr. Wakefield's appendices at page 53, top left-hand corner, is this sentence: for this assessment, significant landscape effects, which would be major/moderate adverse effects and significant in key decision making. Mr. Wakefield explained what he means by that is in fact major or moderate. So at the lowest level, moderate, that's where Mr. Wakefield says is significant impacts arise. Can I just have your understanding on that, your view of that from professional practice?
Sure. So I hesitate to say two issues, but I'll give a go with two issues. Firstly, significance both from the perspective of IEMA, who are the specialist group who give guidance on environmental impact assessment and best practice. Define those threshold associated with significance. Similarly, Glavia do not either. The narrative in support of judgments on significance is to take into consideration a number of defined things identified within Glavia, but the ultimate call is one of judgment. I would say, however, having coordinated environmental impact assessments myself and worked on in the order of 15 consent order projects and probably about 25 projects of scale involving EIA, that our methodology in relation to moderate effects has always been agreed as an appropriate level of significance that is not considered to be significant in decision-making terms. Anything over moderate, we outline in our methodology as leading to significant effects which have a bearing on judgment. So from my professional experience, I have never, both as somebody who has coordinated the IAs, as well as authored landscape and visual impact assessments and peer reviewed as well, I have never come across a significance rating myself where moderate is considered to be significant for purposes of making a judgment whether that is material or not. Now, if I was to turn, and I don't wish to make unnecessary weight on this, but the wording may be helpful in looking at Mr. Wakefield's methodology, which is Appendix 7. And on page 53, he refers in table 1.9 to significance of visual effect in this particular instance. And so there are a number of definitions associated with that listed here. Within the definition of major adverse, the methodology criteria says the following. The visual significance, major adverse, significant deterioration in the view. If you move one notch down to moderate adverse, the statement under criteria says noticeable deterioration. We have to be very careful in the overall judgments we make in the round in relation to environmental outcomes and landscape outcomes. And my view, professional view, is that it would be inappropriate for moderate effects reported within our landscape and visual impact assessment, and indeed conferred also by Mr. Wakefield as resulting in significant effects leading to outcomes that would be considered to challenge determination. So that's my perspective on it. I know it's not an exact science, but my experience and I think accepted normal practice as I would understand it is that you have to be in moderate, major and over to be in significance thresholds.
With that in mind, is there anything that you want to explain to the inquiry about the impacts that you found both in respect of landscape and visual impacts?
I think about, excuse me, I'm doing this to death. I think there is one particular issue of relevance, which does have a bearing particularly on the judgment in relation to LCA 4. Where Mr. Wakefield considers the outcome to be, if I'm not incorrect, a moderate major effect, and by our judgment, that would be significant, which we don't agree with. We moderate. And the reason for the difference between us, and I think Mr. Wakefield's very helpful in his proof of evidence in noting what is agreed between us and where our differences lie, but what is the distance between us relates to sensitivity. Now, the matrix of decision making in the landscape profession is has got itself into a process defined by Glavia that requires these different elements to be considered, which is helpful in trying to bring some objectivity, I admit. But sensitivity is made up of two things. And all of these are professional judgments. It's made up of consideration of value, and it's made up of a judgment on susceptibility. Now, Glavia provides definitions for both of those. Value, I believe we've already covered in relation to methodology and justification, and we not at odds with Mr. Wakefield, or indeed the local authority, and there's a statement of ground to that effect. Where there is a difference is susceptibility. My professional judgment is that the susceptibility criteria, which, if I recall, are what I would consider to be two notches different from our judgment, relates to the capacity of that landscape to accept change of the type anticipated resulting from the proposed development. So it has to be cognizant of the type of development to be brought into the equation. My professional judgment, going back to evidence I gave earlier, is that this is a lightly trailing form of development. It's low lying. The nature of the receiving landscape has a capacity to accept that change with and without additional mitigation is entirely within its reach. So I consider the susceptibility of the landscapes we're talking about, giving consideration to the proposed development, cognizance of gas practices, is that we are dealing with a much lower level of susceptibility than Mr. Wakefield makes his judgment on. That is the primary difference between us that drives the difference in the outcome. And when that works its way through, there is ultimately one notch between us. And when it comes to those judgments, that potentially, as it's presented, tips the balance for landscape character for an acceptable outcome. I do not believe that is a right outcome when one considers the process being gone through.
Final question from me then, if I may, it's to just deal with this issue that the scheme is too big.
Yeah.
The scale of it is too large for this landscape to accommodate. Your opinion, please, on that.
Again, the scale would extend our relevant considerations in landscape and visual impact assessment. The methodology set out in our landscape and visual impact assessment is clear in that regard, and we are clear about the judgments we've made in relation to scale and extent. Those influence quite rightly the outcomes associated with the landscape and visual assessment. My view is that the scheme is not too large. I believe that the characteristics of the site, it's the woodland that breaks up the site into these distinct areas, the fringing tree cover, the nature of the landform, serve well to break up the scale of the project into smaller areas. I entirely respect the fact that on a walk from north to south from Bramley up to settlements to the north, that one would experience views if you were constantly looking right or solar. But I do not believe that the scheme is too large. It's not my area to talk about how the UK reaches its energy targets, but we are promoting a number of projects of this form of capacity. The advantages and benefits that can arise from development of this scale are important considerations, and the level of biodiversity, the level of accountability that these projects bring in their scale is material, I believe, to the issue. And I think the nature of development that comes forward needs to be good quality. And I believe professionally, the quality of the scheme that we're bringing forward, accepting it, is large in area, is good quality. I think Just for clarity, the type of areas we're talking about, whilst the total site area, I refer to this in my evidence, is something in the order of 85 hectares. The actual developable area, the developed area of solar arrays plus other elements is in the order of 50 hectares. I haven't got the facts immediately in front of me, but the operational area of the proposal is smaller than the built area of Bramley as a comparison. We have done a measure check just to check those facts. Obviously, there's an interpretation on what is reasonable to include, but with reference to scale comparisons, the operational area of the site is smaller than the built area of Bramley as a comparator. As a working farm, again, not my area, but as a size comparison, it would be normal to consider an operational farm of economic scale to be something in the order of 500 or 600 acres. Again, we're comfortably in that kind of space under that threshold in relation to scale. So hopefully those are two useful comparators just to give an indication of the nature of what we are looking at.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratt. Unless there's anything else that you want to have at this stage, there's nothing.
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Just a few more questions.
Yeah.
Would you say that tranquility is a characteristic of the site you're part of it?
I think most countryside has characteristics of tranquility. There are various definitions of tranquility, connection with nature, quietness, appreciation of views, a number of issues. So I guess I would say that the site has characteristics that I would consider to be tranquil.
And what would be the effect of the proposal on that characteristic?
As indicated earlier, I think the proposal does change the nature and the character of elements of the site. But some of the characteristics in relation to tranquility wouldn't alter. As indicated earlier, the operation of the site is silent, it's static. It's in the sense of living through the countryside and hearing bird song, tractors moving, people cycling roadwise would remain. Views would be not so curtailed towards natural features, walking through the area that one would feel somehow trapped with development. So I think there are avenues for open views to the countryside. So yes, I think there is an alteration in tranquility, but I don't think it's fundamentally altering some of the key qualities that would still hold true with development in place.
And you heard from Mr. Whitfield earlier when asked him a question about farms referring to unbalance that would say the landscape and visual impact terms should be given significant weight and unbalanced. In terms of your assessment, do you see any residual landscape visual impact harm arising from the development? Would you give that advice to the land planning balance?
The consideration of weight is ultimately given by my colleague, Mr. Asquith, who reviewing evidence. I think it's inevitable that one has to accept that there will be harm arising. I consider it to be on a threshold of low in terms of that harm. I think there are many benefits arising that offset it, but as the scheme moves forward and matures, the scale of those effects reduces over time, and that is a point common to all parties. So I believe that that level of harm is low. I won't consider the issue, but again, I would refer to my planning colleague who looks at the issues now.
And one final question, and again, this was a position thing, and that was advocated with someone. I hear what you say about acceptability of the site in terms of what kind of development could come forward, and they might be fearful rather than fearful of what you said. That means open season on this particular site in terms of development. Can you just explain to me how, in terms of susceptibility, the nature of this development means that the site is suitable?
Yes, I think to two or three key characteristics. I think the relative flatness of the site is important, and the flatness of the immediately surrounding area as well. So I think because the extent of visibility of the site is limited by the natural topography, but also the enclosing woodland, the ability of that landscape to accept change of the type we're proposing, which is low, means that the extent of its visual impact on the wider area, the contribution of our site to the wider area in terms of its intervisibility with other areas within landscape character areas is also limited. So I think it's the susceptibility of the landscape to change relates in this case to its relatively flat nature, undulating, strength of its enclosure, and thirdly, that whilst it has qualities which are defined, it is not a valued landscape formally. We have awarded it through the process of assessment a value that I believe is entirely appropriate. What is important in working that through is that the nature of the proposal we're bringing in is not a proposal that is a blanket wash. It is a scheme that has been designed bespoke to the area, and it is having full regard to landscape character area guidelines. So that scheme itself has been altered to fit to the proposed development that's inserted. I believe is an important part of that consideration around the susceptibility. If the scheme had had no regard for public rights of way, if it had filled every single margin possible, if it was taller, numerous other issues, I would say that the ability of that landscape to take that change and how much it can impact it, both locally and at a wider scale, it would be a different piece. But I think the susceptibility of the site, as it relates to the nature of the proposed development, designed, mitigated appropriately, given it's flat, given it's wooded, the nature of the mitigation we put in place is relevant to character. I believe it has the right characteristics to take us.
Before I thank Mr. First questions, do you want a quick slide?
I would mind.
Comfort break.
That's okay.
Okay, let's say it's coming up to 4:05. We'll adjourn back at 10.
Can I just check on time, is Mr. Clifford? Marion's finished around about 5 o'clock. We can be a bit flexible. Yeah. Can you bring us to a suitable conclusion this evening, whether or not you complete?
Absolutely. So, should we see where we are at 5? If I think I've got a suitable finish 5 or 10 minutes later, then I'll indicate that. If we've got a long way to go, then we'll just find the most immediate suitable point. Okay. That's okay. You don't have to perhaps feeling, etc. The first place I was going to start is with Lydia, and just to get a little bit of common ground between us as to approach. You, just towards the end of your opening, started talking about the benefits of solar, and you started to leave that really for other people. That is a topic that's left for other people in terms of weighting, isn't it?
Yes, that would be my take.
And Olivia is clear on that, isn't it? 2.17 on page 19. Renewable energy development proposals are subject to the same LBIA process as any other type of development proposal, with the same need for careful siting, design and mitigation, and impartial assessment of landscape and visual effects. It is for the competent authority to judge the balance of weight between policy considerations and the effects that such proposals may have.
Absolutely.
Second point, I hope uncontroversial, is the importance of professional judgment in this matter. Olivia again, 2.23, professional judgment is a very important part of LBIA. And of course, you've exercised your own professional judgment.
Yes.
Mr. Wakefield has exercised his own professional judgment.
Yes.
We've heard about landscape officers at the council exercising their professional judgment. The inspector will no doubt take all of those views into account. At the end of the day, he's going to be exercising his professional judgment.
Yes, absolutely.
And probably the most important thing for him will be to go to the site, to see the site, and to work things out for himself.
Yes.
Having heard the evidence and the agreements and disagreements between you.
Absolutely.
And for that reason, I am not going to explore every single point of dispute between you and Mr. Wakefield, because we'd be here a long, long time, and we've already done a whole day of landscape. We've got to the stage where I think your view is clear.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wakefield's view is clear on things like distance of views, and we can point to distance of views where they're affected and unaffected, and we can go, the inspector can look at those sort of things. So I'm not going to go through those sort of things.
Yeah.
And the other thing about professional judgment is, as you've indicated, throughout the LBIA process, it relies on qualitative judgments about effects of new developments on visual amenity, the significance of change in landscape character terms, and whether those changes are positive or negative.
Yes, absolutely.
Again, Lydia makes that clear, and those are factors which, quite understandably, reasonable people will disagree on.
Absolutely. There tends to be differences in professional opinion. Absolutely.
Thank you. That's sort of introductory framework I just wanted to look at. In terms of the development, I provided Ms. Wilson-Smith, my own friend, kindly provide you a copy of my own thing.
Yes.
You've looked quite understandably at the significant areas of landscaping and mitigation and biodiversity mitigation. I just want to get common ground in terms of the built development that we're talking about.
Yes.
I've set that out so far as I can entail in summary form in paragraphs 1 to 5 of my opening. Just want to check if there's anything you agree or disagree with in that, or whether that's accurate if I close on that basis.
I think it's accurate. I know there have been slightly different measures of lengths of security fencing and the like, but to all intents and purposes, yes, that's
I've used your figures on the security fencing, but if there's any dispute in that, we can do a note at some point.
it's fine.
Lovely. Thank you. So rather than run through each of those, we'll take that as read.
Yeah.
We've done a lot on it. And I just want to look then at the LBIA and some of the views that were reached in it on various aspects. So if you got that to hand.
Yes. Yeah.
So I don't know if you've got it to hand. It's called document 28, and we're going to be spending, I'm afraid, I have to say, for everyone in the room some time today. And if we can just look together, please, at 6.9.34, we'll look at the various inputs into overall assessment of effect on landscape character. But 6.9.34 is where you deal with the scale of effects.
Yep.
And you recognise, don't you, that it's expected there will be large scale effects on the character of the site, given there would be a fundamental change in existing landscape character from an agricultural landscape to a solar development.
Absolutely.
And how rapidly effects change beyond the site depends on the scale of development, the context and visibility of the effects.
Yes.
So we can go around the houses on whether it's industrial, we can try and pin words onto various different things. Common ground between us, we're talking about a fundamental change, aren't we? In the character from an agricultural landscape to a solar farm development.
Yes.
And those effects you indicate on 6.9.35, large scale effect on landscape character, meaning total or major alteration, the key elements, features, qualities or characteristics, such that post-development the basal line will be fundamentally changed, will be limited to the site itself and the areas with visibility of the site immediately adjacent to it. And you refer there to the ZVI, the zone visual influence,
Yes.
In figure 6.4. Am I right to say that ZVI has been slightly updated in your figures attached to your proof, or are they the same?
It should be the same.
Okay.
If any alteration, it probably as a result of the addendum, but I don't think it is.
Okay, so we've looked at the ZVI and it's the red dotted line
Yes.
on that document. It's helpful, we can turn back up at 6.4 and we've seen that together in your evidence in chief.
Yeah.
So that's where you're saying, indicating the large scale effects will be limited to.
Or the extent of changes will be limited to, not to the large scale.
Well, okay, perhaps we need to look at that sentence again. I misunderstood it. I will take it back. Large scale effects on landscape character is the first bit, and then in brackets you explain what that means.
Yes.
Would be limited to the site itself and areas with visibility of the site immediately adjacent to it, brackets CZVI. So I read that sentence as a whole to take, you're talking about the large scale effects and where they would be.
Yes, I think that in regard to the accepted position that the effects reduce with distance, variously 250 meters and 350 meters in our assessment, that the extent of the 500 meters, the position of agreement, contains those. So I would see it as the extent within which there are changes, but I think it's on a sliding scale as it extends from the edge of the site, where it is large scale, towards a lesser outcome.
So that because you then go on to talk about medium scale effects further away, 100 to 200 meters.
Yes.
Distant and then in different places, different distances. And then you go on to talk about small and negligible scale effects. But just trying to pin down where you say the large scale effects are, and the reference you've given us is CZVI. So that's what I looked at.
Okay. Yes, I think if one looks at the full text, paragraph 35, 36, and 37, the extent of offsets from the site and immediately adjacent, and then cascading to 1 to 200 meters, and then ultimately to 350 meters or thereabouts, indicates a gradation, but certainly large scale effects within the site and immediately adjoining. But I don't think 350 to 500 meters is adjoining.
Sure. Okay, fine. That's helpful. And then just to look at this in terms of methodology, please. In terms of landscape effects, we're talking about an assessment of landscape effects, deals with the effects of change and development on landscape as a resource. The concern here is how the proposal will affect elements that make up landscape aesthetic, special aspects of landscape and its distinctive character. And Glivia has the flow chart that hopefully we'll all be familiar with. We'll look at sensitivity, which is combined with susceptibility and value. Bill is right.
Yeah.
Magnitude is scale, duration, extent.
Yeah.
and then significant, sensitivity plus magnitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at each stage, the judgment you make on, I don't know, extent or magnitude or value will affect your overall conclusion.
Yes, absolutely. The combination. Yeah. And then it's important for the overall outcome through that because it's a guide. It's not entirely mechanistic. Needs to appear logical and a sensible interpretation.
You stand back and you ask yourself, is that a sensible outcome? Value, so sensitivity, value and change value first. We agree not a valued landscape in NPF terms.
Absolutely.
Doesn't mean the site doesn't have a value, and very fairly you pointed out that your approach is to identify local district value, and that's more than a countryside value. I think your rebuttal says that there's little difference between the local planning authority and you on the value.
Our understanding, yes.
And certainly in terms of the attribution of a label to it, local district, I think there's probably nothing between us. Of course, Mr. Wakefield's undertaken the box 5.1 analysis, sometimes used to identify valued landscapes, but also, I presume, helpful in terms of working out value.
Yes, it is. There are several ways to deal with it.
Absolutely.
And the way that it's categorised, I think, or addressed within our methodology isn't a huge difference between us, essentially. The conclusion is the same. Our methodology, I believe, stands up to reasonable scrutiny.
So your methodology, page 8, four categories, second highest local district value is the one that you ascribe to it. And whilst not a valued landscape on this occasion, 6.5.11, areas of landscape of greater than community value may be considered to be valued landscapes in the context of NPPF 170. We're not a valued landscape, I'm not saying we are, but that's the threshold at which you start to think about whether it's a valued landscape.
Yes.
And then in terms of susceptibility, which I think, listening to your evidence just now, remains an area where we disagree. So worth having a little bit of a look at. It's the ability of a defined landscape, isn't it, to accommodate the specific proposed development without undue negative consequences. That's fair.
I think the absolute definition would probably be useful to look at. So if we could turn to paragraph, I think it's 540. If that's okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So susceptibility you deal with, I think, at 6.5.6.
Yeah.
So take me somewhere.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah.
You just want
to just
oblivious.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just read, and I think it reads the same, but just for absolute clarity. So paragraph 5.40, page 18, Glavia, susceptibility to change. This means the ability of the landscape sector, whether it be the overall character or quality / condition of a particular landscape type or area, or an individual element and or feature, or a particular aesthetic and perceptual aspect, to accommodate the proposed development without undue consequences and the maintenance of the baseline situation and or the achievement of landscape planning policies and strategies.
Does that appear in anyone's?
I certainly refer to it.
It's referred to the methodology. You don't get the full text, but it's referred to in the methodology at 6.5.6 of Mr. Kraft's evidence, certainly. And it's in core document 141, so on page 88. Mine is upside down to the printing book. 88 number 2 is upside down.
The old days used to get screens from the GLBA, I think, within copyright laws.
You've got the whole thing, in fact. Somebody's found it online and you've got the whole thing. So I'm going to be squirreling this one away for other inquiries.
To declare that.
For exactly that reason.
Keep it for a week, it's still.
Good. fine. What that whole paragraph, when one looks at it, depending on the thing that you are assessing, you look at the susceptibility of that thing, don't you? That's what the paragraph indicates. So it could be that it's the landscape receptor. So if you were looking at the whole character area and you're making an assessment of the impact on the whole character area, you look at the susceptibility of the character area as a whole.
Yes, and the qualities of it. Yes, absolutely.
We're looking at susceptibility at the moment.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the susceptibility of the site and its immediate surroundings, the focus in terms of thinking about susceptibility would be the site and its immediate surroundings and the quality of the site and its immediate surroundings.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Let's have a look then how the LBIA deals with susceptibility. Tend to any other parts of it if you want to, but it's dealt with in two places, I think. For LCA 4, 6.9.43.
Yes.
The North Airborne LCA is judged to be of low, medium susceptibility. Undue consequences may arise, the proposed development, due to slightly higher visibility of the site from the northwest, where the field boundary is weaker. However, generally a high degree of visual containment remains, and the large size of the LCA means that the vast majority of the LCA would be unaffected.
Yes.
So when you're looking at the LCA as a whole, taking into account the size of the LCA makes sense in terms of your assessment of susceptibility, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, but it's not just born out of the broader context. It also applies to the area in question as it relates to the site.
When you're looking at the site itself, we've agreed already that one looks at the susceptibility of the site and its immediate context. It wouldn't,
as it relates to its landscape character.
Yeah, it wouldn't be right, would it, to take into account the fact that a large amount of the LCA, which you're not at that point considering, is unaffected. That doesn't help you with identifying.
No, we don't use the wider site area to dilute
the
judgment.
Okay.
That's okay.
I don't see anywhere where you ascribe a higher susceptibility when you then go on to look at the site and its immediate context. You still use that low medium susceptibility, don't you?
Yes, because that applies to the site, and that's where the judgment arises.
Well, why, if it applies to the site, this is where you explain your reasoning on susceptibility, at least in the LBIA. Why does it apply to the site if you're talking about the vast majority of the LCA will be unaffected? How does that help us with the susceptibility of the site?
So I would say that in this paragraph 43, there are very specific qualities of the site referred to in the immediate narrative to justify that judgment. And at the close of it, there's reference to the wider area. But I think the local nature of the character is forming a judgment there, and I refer to high visibility of the site on the northwest with the boundaries weaker. So I'm referring to specific qualities and the characteristics of the LCA and how that's applied in the judgment as it carries on beyond 4.3. I think are quite clear in relation to how it works its way through.
Let's look if that's just LCA 4 then. You deal with susceptibility of LCA 6, 6.9.57. And this one is judged to be of low susceptibility. Undue consequences are unlikely to arise. The proposed development due to greater containment and also the nature of the railway line, bisecting and screening it from the vast majority of the LCA, then eastwards, northeast and southeast.
Yes.
So again, it seems to me, and maybe I've misunderstood the words that are there, but the LBIA is using the fact that a vast majority of the LCA area would be unaffected to dampen down the assessment of susceptibility?
No, with all due respect, that's a misreading of the judgments I'm making. I'm referring to the local susceptibility of the site is then contextualised within the wider setting, but not with the intention of diluting it.
Right. Because you use the same level of susceptibility, don't you, whether you're assessing the wider LCA as a whole, as you do, and you reach judgment on, or whether you're assessing the site itself. You don't give a change. There's no change in your assessment of susceptibility depending on whether you're looking at the site itself or the character area as a whole.
I think that's because the characteristics at both the local level and wider level equally apply, that the nature of the landscape character that we're dealing with, the nature of the development that we're applying, both how it impacts at a local level and how it impacts at a wider level. Those two things play in a similar way.
Wouldn't you expect the susceptibility of a site where development is being placed directly on it, where you've accepted there'll be fundamental changes to the character of it, wouldn't you expect that to have a higher susceptibility than when you're looking at the character area as a whole, the vast character areas I think you've used, or at least the vast majority of which is unaffected by the development? Wouldn't you expect that to have a higher susceptibility than the character area as a whole?
I don't think necessarily. I think because susceptibility is made up of two things, it's value, it's an understanding of the overall landscape character and the quality of the area and the type, and then the nature of the development that you're inserting. I wouldn't necessarily see that. It may well be the case in certain instances, but in this case, I don't believe it is.
Fine. Well, I put the point to you that there's an area of difference. You've explained how you've approached it, and we can make submissions on that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's look then at magnitude of effects, and that's made up of scale, duration, and extent.
Yes.
So, in terms of scale, we know that we've looked at the large scale effects on the site itself.
Yep.
What I was going to say, it seemed to me that in terms of scale of effects, there was a contrast in the approach, because scale of effects, you do quite clearly distinguish between when you're talking about the site and the scale of effects on the site, and when you're talking about different distances, you then go on and say, well, actually, from here it's medium, from here it's low. I just don't find that analysis of susceptibility. That seemed to me quite a clear difference in the way that you were dealing with it.
No, I think going back to the previous point, my position is that those judgments refer to, as it relates to the assessment, it relates to the more immediate context, and that's why the text is structured in that way.
Duration, then, please.
Yes.
Our options, I think, in your methodology are permanent, long-term, medium-term, and short-term.
Yes.
And permanent is the change is expected to be permanent, so there's no intention for it to be reversed. Obviously, we've talked about the idea that there's reversibility here. Long-term, I think, is the change is expected to be in place for 10 to 25 years. And will be reversed, fully mitigated, will no longer occur beyond that time frame. I think the expression you use in the LBIA is semi-permanent. Is that right? 6.9.45.
Yes, and I think just there is some further description just below it in 6.5.14, where we say the proposed development is anticipated to be operational up to 40 years and fully reversible upon decommissioning. The long-term category is therefore used for operational assessment duration, with an acknowledgement given the 40-year time frame relating to semi-permanence, but we've used long-term as part of our equation.
thank you. Yeah, and I can see that as well. Long-term / semi-permanent.
Yeah.
Right. And then in terms of extent, another area where I just want to understand your approach to extent, please. 6.9.45 and 6.9.59. Those, what one says in terms of the large scale effects, you said that they cover a highly limited extent of this character area. Yeah.
So, sorry, paragraph was
6.945.
Yeah.
As set out by large scale effects of the rider's immediate context of the site can extend up to 100 metres west of field 1 and 2 and 50 metres north and northeast within the North Sherborne LCA.
Yes.
Large scale effects therefore cover a highly limited extent of this character area. Just pause there for a second. We'll go on to look at magnitude in a minute. So when you're looking at extent, fair to say that one of the things that you're thinking about is the fact that it's a limited extent of a larger character area. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the judgment on extent, the relationship of geography has to be defined, and given the extent of that geography by dimension. The reference to the limited extent of the character is factual in that we know that it's a very small part of the extent of that large scale effect covers only a limited part of the character area.
Yeah, and so you ascribe the limited, in terms of your extent options, you ascribe the term which is limited. Is that right?
Yeah, limited extent, yes.
Yeah. And when one looks at those options, just so that we have them, page 10, we've got wide, beyond 4 kilometres or more than half of receptor, got intermediate, up to approximately 2 to 4 kilometres around half receptor, localised, site and surroundings up to 2 kilometres or part of the receptor area. And then limited, you've got either the site or part of site or a small part of receptor area under 10%. So I presume that you've picked limited on the basis that it's a small part of the receptor area. Approximately.
Well, it is part of the, if we're looking at LC 4, which is one field, or part of a field.
Yeah.
We're looking at part of the site.
Yeah.
And the extent of its effect is localized because of one of its scale and 2 of the landscape that sits within. So that's where I determined limited rather than limited being limited in the extent of the LCA and its overall scale.
Okay. Localized site and surroundings up to 2 kilometres. We're not saying up to 2 kilometres, but it's fair to acknowledge that there are those large scale effects in the surroundings as well.
Limited, I think, by kind agreement in the order of 315 minutes. So well below 2 kilometres, but
absolutely.
Yeah.
But could equally have said localized sites and surroundings.
My judgment was limited. Others may have a different view on whether it's localized, but sure, the judgment was limited for its purpose.
So, large scale effects, limited on yours, perhaps localized, reasonable judgment by others, but long. Give me a second. Yeah, large scale effects, limited, localized, but long term, semi-permanent duration. Have I got that right in terms of?
Yeah.
In terms of there, and then so if we go to look at the diagram on page 11 of the methodology.
Yeah.
This is where things get takes a little bit of while to get your head around, but once you've got your head around it, it's okay. Large scale effects, that puts us in the top box.
Yep.
Limited or localized, that gets us, if we're limited, we're sort of that first line down, we're localized, we're the next one down. And if we're somewhere in between, we're somewhere in between. Do you have that?
Yes.
And then if we're looking at long-term or semi-permanent duration, that's somewhere between furthest left and the second one along, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're around the sort of high, medium magnitude.
Yes, and I've awarded it for its medium.
Yeah, I think the reason you've awarded it medium is because of your judgment in terms of limited extent, probably.
But all of the factors are relevant in consideration, but yes, I've awarded it medium as a result of those considerations.
Well, looking at that, limited extent would get you into the medium category. Localized gets you into the high. Somewhere in between gets you in the medium high. So I presume that's that. So I think the other ones are uncontroversial. Long-term and permanent and large scale, I think, are uncontroversial.
Yeah.
So okay, fine. So the difference between us in terms of the magnitude, then, if it would either give rise to a medium or a high medium magnitude, depending on the view you took.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, so if we look at magnitude, that's on page 12. That's the diagram. And that there again, sensitivity, magnitude, if we've got somewhere between medium or high on in terms of magnitude, that gives us the sort of area of that table, that diagram that we're looking at.
Yes.
And then the sensitivity of the receptor, you've said low, haven't you?
Yes.
Low or around there. If the inspector were to take a different view and were to be satisfied that actually, in terms of sensitivity, we would be close to Mr. Wakefield's approach, that would put it far further along the diagram towards major moderate effects.
Yes, I mean, my professional judgment using that is moderate, and I think that's a fair representation of the issues. Yes, Mr. Wakefield has a different professional perspective, and I appreciate that.
Very cool. And that's that, yeah, exactly. But I just want to identify, we're not going to agree on it, but identify sort of how these judgments affect it and where you two differ. So thank you, that's been very helpful. In terms of that addresses the LVIA, I've got a note because otherwise we'll go to it in your re-examination, I'm sure, but in your LVIA addendum, you do look at this issue again, and there are some slight adjustments to your judgment.
Yeah.
You don't understate the full exercise in terms of looking, or at least you don't set out the full exercise in looking at all the various inputs. I don't think.
Yeah, you're not the entire thing.
So I'm not going to go there with you. I recognise that it's there, and those differences remain between us. It's 6.27 and 6.28 of your addendum that deals with those differences. I think it's still the same issues in terms of approach between us. If I can deal then with visual impact, please. In terms of the scale of effect, 6.9.66. Where the development is visible in its immediate surroundings, I think you acknowledge, at least initially, there would be large scale effects.
Yes.
And you characterise those 6.9.66, you characterise those as adverse effects if one looks at the table above.
Yep.
And you identify those as medium term in that table.
Yeah.
And what you say at 6.9.66 is the large scale effect, visual effects, where the proposed development would form a major alteration to key elements, features, qualities and characteristics of the view, such that the baseline will be fundamentally changed, would generally be limited to locations within the site and from public rights of way and from those adjacent to the site boundary.
Absolutely, yeah.
With the long term, so we've got those as the medium term effects, with the long term or permanent effects described, I think you say, as medium adverse, and that's explained in your 6.970, where you see where there are views into the site through and over intervening vegetation effect would be greatest in winter once these have fallen. However, extensive proposed planting, including new boundary planting, reinstatement of historic hedgerows, and general bolstering of existing boundary vegetation will greatly reduce filtered views as it matures. So, a process,
Yes.
As the mitigation takes effect of moving from one scale of effect
Yes.
to another, and perhaps through the scale.
Yes, absolutely.
And viewpoint 4, I think, is the only viewpoint. If we look at this table, this is your table where you tell us about the scale of effects, and then you talk to it in the paragraphs which followed.
Yeah.
Viewpoint 4 is the only one where you identify large scale adverse effects in the medium term. The others are different levels: small or negligible, medium. I think all of those get a mention, but viewpoint 4 is the one where you say large scale effects.
Yes, I believe that's right.
That, of course, doesn't mean that's the only place where those effects would occur, or where you say those effects would occur, because you're using representative.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
But what you do say is that those effects would be generally limited to locations within the site from the public rights of way and from those adjacent to the site boundary.
Yeah.
And we might look at some of the photo montages, but you've now given us an example of a photo montage from within the site.
Yes.
Recent judgment.
Yes.
The scale.
And because it's representative, it's looking at the relationship between the viewer given certain site conditions and relationships to, say, if he has a proxy, that's a figure 4 example, as you indicated.
Yeah, so each, as you say, 6. Maybe you're making the point at 6.9.65 there. Each of the viewpoints is a sample of potential effects, representing a range of receptors. Thank you. Including not only those actually at the viewpoint, but also those nearby or at similar distances.
Yes.
Okay. And viewpoint 4 is the only viewpoint where you give a scale of effects, where you attribute in this table scale of effects to a viewpoint which is within 100 metres of the site.
Check.
The nearest one is, the other one is viewpoint 3.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Viewpoint 3 is close. Yes.
So viewpoint 3, the next nearest is 130 metres. Viewpoint 4 is adjacent to the site.
Yes.
We need to look at where those viewpoints are. We have those, don't we? On your helpful figure 6.4, within other places. Okay, so we've noticed that there are some large scale effects on the site and in the immediate surroundings. We'll look at how those are dealt with. Next issue is sensitivity.
Yes.
In terms of sensitivity, nothing between us. Public rights of way in the site, particularly highly sensitive in terms of walkers, I think. I'm not trying to get you to agree with a particular form of words, but
But it's certainly a sensitive receptor.
And then you say high, medium. And if we look at your methodology, 6 point, so page 9, forgive me, methodology first. High, medium is the highest sensitivity you could have ascribed to it, because we're not dealing with a national or international value, are we?
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Magnitude, then look how that's dealt with. Go to page 11 of the methodology we've just looked at. Magnitude, where we've got large scale effects, which we know we do on the site and in the adjacent to it. One is really talking about, unless you're talking about something less than short term, or well, short term and limited. One is talking about a high or medium magnitude.
Yes.
That depends on duration or extent. But,
Yes, absolutely.
So high, medium magnitude, if you've got large scale effects, and high, medium sensitivity.
Yeah.
So if we go just directly to your diagram, and we look at significance there, that would give rise, depending on where one fell within high, medium, or both, that would give rise to major, moderate, or major effects, wouldn't it?
Subject to where you want slide scale, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you might very well, if you were to say, right, and actually, in fact, both of them are medium. I know I've said high, medium, but they're both medium. You might just sneak into moderate, but you said it quite clearly. High, medium receptors for the intensity.
Yes.
So we would be looking somewhere around major, moderate effects.
Well, moderate to major, yeah.
Okay. Is that top box, isn't it? It's the top box there, where we've got from medium to high on the left and medium to high going left to right, high to medium going left and right across. That top box here that we're talking about.
Yes.
The very tiny bit here is moderate.
Yes.
But the vast majority of that box, so the vast majority of high, medium stuff in terms of sensitivity and magnitude is major, moderate, or major significance effects.
Yes.
So that's what would happen if one looked at the large scale effects that we've just done and isolated them in terms of the site and its immediate surroundings.
If you were to, yes, following strictly to the methodology.
Yeah, well, good to follow your methodology.
Yeah, absolutely, but always looking through the lens of is it giving us the right answer at the end? But absolutely, I don't disagree with what you said.
You don't actually, when you come to report your significance, you don't do that exercise, do you, of isolating those large scale effects and looking at those to tell us what that would give you. I've had to do that by going through the methodology with you.
Yes, I think the approach we've taken with receptor groups is to look at these issues in the round. Yes, it's equally valid to go through receptor by receptor. I don't think there's any difference between us on the merits or demerits. I would consider that GARDIA 3 was probably pushing towards more of a rounded narrative as opposed to viewpoint by viewpoint. Yes, it is as I stated.
Okay, well, let's look at how you deal with the receptor groups. We'll do a couple of receptor groups and then looking at the time that might get us to a pause, we'll see. So let's take two receptor groups then, please. Receptor group 1, just to understand how you reported significance to the inquiry.
Yeah.
Receptor group 1, so you're talking here, aren't you, about those adjacent to the site to the south, broadly.
Yes.
And you mentioned in 6.9.73, on page 42 of the LVIA, the various users that you're thinking about there.
Yep.
And what you do is to take two representative viewpoints together, 6.9.74 and 6.9.75. And then you mention in 6.976 three of the illustrative viewpoints.
Yes.
You recognise 6.977 large scale effects based on the site.
Yes.
But then you say that these will diminish. And what that allows you to do, isn't it? It allows you to conclude that you would have a low negligible magnitude.
Yes.
because you're taking together the large scale effects with the small negligible effects, so that allows you to come up with a low negligible magnitude.
Yes.
And that enables you to report, even though you've identified large scale effects, that allows you to report slight minimal significance.
Yes. So it's entirely within the boundaries of the methodology, and you are saying it allows you to.
But let's just be very clear what one's doing.
Yeah.
One is combining scales of effects together.
Yes.
The effect of which is to reduce something which is large scale and would ordinarily end up where we've just looked at into a mix, which then comes out with a lower significance.
It does, but the issue relating to the sensitivity of those receptors, we use the highest category receptor in terms of sensitivity to make sure that the sensitivity of those receptors is not diluting the outcome.
But not diluting on one side of the equation, but diluting on the other side of the equation.
Well, the approach we've taken and the defined methodology was agreed. The approach we take is to group. This is the outworking of that group assessment, which I believe to be accurate in accordance with good practice. There are different takes on that. Ultimately, the difference between us as we move forward is stated in Mr. Wakefield's evidence. And I've sought to address some of it in my rebuttal, but yes, it is a different outcome from that of Mr. Wakefield.
But just so your methodology, are you saying that it's the way you've done it in terms of using the highest caliber receptor is a way of calibrating your approach so you don't get a skewed outcome?
Yes, and essentially because sensitivity is part of the consideration, if one is to dilute the sensitivity of the receptor, then that, from our perspective, would not make it adequately representative of the sensitivity of those receptors we're looking at. So by grouping them and making sure we go for the highest one, and how factors going through, is to make sure that we don't skew it.
But you're answering my question about diluting magnitude by saying yes, but we don't dilute sensitivity. I mean that's the answer that you're giving, isn't it?
What we're giving is a rounded overview of the representative area that we're talking about. I don't dispute that there are differences of magnitude within individual receptors, if that's how you were to do it. But I'm entirely comfortable professionally that the judgment on the receptor group is a fair and proper one, accepting that we've dealt with it as a receptor group rather than an individual basis.
Sure. Let's look then at visual receptor group 3, just to see how that one's dealt with us. This is where representative viewpoint 4 gets a mention, I think. So this is similarly, again, adjacent to the site and to the north of it.
Yes, yes.
And from immediately adjacent, I think up to approximately 500 metres away, 6.9.83 explains that. And you mentioned over on 6.9.84, 3 representative viewpoints, don't you? 3, 4, and 6.
Yes.
Which are all put into this receptor group. And we look back at 3, 4, and 6 and remind ourselves, don't we, that 3 was 130 metres northeast and had a medium adverse effect, scale, sorry. 4, large adverse adjacent to the site in terms of scale.
Yeah. And
6, small negligible adverse.
Yes.
So combining together small negligible at one end, right the way up to large scale effects in terms of representation.
Yes.
And then you discuss each one of those, and we see a similar thing. That approach means that when you look at the receptor group as a whole, you report negligible magnitude, minimal significance.
Yes.
Because you don't report on representative viewpoint 4 in isolation. You look at it by
yes, absolutely.
Just want to look at one point then to understand this methodology. 6.7.53, please. Visual receptor groups is what it's headed.
Yes.
Visual effects are assessed from public accessible locations for groups of visual receptors in close proximity of each other and that are judged to experience similar visual effects arising from the proposed development.
Yes. Yeah.
So one can readily see that with receptor groups that experience similar visual effects, it makes sense, doesn't it, to look at them together. You don't need to go and assess every single viewpoint. But when you're looking at receptor group, which includes large scale effects, small negligible effects, and I think medium scale effects, that is not a group that is judged to experience similar visual effects arising from the proposed development of it.
But it's not talking about scale, it's just talking about what it's seen, and what it's seen relates to the proposed development. So I don't see that statement as contradicting the approach we've taken in terms of grouping.
So, again, having put that point to you, it's obviously a difference between us, and we've explored what the consequences of it are. I don't think I can take that any further with you. I just very quickly deal with the LBIA addendum on this point. It's called document 85, and so I noticed the time. And I think this last point will be a convenient moment. I'll review it, and if I've got anything else, I may have a little bit, but hopefully not soon. Probably stop me now, when I have less. I can review. Call document 85, please. I want to make sure again I've understood or misunderstood your evidence. Those receptor groups, I probably should have checked. None of those are looking directly at the site, are they? They're not assessed. The receptor groups don't include anyone on the site, so in the LBIA.
Well, the totality of the landscape assessment takes into consideration all of the viewpoints I alluded to earlier, so the yellow, the purple, and blue, forming judgment. But in terms of the reporting, if they are those viewpoints that you suggested, but viewpoint 4 is on the corner of the site, looking directly into the development.
But again, that's part of the receptor group to the north, and adjacent to the site, as I understood it. I say that because at 6.19 of your addendum, you explain in terms of visual receptors a total of 5 groups, than just now, were identified within the 2020 LBIA. According to the methodology, a visual receptor group for the site itself was not directly assessed, given it would inevitably, if the site were developed, experience a significant change to its visual amenity.
Sorry, can you hear that paragraph?
Yeah, of course. Going too quickly at the end of the day. It's page 20, and it's paragraph 6.19.
Okay.
And it's called document 85.
Yeah.
In terms of visual receptor groups, a total of 5 visual receptor groups were identified within the 2020 LBIA in accordance with the methodology. A visual receptor group for the site itself was not directly assessed, given it would inevitably, if the site were developed, to experience a significant change to its visual amenity.
Yes.
When we look at what you mean by significant change, are we right to look back to 6.13? Or are you using that language? I just want to give you an opportunity to tell me that I'm wrong about this, but the assessment of significance follows that detail within section 6.5 of the 2020 LBIA, threshold for significance remains as per the 2020 LBA at major, moderate, and above.
Yes, I don't believe there's anything inaccurate about what I'm reporting in 690.
No, just want to make sure you're accepting that those are significant effects within the meaning of the LBIA
Yes,
site.
yes, absolutely.
That's a convenient moment, so.
Once again, I want to make sure that yeah, I don't think I'm getting on any.
No, so the one thing that we had mentioned was talking about the site visit, but I think given Mr. Crack halfway through his evidence, that's not going to happen this evening, so it may have to be put off tomorrow.
Can clarify that we're also going to accommodate with the interested parties to come along in the afternoon. So we want to take that into the programme as well. We're due again to start 9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, with everyone? Okay. Well, in that case, do you turn your microphone?
That's what I mean. Thank you. Just to make sure that everybody else has now got that document and the answer is early. It's with you, sir.
It's been emailed.
It's been emailed to you. Good to be here. Yeah. Which views the photo montage commentary?
Do you have a hard copy?
We can certainly get those organised.
Yeah, I expected it. You have to ask me.
We'll do that.
Yeah, there's no difficulty with that. 2 points really. First of all, our question is going to be put based on that document to Mr. Pratt. No, right, okay. Mr. Pratt will need an opportunity to respond to it. I don't think he's seen it. No, because you're shaking your head. So unusually, Sarah, and I hope this won't cause any difficulty, I will come back to that in re-examination, albeit it's not a topic that's been raised in examination and due more cross-examination. So that, just to give Mr. Pratt the opportunity to respond to anything that's in that I need to address, if I may.
How can we arrange?
The council's emailed a copy as well, so if the council is prepared to make a copy of it.
Yes, I haven't looked at it. I'm afraid if it's a small document, I'm sure we can do copies. I don't want to commit the council to doing hundreds of pages, but I'm sure it isn't. And we'll work out where it is outside the inquiry. When should we accept it? We'll make sure we track it down between us and the Rule 6 party.
I'll also make sure that we get it, and because Mr. Crush, if he's waiting until tomorrow, sees it for the first time before I ask questions on it, that's probably not fair. So there will be an email from our team to Mr. Crush this evening, simply containing that document and nothing else.
Let's try to get communication between yourself and
Sorry, sir. I was just saying that we try to get this crack copy now to help him overnight.
Otherwise, yes, please, I'd love someone to have it sent in this evening. Okay, thank you for that. Just coming up to 5:10. We'll make that motion tomorrow morning.